Welcome to Clixed Off, brought to you by Lucky Dice Cafe out of Huntsville, Alabama. Check them out at LuckyDiceCafe.com. And now for your hosts, Daniel Powell, Jason Alvey, and Tylor Speeds.
Hey everybody, welcome to Clixed Off today. This is your host Daniel Powell speaking. Just want to let everyone know that Clixed Off is brought to you by TrollandToad.com, the world's largest Heroclix retailer. Find Heroclix new and old at TrollandToad.com. Save 5% off your Heroclix order with coupon code CLIXEDOFF. Merchant and pre-order items do not apply. Joining me tonight, coming back in and out of, finally gets his son to sleep, Jason Alvey.
What's up, guys?
That should have been your middle name, but we'll just go with that as your prefix tonight. And then Tylor, Reddit is currently failing the rocket to the moon. Spees.
No, it's coming back. We're fine. It's totally fine.
Okay, I've got diamond hands. I'm still holding. And then, last but not least, is Alex, currently on mute. Cruzz.
Man, maybe I should just give you a sheet of cool intros ahead of time.
For a while.
And be like, here, you just roll a die, 1 through 10, choose one of these.
You know what? I figure that's part of the charm, is that the weirder they are, the better.
I just got to come up with some kooky like impressions and stuff to say, so that way it's maybe I get a cooler intro.
Do an impression.
Yeah, it's true. So we're going to start our review tonight. So if you're listening at home, we typically power through these things, but Daniel's been working out pretty regularly, so he gets tired sooner. So we're going to record this in multiple segments, but it'll still be one episode for you, the listener. So if someone's not available, you might suddenly hear one of us drop for no reason.
If you hear one of us suddenly doing impressions, that means I had a whole 24 to 48 hours to work on it.
Yeah, that's true. So now that the set's fully spoiled, we are going to review it. And it just was reviewed. Finally, the last chase and figure was spoiled this Monday morning. So I think we're going to take the approach here that we are tinting our review with as many of the new rules that we are aware of.
Which is up to Article 5 at this point.
That's true. Right, so if we need to go back and say, hey, so-and-so is so much better because of the new Super Sense rules. And I'm only saying that because the first Mr. Fantastic has Super Senses on his dial. I have no idea if they're changing Super Senses. So
Inner circle knowledge.
Yeah.
I can't believe that they switched it out where you roll a d20 now to attack.
Yep.
Right?
Oh my gosh. I couldn't imagine rolling 2 d20s.
No, just one. Just one.
Oh gosh, that's even worse.
I get back in that habit. I used to do that all the time.
Oh,
in a different game. Right, yeah.
True. So, let's, we've got a few questions as we go through this. So for our first session here, you know what? So Pietro Rasu, I'm going to start with this. So his second part of his question, which are the captains that give more advantageous powers to sidekicks? Spider-Man, Super Senses, Awesome Andy, Shape Change. And then, Alex, you might just want to mention this at the start of the episode. So this week is set review recording, and rules live streams. I'm going to say we're trying to figure out exactly what day we're going to do our tier maker.
Mm-hmm.
But then his second question here is you are going to set up a live stream session on kind of Form the Fantastic Four and how it changes with the FFFF set. And
I'm actually doing that as we speak, working on. Man, I don't know. I don't know if it's just because I do it professionally, but I just do PowerPoints, man. I don't know why. Like, I feel like I got a college degree and I did it while doing PowerPoints to pass classes, and I feel like I need to just do.
Makes that worth it somehow.
Yeah, it's like, hey, it's a skill I learned. I should use it.
Sure.
So, yeah, I literally am typing one up kind of as we're going through this list. So, yes, that is on the to-do list.
Yeah. So, this is the week of the 8th when we're starting this recording, and then so probably the week of the 15th. I mean, the set releases in 9 days, 10 days, depending on how you look at it.
Yep.
It'll be much closer to release when this releases, but so right around the corner, one might say.
Yeah, we definitely plan to do the tier. I really want to get Tylor going on that tier maker before the set releases, so that way people can kind of target their Oxid auctions, eBays,
Sure.
find singles. They know the hot stuff because Clixed Off said it was hot.
Has Brad made all of the emblems for it yet?
I have no idea.
Not. We just got it done. Like, we just spoiled the last piece today.
Yeah, so I would say, Tylor, as soon as Brad gets it done, we're good to tee up for the tier maker, I should say.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, so Pietro's third part of the question was, would it be possible to obtain particular advantage from the inclusion of these Fantastic Four to the roster Fantastic Four set, the original one, 002 Invisible Woman or 034 Invisible Woman? So I think, Pietro, that whole question there, we'll have a whole live stream about that here in the next week or so.
Yeah, the answer is yes, but that's such a loaded question. Like, it's such a yes, but there's a whole slew of reasons why. And so
Sure.
you'll need to catch the live stream, and it'll be on our YouTube and all that stuff when we're done. So
Sure. And props for asking the thanks for asking the best worded question that I have received in almost 5 years of doing the podcast.
Ooh.
There you go.
That's high praise.
It is. So we've gotten some good questions, but he quoted powers, had set numbers in here, named, particular standard powers. So big ups, Pietro.
Yeah, I guess you're actually coming up on 5 years of doing this summer, aren't you?
Yeah, it was May of 2016 was my first podcast.
Yeah.
It was the release of UXM.
All right.
So, yeah, it's here before you know it.
Yeah.
So I've got a better voice for radio now, I guess. But so let's hop in with the Captain 001, Mr. Fantastic. So I just want to talk about this real quick. And this dial, these dials are long, right? So you get 8 clicks for 60 points.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So that has some merit in and of itself. But I think what is neat about this is the granting of leadership to sidekicks. With the tinting of the new rules and some folks that have been playing some new games and have been gathering feedback, having a bunch of leadership like this and then having a bunch of willpower being granted from Franklin it can get very. I don't even want to say it's a lot of dice to roll at the beginning of the turn, and a lot of chances to keep your team going.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's real good.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
There's 10-point sidekick, so you're getting a 10-point leadership with the fantastic 4 keyword. So. Yeah.
Right. So, I think my only problem is that, he's just a bit weak defensively, and then falls off to basically nothing in dial.
Yeah, I mean they have never really made a good Mr. Fantastic dial, so kind of agree with you there.
Yeah.
I mean you're getting something for 40 points with the Outwitter. And again, you don't have to worry about the dial if you're just switching it out, but then you'll get the trait. So, yeah, I'm not sure. It's possible this guy actually sees play at 40 points just because of it would be specifically because of the leadership trait.
Yeah. 002 Invisible Woman.
Just the scroll one, yeah.
Anything anybody wants to say about that one?
It's a figure.
Man,
It scrolls without even the scroll team ability. It's team player, so
Yeah, you'd have to copy scrolls.
which I guess you could do from the 30-point thing.
Now, see, the 30-point thing though is actually legit.
Why does that one have scroll team ability? That's annoying.
Well, it's because it's a scroll. Like we're going through the scroll versions of.
Invisible Woman's a scroll, and she has team player.
Right. I think it's because she's an actual person, Delilah. So.
Oh, maybe it's because it's a specific person. That could be.
That's weird.
could be.
So,
Yeah.
the thing is potential filler for Soldier.
Obviously got buffed with the CC, so he's charging 11 for 4.
Charging 11 for 4. We don't know the interaction with objects yet,
Currently.
but the whole thing of like, oh man, we don't want to get hit with 6. That was what their thing said, right? 3 natural plus, perplexes. And so this guy picks up a heavy and he's 11 for 6 for 30 points.
I think that they just want to make it harder to do, right? Because
Yeah,
if it's on a charge piece, that's it's a lot harder than being hit with 10 squares.
Because, a TK doesn't exist still. And
It's harder.
Well, I mean, the thing is though, having 2 perplexes basically negates the point of super strength. Because it's like, okay, instead of picking up an object, I could just play some perplexes and
Right,
just
it's actually
go.
valuable that he has leadership or
super strength.
so that you can do that. That's true.
Yeah. So you have to work harder now to actually get those bonuses to damage. So that's why I'm kind of in the camp of they're not going to do anything to objects, because it just makes sense that super strength stay the same. You still get the knockback, and then you still get the extra damage from heavies. So, because we know heavies aren't going away. We've seen different objects they've been releasing that still are heavy objects. So.
Yeah.
True.
Captain 004 Human Torch. Barrier and barrier is free, but only to generate 1 marker adjacent to a friendly sidekick, regardless of range of line of fire.
Nope. Okay.
That's,
I don't think that one's as good.
Yeah, I don't think that's very powerful at all.
Because, all of the other ones, give it out unrestricted. So, if you have 10 sidekicks, you're getting 10 different instances of a power. This one will always give you one barrier, and that's it. So,
At least we can say we can't complain about Human Torch never having willpower anymore.
This is true. Yeah.
he's
No.
I mean, he's a no.
no.
Johnny's just so hit and miss, man. Hit or miss. He's either really crazy good or just kind of garbage. I feel like I don't know the last this Johnny was decent. He's gonna see play. It's just he's got to be amazing, and still we haven't had a ton of those.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just so weird because, like, he's a dude that catches on fire. Like, that throws fireballs and, like...
He's always seemed so useless, even with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he sucks in the comics. I don't know. It seems like he wouldn't, but... I mean, in the movies, he was cool when Captain America played him.
He's one of those guys in the comics that never really lived up to his potential most of the time.
Yeah, I guess.
That seems to be what they're following with in his dial design.
Sure.
Yeah. Captain 005, Spider-Man without a movement attack.
Not top dial.
Yeah. He's maybe playable at 40 because of his friendly sidekicks can use super senses. So maybe.
And
he has perplex. Yeah. So it's not terrible if you want to, like, if you have a really cool idea for sidekicks and you're like, I need a cheap captain, well, with the perplex and give him all super senses, okay. That's not terrible. It's much better than the previous one. So.
Much better than Johnny.
Yeah, much better than Johnny, and I would argue maybe better than Fantastic. Fantastic has more going for him, so.
Yeah, that's true. I like Fantastic at 60 and Spider-Man at 40, so, I mean, at least it's a little bit different there.
Yeah, but Spider-Man at 60 just seems like a big waste.
Yeah.
You're not never hitting anybody with that dial.
Like, you could play him at 40 and then play another sidekick or two that have super senses.
That is very true.
But yeah, I don't know if he's playing that dial's real bad.
It's definitely not his best dial, that's for sure.
Yeah.
No. All right, so this is interesting, right? So I like the trade on the She-Hulk 06 here. The Fantastic Four for 4 minutes. So I guess everybody's kind of jumped on the Fantastic Four at one point or another. Is that the whole gimmick here?
Yeah, sort of.
Man, like, so I don't think, like, just, you know, given that they've done the Hulk, you know, dirty in the past, I don't feel like they've ever done She-Hulk dirty. Does that make sense? Like, I think that every She-Hulk dial has been beefy.
I don't know, ever. Just because I don't know, but everyone that I'm aware of, I agree with you.
I mean, I don't think they made her before Incredible Hulk, maybe?
Yeah.
She was in Clobbering Time, Supernova, Web of Spider-Man.
Clobbering Time was like the third set, so she's been there for a while.
Yeah, because her better ones... I think my biggest problem with She-Hulk over the age is that she's always just been kind of okay. Like, when oh, okay, well, Hulk does that better. Or Juggernaut does that better. Like, there hasn't been a She-Hulk that I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Like, even when she had an ID, people didn't really call her in.
Well, so I will give her that. So we do get her legacy card.
Yeah.
And oh, you know what? No, nobody ever called her in on her ID card.
Nope. I may have used her once or twice for the buff, like on the round table or because of the +1 attack value, but no, her call-in she's too expensive also because she's a Hulk essentially. So her lower point dial is 75 from the AOU one, and this one she's 75 again. Nice long dial. So I mean, she's great. I think she's great in this set. Awesome piece you want for sealed, for sure. Because 75 and 9 clicks is ridiculous. But maybe she just sees more play in this new world we're going in.
I don't know. Maybe.
I just know that the trait, Fantastic Four for 4 minutes, you're not really going to use that much, right? Because only maybe when you roll a 4 with a 1 or a 2. Otherwise, a majority of the time, you're going to want to keep...
You can use it on the enemy, too.
Yeah, and there's no range or line of fire required.
That's true.
So that's
okay.
fairly powerful.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, I see it now. I thought it was just like your rolls. So you'll rarely use it on your own rolls, but
Probably.
almost always use it on opponents' rolls.
Yeah, unless you're trying to hit a 10, could be. But
Right.
it also doesn't say once per turn for all characters with this trait, so those should stack too if you're running multiples of these guys. And it's a deep dial with a really good stats the whole way.
Yeah, she never drops below a 10. Never drops below a 3 on damage.
Yeah. But she breaks through blocking, which is very good.
Right, but doesn't have any other form of improved. Well, you know what? That doesn't even matter anymore because hindering terrain doesn't matter.
Yep.
Yeah, she doesn't have improved movement characters, so that's generally the bigger of the two issues when you come with a destroy blocking character, is that you can't destroy the blocking right in front of someone.
Yeah. She's casual to sealed. She's not gonna see much.
Yeah. Now I do like the idea of this Ant-Man here. 07 Ant-Man, who's Scott Lang. That's the MCU Ant-Man that we have now. He does have improved movement characters, but man, that 20 from range for 75 points, that lengthy dial, always stays at an 18 or a 19. Leadership, stealth, poison. I don't know. Maybe I'm just have starry eyes for the new set here.
Yeah, you probably do.
Yeah.
If he had a rollout top dial, I'd be more willing to consider him. Or plasticity or something. He seems pretty ignorable to me.
Yeah.
If he had like one of the ride the so you can keep up with people like they have in the past, that would be good. But right now it's just completely ignorable. I mean, he has leadership, so you don't even care because he doesn't have a support power top dial.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so another Fantastic Four for 4 minutes, Medusa.
Probably the worst one. Their whole thing is they have really long dials, and I actually don't want my TK piece to have a long dial. I want it to have 2 clicks and be super cheap.
Or you want it to be able to generate a hair pog that's autonomous.
Or that's not really a TK piece, but sure.
I think they're all on the Fantastic Four for 4 minutes because they're all just mediocre as hell.
That might be why they're only on there for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
That's pretty much it. Just get that shit out of here.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. That might be why you put them on the team for forming the Fantastic Four, because you only need them for 4 minutes, and then you're going to switch them out at the beginning of the game.
Right.
For someone much better.
That is true. All right, so we've got our first sidekick, I think, so far coming up. The Thing Robot.
No, he's not a sidekick.
He's not a sidekick.
Busted if he was a sidekick.
This dude is busted anyway.
Oh, he's not a sidekick. He just gives sidekicks things too. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, he's good. This is finally one of the pieces I'm excited for. Is he one of these?
Yes, he's great. Look at him.
Is he though?
Yes. It's 20 points for a 10
convince me.
10 attack, 4 damage, 18 invulnerability on a 20-point piece that can make multiple attacks in a turn.
Yeah, you gotta do more.
For 20 points?
So here's what I think. It's just good as is. Here's what would make it busted. Is if the sidekicks were autonomous.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
But they are not. We're living in a world where they are not.
They're not yet.
True.
Wait a minute. Does one of the captains make them autonomous?
No, I'm just saying this is going to continue into the Wonder Woman set and probably beyond. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the way they're wording it, it's not limited to just the sidekicks in this set. It's just sidekicks, period.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
It's just too many actions to set up for this guy to not do enough, I think.
Right.
Because like you can spend 60 points and make this guy like do pretty crazy things with the sidekicks, but then that's all of your costed actions, and you have 240 points left that you just didn't get to use that turn. Basically, is my issue with him.
I think it's great because there's no limit. Like you're limited by action, but the sidekicks don't have to be adjacent. They don't have to be anywhere close.
Mm-hmm.
The Thing robots have the Fantastic Four team ability, so if one dies, all right, the rest will heal one because they're all Fantastic Four. So I could see something where you buy a cheap one and you just keep throwing Thing robots at them because they move up to their speed values. They move 7, and then they could take the action to punch.
Right.
So I think there's potential there. It's the first one that's like, all right, 20 points is cheap. Fantastic. It might be just cheap for forming the Fantastic Four, but it's also a cheap robot. It's one that you only need one 10-point figure to do some crazy things, and they don't have to stay adjacent. They could chill in the back corner and just start power actioning, and hey, they don't take pushing damage anymore, or won't when this happens. So I think there's definitely potential there. This is probably the generic you're going to want to pick up, right? Like, there's always that one during the set. You want 3 or 4, maybe. But I like it. I mean, will I play it? I don't think so, but it's something that the fact that it can move 7 and attack that turn is not bad.
I missed. This guy's Indom. Okay, never mind. He's real good.
Well, Indom's not going to matter eventually, but I get you.
That's the joke. You know what we need, though, I think, to really make this over the top? Fantastic Four keyworded Retaliator.
Sure. Or some sort of exploit with the Fantastic Four team.
Well, why do we care? Theme now?
No, well, you do care for your probs.
I guess.
You get probs on theme.
That's what I'm saying. You get probs on theme.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And you do care for things like leadership,
Mastermind.
Right. I'm just saying that you're not limited to only Fantastic Four Retail. You could build this non-theme and still have your leaderships that work for certain people. Like, you can still... It's opened up to where it's like, all right, I don't have to force feed Fantastic Four for this. I can play some Dark Phoenixes and build off a cosmic non-theme and still have the leaderships I need and still have Franklin giving out power cosmic to people. And like, there's still... That's one of the reasons why I like that rules change is now that's what I'm thinking. Like, okay, if I lose theme, I lose 3 probs. Well, if I can build permanent prob into my kit, that's probably worth it if I could fit in greater retals and greater support pieces and whatnot.
Yeah,
that's true.
So,
all right. So, we didn't get Leech since GSX, I think, and then we got him in Xavier School, and then we just got him again. We've got 3 of them. So we had him in Leech and Xavier School, then Future Foundation, and then we got an ID card for him.
A lot of Leech love.
A lot of Leech love, considering he's just
he's always the same thing.
Little fellow there. Little cheap outwit.
I
think that's about all you can say about him. A little cheap outwit.
Oh, yeah.
Stealth. I don't think he sees play.
Yeah, he's not the sidekick you want.
Mick, 10-point sidekick with 10 attack, 2 damage exploit.
Might want this one.
I think you want to feed this one.
I like this one.
Well, just because of the 10 points.
Yeah, well, Fantastic Four team ability, Fantastic Four keyword, monster keyword.
Yeah.
For 10 points. Also, if you're playing with the other one that's coming up, he's going to be 11 for 3. Which is pretty good.
Playing with the other, what? The sidekick or the ally?
There's I think a sidekick later on.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
Give some +1s. So yeah, and he's 10 points. 10 points with the Fantastic Four keyword is kind of like the dream Fantastic Four piece, right? Because
It's true.
send him out.
Well,
the
I mean,
back.
you also have the choice of the next one too, right? Vil for 10 for 3 for 10 points.
11 for 3.
11 for 3. Sorry, 11 for 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess either one work. That one doesn't have the Fantastic. Oh, it does have Fantastic Four keyword.
Yeah.
And Atlantis.
Yeah, it does.
And Atlantis.
Yeah, you could throw them in some water and they get +1 to defense.
True. Dolphin symbol.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna come into play with it later on.
They don't have improved movement, but who cares anymore? Doesn't matter. Well, they have improved movement, I guess, with the dolphin symbol. So
Improved movement water. Yeah, I like both of these. They're really good.
Yeah, I dig it.
Mad Thinker.
I think I would end it with, I think it's going to be cooler in the future if we get some other better captains.
Okay. Maybe something that can let them move.
Yeah, like free half move or something.
Something like that would be good.
Yeah. An ally all the allies can be on the sideline. So I think this is the first appropriate place to mention this one between the Chases and Super Friends and what's the other one? Super Friends.
Shifty Focus.
No, the bad guy ones.
Well, yeah, Let's Cause Trouble.
Let's Cause Troubles. I need
Focus.
a bigger sideline.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're getting rid of sideline limits.
Oh my god! I hope
Wouldn't
they
that
don't.
be? I hope they do.
No.
Yeah.
I don't need to see 13 super fans and 5 Let's Cause Troubles on the sideline.
Yeah, and then my ally here, Mad Thinker, giving friendly captains and sidekicks +1 attack when attacking 1+ characters with the robot keyword.
Yeah, that's all of them do. It's just +1 attack when attacking a certain keyword. So if you're running a sidekick ally team or captain team, you're probably sidelining these for the +1 attack. Let's see. You don't have to pick, right? They're just always active. So if you have all of them, you just have +1 attack whenever you attack anybody with these keywords, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's just if they have multiple, you only get the +1 once.
Right. Yeah.
Like if they have robot and scientist, and that's another one. Too bad, only 1+1 attack.
Wait, why? Is that because it's a unique modifier?
I think because of the unique modifier, right? Doesn't that limit that, or is it just you can't stack Mad Thinkers?
Who's the other one? Where's another one? Is it named the same? Is the trait named the same?
That's what's called the Council of Doom's Engineering
Yeah.
Expert, so I doubt it.
No, they're different. So
They're
you just
different.
can't run multiple Mad Thinkers. So it's the
Okay,
wizard
so-
is the Council of Doom's Advanced Tech Expert.
Yeah, so if you ran two, one has if you attack Fantastic Four, one has if you attack Robot. So if you attack that thing robot that has both,
So it would stack. Okay.
they would stack,
That makes
I
it better.
guess.
That comes
And then on the main force, you've got another 20-point outwit with Robot Perplex.
Yes. And still.
Meh.
I'm kind of meh too.
It's just not. I feel like there's other Perplex, there's other things you could do. He doesn't do enough, I don't think, for me.
Well, 20-point outwit, right? That with a Robot Perplex, I think is fine with willpower.
I don't think it is, and it's shocking me. I don't think
I'm surprised that you guys aren't impressed.
I'm more impressed with the next one.
All right,
Yeah, I am
Prime
Yeah.
Mad Thinker. All right,
He's immediately going on my robot team.
All right, so let's talk about him. 40 points, Minions of Doom, 6 range, 1 bolt, 6 clicks for 40, so that's good. When Mad Thinker would be KO'd, you may instead replace him with a FFFF 013A Mad Thinker on its red starting line, so 20 points. And that character may be placed in a square within 6 squares of this character occupied. Effective Pulse Wave. And then prob, but only to target characters with the robot keyword, regardless of range or line of fire.
so. Just real quick, he's 40 points for 8 clicks of life. That's what he is, and a stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's
Yeah,
very, very value.
Yeah, robots, the one thing robots have always been lacking is a strong prob. And to have a global prob, that's pretty legit.
Yeah.
Like,
They even run the time gem a lot just because they need the problem.
yeah, so in this case, I'll give him the spin ring, give him some TK to move some people around. And he's got prob, perplex, sidestep, and TK. Yeah, he's awesome.
So for 45 points, you can get your prob and perplex. Does that make him with the 8? You said 8 clicks with the stop click. Does that make him better than Danger Room Sinister?
I'd also play in Danger Room Sinister.
I think it's comparable to Danger Room.
He's
Sure.
Yeah, I agree. He's comparable. That
You're
prob, man, global prob is just dumb.
Crazy. And you don't want to pour all those attacks into this guy, but you kind of do.
Yeah. So it's like, do I want to chase this guy down? Because robots typically are getting in your face fairly quickly. So,
Right.
just having the global prob makes him awesome. Like, it's just, there's not a lot of keywords that have a global prob. So it's like, okay, only 40 points for this? Okay.
Yeah.
And it comes
And
with
he
the
has a
perplex.
perplex.
Yeah.
He's very good.
Like, even if they took away his whole dying and coming back as the other one, I'd still play him because global
He's
global prob is just worth 40 points.
True.
Yeah, he's
I like
very
it.
nuts.
First comment, one of the more powerful common primes we've had in a while. Sidekick Valeria, 20 points for a perplex. And four clicks.
She's probably one of 2 sidekicks you play with the Thing robot. Maybe.
Because
Yeah,
of the
if you wanna-
perplex, yeah.
Yeah.
I just don't know if she is good enough.
Mm-mm.
Like we've had 20-point perplexers before with stop click. Like I'm just thinking of Billy Batson, and he had mystical, and he was never
Yeah.
much.
He hasn't been played as much as he was hyped.
Yeah, and she's very similar. So I don't see it. Yeah, obviously she has a sidekick. So if you're running maybe a specific sidekick team, then you could do something. But I don't know. Seeing it.
Yeah, you just got to remember also for forming the Fantastic Four, she might be a good lower point to fit with a higher point if you're going that route. But
Yeah, it almost feels like that you could have 2 of the 10-point guys though instead.
yeah, I guess so. The Perplex is still good. The other two, I'm just not getting. When I see these sidekicks, it's like, what am I gonna do with Mick and Vil? Run them up there, and then have them die? Like,
Well, and like with all of these, we kind of have to assume, like if they're on a Fantastic Four team ability, they're gonna have like a 19 defense, right? Because of the 19 defend or whatever. That who gives it to you on the Fantastic Four? They always.
Oh,
do.
the Invisible Woman has it.
Okay.
yeah, I don't know if you. Yeah, that's true. That is a possibility.
That's just what everybody runs on the Fantastic Four team. They're right. They're all at a 19.
Oh, you mean the
Dad thing, right?
Dad thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You know, that you got to assume that, and then she'll be a 21 from range, so it could be better, but
Yeah, you're probably right. I think her brother is arguably the better one.
Yeah,
for sure.
So too.
Franklin?
I think Franklin's better than her.
And he's great for Cosmic, period, though, to have that cheap of a TK.
That's true.
Yeah.
You don't care about pushing anymore, so.
And having sidestep with my TK is necessary. It makes it so much easier to get lines.
And when you inevitably accidentally screw a placement somehow,
Yes.
and you're like, son of a gun, I need to perplex, TK him here, and I'm off a square.
Yep. So it's very nice.
A little sidestep away.
I think he's better, but I still don't know if anyone sees play. He's definitely more likely to see play, though.
I think so, yeah. I like that. 4 clicks do it for 20 points, though, is just crazy.
Are any of the power pack people good?
All right, so let's talk about their trait real quick, and then we can decide. We might be able to just power through a couple of these.
Yeah.
Power pack, so 25 points for that Fantastic Four power pack. If you have 2+ characters with this trait and different names on your force, that automatically tells me that it's probably bad. Choose another one of those characters until your next turn. Jack power, and the chosen characters can't use their displayed powers. Instead, can use each other's displayed powers and range values and can't be chosen for or activate this effect. So it's a very wordy effect, which means that it could be powerful.
Nope.
Maybe we'll come back to this because Jack power and Katie power are pretty terrible.
That's all of them do. They just swap powers.
Maybe if they just didn't have that, if they didn't have that limit, man, where like if one person chooses it, then you can't choose that other person again, right? Like because so the way it's worded, they they switch powers and can't be chosen for or activate this effect. So like Alex can't take Julie's powers, do something, and then Julie take Alex's powers.
Oh, to use it twice.
Yeah, if they had gotten rid of that, then maybe there's something there where like you switch over to someone's powers, it's like hypersonic, and then switch over hypersonic, TK. You know, like if it was flexible, a little bit more flexible, then maybe. But right now, it's like no.
Yeah, that's true.
Then it's like it's just not that good. They're not that good.
Yeah, the common ones aren't at all, but
Yeah.
the uncommon ones are like, okay, yeah, if I got to fit sealed, not bad, but no.
All right, so scroll Mr. Fantastic going into the uncommons.
He's a great tie-up piece.
Yeah. Elasticity and super senses, and then he does have the scroll team ability for shape change, at least on a 6, right?
Yeah.
So you might be BFFs with Super Scroll because he's cheap, builds theme. Tie someone up, has Super Scroll punches.
Well, so yeah, I mean, Super Scroll did get a buff in the new rules, and then this Mr. Fantastic does have Empower.
Yeah.
Which, they're talking about, you can't use Perplex anymore on damage.
And that helps Super Scroll too, right? He makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
There might be,
I think
might be something there.
Might be something there. Captain Invisible Woman 019. Map wide defend.
Once per turn defense.
Oh gosh.
That's just as bad as the barrier or worse. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
TK.
that's not good. I mean, because it's once per turn, which means in a flurry you can only do it for the first flurry.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
She's not good.
That's decidedly not that fantastic.
Her powers are arranged in a very disappointing way to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, in those stats, right? If it was a 19 defend, I tell you what, like I know we're talking about the world that we live in here, but if that 19 defend was on the 40-point click line,
Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Or even on the 60-point click line, that'd be pretty solid.
Yeah, I'd take it either place.
Yeah.
I mean, because Dad thing's 50, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, a little more utility there.
TK, longer dial.
And she has flight too, and Dad thing doesn't. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, just not quite there.
Speaking of thing.
So we got Captain Thing. Friendly sidekicks can use toughness.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, I like that. I mean,
It's just nothing to wow about.
it's not wow, but it's useful.
It's not, but it definitely makes it harder to deal with all of the because if you have 10 of them, right, which is 100 points essentially, you're making a lot of attacks. So if you make 10 attacks on them. That's reducing the damage by 10.
Yeah, they're not getting poisoned that way.
I feel like the toughness adds up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Poison, things like that. But I don't mind it. If you play a sidekick-centric team, I think that Ben could fit on it pretty easily, I think.
I agree.
And I think the added buff that we're getting to defensive powers in general, because of the decrease and how easy it is to raise up damage, one of the things I'm trying to keep an eye on is, okay, does invulnerability come back to being actually decent? Because the past couple of years, invulnerability has almost been as garbage as toughness. It feels like. Because everyone either gets through it or just deals 6 damage, and so you're taking 4 damage, so you're probably dead or close to it.
Yeah.
So invulnerability is one ability I'm like, okay, it should be notably better than toughness. Sure, not as great as impervious and invincible, but, it should mean you're still kind of beefy. So I'm hoping that happens. So if it does, then thing might be a little bit better. But
Sure.
Scrolls, Human Torch.
11 for 4?
Better than a lot of Human Torches we've gotten in the past. Even
That
as
is-
defend or barrier for some
That is
utility.
true. I still think that Mr. Fantastic is probably the better one of them all.
He doesn't fly.
No.
I guess there was a discussion about that, I guess.
He doesn't.
Scrolls don't typically fly, though.
Really?
I don't think. Unless
They-
it's like Super Scroll, dude, right?
I don't know. I just assumed if he was Johnny, he could fly, but I guess not.
Well, I think I read
Yeah.
someone asked about it. Someone was like, well, these version of the scrolls are like in training. So they're not super scrolls. They're like training to be super scrolls or something, or I don't know.
Like
So-
Scroll Cadets.
Yeah, so maybe they just can't copy all their powers, and so they can't copy flight.
Maybe. Yeah, but he's 11 for 4 running shot. You can use the +1 attack on his energy explosion if you want. It's not bad.
So, but like, here's the thing, right? Like, so we're talking about our hindering terrain change, and like that was the biggest thing that flight got around for me on most maps. Like, sure, number 2, at some point there was elevation,
Yeah.
but like I think number 3 was getting flying past people. But that was it, right? Number 4 was probably carry. I mean, maybe number 3 was carry, but like I think that the fact that hindering terrain no longer hinders your movement is a pretty big deal. I mean, like, so we can't just be like, oh, this guy doesn't have flight, he sucks.
Right. Yeah.
And
I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be.
yeah, and if you're playing him on a scrolls team, he's probably going to have like the underworld team ability anyway from, what was it, the scroll general?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah, so he could carry around his peeps anyway if he wanted to.
sure.
Like all these little scroll guys, they're kind of mad, but they're also great because they're 30-point scrolls. So like you could build a legitimate scroll team now because there's just enough. It's not just scroll warrior. It's like actual like decent pieces.
Yeah.
To go with Super Scroll.
And the scroll general, yeah.
And the scroll general.
Yeah.
Miss Thing.
I'm not talking about this piece.
Mistake.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why she's on.
Darla Deering was a pop star who dated Johnny Storm.
Wow.
That's all you need to know. Next pick.
4 minutes was too many.
Yeah. Dr. Doom, uncommon, the ally and a captain?
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I missed it.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what it
he's
says.
Oh,
Okay,
he's
go
an
ahead.
ally. Sorry, I thought, yeah. Sorry, he's an ally.
And a captain.
Doom gives himself buffs.
No, his ally thing makes it sideline active on his Council of Doom thing.
Yeah, but sideline active isn't only sideline active, is it?
No, that's what the allies are. They all have a sideline active trait.
Yeah, the trait's not active unless it's on the sideline, right? Is that what
That's
you're
right.
asking?
Yeah.
Oh,
All the allies have that ability. Like a sideline act, that's what they're
Actually, I don't know
for.
the answer to that question.
I always
I don't
thought
know.
sideline active just meant an addition to being.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think it's just on the
Hold on,
sideline.
I
It's
can
just
tell you
in
real quick.
addition to that.
Hold on, hang tight. Hold on, I'm looking at the trouble alerts. I don't know, maybe this might be like a question for ACM. But
Here it is. Note that some effects with that key phrase may additionally be used while that game element is on the map, if the element specifies so. However, effects that apply to characters that were on the map and then put into your sideline continue normally, blah, 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 blah. So
they don't.
if the effect specifies, if it's on the map and the effect specifies so.
It doesn't specify. So I guess you don't get it? Right?
While attacking... No, because I think you would. That's why it's a unique modifier. An additional reason why it's a unique modifier.
Based on what you just read, I don't see why it would. Right? Unless I'm missing something?
Yeah, I guess we could just assume it doesn't for now and get back to you.
Yeah, that's true. So when an opposing character is healed after resolutions, you may heal one click on Dr. Doom or his sidekick. Meh.
I feel like this is the first disappointing Doom we've gotten since he came back, which isn't that bad. You know, we made it pretty far.
That's true.
All the other Dooms have been super good, and in this set they've all been really good. So,
I mean,
like it.
Yeah, the dial length for 75 is disappointing compared to the other captains.
Yeah, it is.
But would you put him on your sideline if you're going to play a sidekick team just to get that +1/+1?
Yeah, you would for sure.
And there's a ton of Fantastic Four characters out there. So
yeah.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's just the dial itself is
yeah.
not that great.
Well, he's definitely useful just to use on the sideline then.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe I'm being too picky on Doom.
Maybe.
No, I'm not. I stand by it.
I don't think you are though.
There's
he's got his defend, but it's only an 18 and
30.
Well, at 30, yeah. I mean, so you know.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
you say something, Alex?
I was gonna say he's Fantastic Four. Maybe if you want to try to do something with him and Doom bots or Livernia Village, you know, where there's a bonuses to Doom. Maybe, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Like
his stats are pretty mediocre.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. So, let's see here. Up next, Sidekick Bentley 23.
I don't know the story of this guy, but I already like him a lot as a character.
How so?
Because his power's called Secretly Dreams of Being a Supervillain, and he has masterminds. You know, he's like pushing stuff on other people. It seems like there's a fun story behind this guy.
I haven't read a ton of this Future Foundation stuff, but he's somehow related, either a clone of or the son of the Wizard, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because the Wizard's name is Bentley.
He definitely seems like a clone because he's Bentley 23.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's a clone. Yeah.
And he's oddly enough 24 in the set.
Yeah, why
seems like a missed opportunity.
Yeah.
He's actually pretty good though. So he's got Mastermind for 20 points with Fantastic Four, which isn't ideal, I guess. But leadership, his special power, leadership. When Bentley 23 uses it and succeeds, instead of a normal effect, he may remove an action token from all adjacent sidekicks. When he uses it, and the result is a 1, remove an action token from an opposing character of your choice. So, like, he can get mass tokens off of if you're doing a swarm sidekick.
Which kind of feels like how you have to play sidekicks because,
Right.
you know, they all kind of suffer the Robin syndrome, you know?
Sure.
They're gonna kind of get thrown into battle and get hit with a crowbar at some point.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's to just keep them all untokened. Like, it's pretty strong. And he could be used in the future on other sidekicks, too.
Sidekick Artie.
Cool. I like Artie.
Well, I like him with Leech, obviously, because that means they get to use an 8 range with Mind Control and In-Cap and Outwit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he's 20 points for triple Mind Control, triple Outwit, or triple In-Cap with an 11.
Triple In-Cap, yeah.
Yeah.
I see the 5 range triple bolts now.
Triple bolts, yeah. He's also got good keywords that extend outside the set. So,
one step closer to that Morlock theme team.
one day. Yeah. So like the potential's there for sure. Because those are 2 very powerful effects to have on a 20-point character. But just whether you can make use of it before he just dies with his naked 16 defense.
Hey, it'll most likely be a 19.
Yep, a 19, and you can have shape change super senses.
Yes.
Is he just somebody you want sitting in the back when they come close and you're just like messing them up with your mind control?
It could be. I mean, it's not that much of an investment to just like
I
be
mean,
a threat. So.
He could be giving thing robot actions while he's sitting in the back, waiting
True.
to do something.
Yeah, I don't mind
That's
that.
true.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
Sidekick Tong.
Yep.
That is
So he is 15.
This is the guy that buffs the 10-point guys, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
If all of the listed characters are on your force, Tong listed characters modify their combo values by +1. So he'd be an 11 for 3.
But you need all the figures.
Yeah, but one of them later on is a bystander. So you actually only need 2 figures and then generate the bystander, and you get it.
I don't know.
Who generates the bystander?
One of the, I think Core generates Turg. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
You're right.
okay.
I don't know. Two tongs don't make a right, so.
Oh.
I'm just not convinced yet on these sidekicks being actually competitive.
Okay.
They're neat. They could be more powerful. Like, I think there just needs to be the captain that makes them autonomous.
Yeah, that would break them for sure.
But, I mean, hold on. I mean, that's the whole dang point. We play competitive, right? Is that we need stuff to be at least somewhat broken or near the edge of game-breaking rules, right?
Yeah.
Because there's already so many things that are already there. And there's other stuff in this set that we'll get to later in the episode that is there as well. So it's not like it's going away. We're still getting it. So
Woo.
woo.
Yep. All right, Franklin.
Yeah, we are reaching our first hour here, but we're almost through the uncommons. He's a power pack Franklin, 25-point prob and perplex for the power pack. So negative Alex, Julie, nope.
The power pack was a flop on this set. I'm just gonna say it. It's not good.
Yeah.
It'd been better if you could have traded for Franklin's powers.
Yeah.
Maybe just switch out and get a prob might be useful in some instances, but nope.
All right, so Wizard. He's a captain. He's an ally. I don't.
Yep.
We're skipping the powers. We
don't need the power pack. Is not something to write home about, folks.
Hey, but for those who have been wanting the power pack, there you go. It's a
again. I forgot to start out our set review with our typical disclaimer: is that all figures are playable in casual play.
If I was waiting for the power pack and I got these, I would be disappointed personally. But if they like them, great. That's fine.
The old ones are better.
It's though.
Then they only add up to 125 points for all 5 of them.
So there is actually one like later on in the rares that's actually okay if we want to. It's like
It's not a power pack though, is it?
Yeah, the first rare is a power pack priest. It's actually pretty good. But
we'll get there.
Yep.
All right, the unprime uncommon wizard. He gives +1 attack when attacking scientist on the sideline, so that's relevant. Sidestep flight, that is always relevant.
He was
So, like,
cooler until the
he-
rules change.
Yeah, he was screwed by the rules change.
Yeah, because of the knockback. It's
Yeah.
so good.
Mhm.
It's just not nearly as good.
That's true.
I actually was considering he was in the back of my mind before the rules changed, but probably not anymore.
True.
Yeah.
You know, this set seems like it's fairly simply designed when we're going through the commons and uncommons here.
I agree with that statement. I don't know how well it will hold.
I said through commons and uncommons,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Well, but that's what
admittedly, I have not looked at every figure like this up close yet because I kind of wait till the set review so I kind of get some raw opinions on this kind of stuff.
But that's what they told us they were doing. They specifically told us, hey, we're leaving the more complicated powers for the super rares and chases and maybe the rares. And I know that's mostly for Wonder Woman, but you could kind of see a little hint of that in some of these, that it's quite basic.
Yeah, it's very apparent.
Yeah, basic.
All right.
Okay,
next.
so Prime Wizard. He's not.
25 is okay.
I think he's really good.
Not for Prime.
Like really good.
For 25
have-
points, that power?
You have to get him into position.
Yeah.
And then he can say, choose a character within range and line of fire at 8 range.
And
This turn, lines of fire drawn to that character can't be blocked or hindered.
Okay, but he has like the best improved targetings. What is that? Hindering elevated characters or blocking characters? I think it's just not elevated.
He is elevated. He has target, elevated
This
target.
is elevated hindering characters.
Characters,
Okay,
yeah.
so just not blocking. Okay. That seems really good to me, right? It's Bill Agent of Aim-esque.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Bill took a power action, so this takes a power action most likely to get him into position.
Well, sure, I guess.
Do you know every single Prime in this set is a scientist?
There you go. Okay.
They all sounds really smart.
Yep.
Oh, this guy's name is Bentley Whitman. So yes, that other one was the clone of this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's got leadership for 25 points. He's got TK for 25 points. He's actually a pretty good attacker for 25 points.
Yeah, 10 for 3 running shot.
8 range.
I'm with Tylor. I like him.
I think he's really good.
You know what? Now that I understand his improved targeting and how his ability works, now it's not as good as Bill in that Bill could just sit there.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's obviously not like it's the modern, updated, good rules version of Bill.
That's true.
But I mean, yeah, if you're having an issue with someone that I don't know how much improved targeting is needed right now. I guess, Black Widow, if something else comes up. But like if this guy was out when Black Widow was a problem, she would not have been as much of a problem, I don't think.
Because everybody could have been tagging her.
Yeah,
except for the shifty Widow versions.
Lines of Fire. No, because that says Lines of Fire drawn to her.
No, he has to be able to see her to turn it
that's
off.
who was within range and line of fire. Yeah, that's probably right.
Yeah.
That's not probably right. It is right.
Sure. Yeah, but 25 points for leadership, TK, and like good stats for 25 points is
And he's a wild card.
wild card. True.
I can dig it.
Yeah. Keywords leave a little bit to be desired. Scientist is okay. The rest are kind of meh.
Well, I mean, you got to at least consider that he's scientist, and Leonardo da Venom opens up possibilities for him.
Yeah. True.
Now, I mean, there's a lot of other named well, I won't even say that the issue is named right now, right? It's
Right.
because that's not an issue going forward. But I mean, the keyword manipulation of bringing together disparate keywords gets even crazier when you start thinking about Chase Doom and then your Spider-Man family, and then your Morgan Le Fay, kind of mishmashing things that were never meant to be mismatched before. So,
Yep. Well, we'll see how that turns out.
And again, I guess like Alex was saying, non-theme is fine too, but I mean, there are a lot of synergies from some of these pieces that we're seeing coming up too. So,
Yeah.
Captain 032 Jim Hammond,
My local sheriff.
I can't tell if I like this guy or not.
He's great, by the way.
Yeah.
He's the cheapest robot leadership we've got.
Yep.
Okay.
35 points. He saves 15 points from Psych Sentinel. So, and he's got shield team ability. So
Okay.
that's beneficial. Like, if I have to debate between him and Psych Sentinel, I'd really have to play it out. But him giving shield and leadership isn't bad. Like, in my book, that's good. So.
Yeah, I think at that point he's competing against what's that guy's name? The leadership dude, Prez
Ricard.
Yeah.
So I think he's definitely better than Prez, but he's not quite good enough as Psych Sentinel.
Yeah. I think it just depends on the team, and like if you're going more long range, like you're going to keep Magneto in the back, and you're going like more in the back and going for long range, then he might be better because of the shield team ability. Especially since shield team abilities kind of got a buff now because it modifies damage when Lex doesn't anymore. So for him, he is only good at 35 as a leadership shield team ability piece for my robots.
Okay. Are we considering him for his purpose? the only trait he has, where for only sidekicks you mastermind, but only choose him regardless of adjacency. So anywhere on the map, like you're not. So what you could do is send them all out, have this guy sit back with a support piece, and it's impossible to kill those things outside of obviously Pulse Wave. Or I guess you could
outwit.
True, but then you have to outwit. I want somebody to build a team and see if it's good enough with the sidekick stuff. I just don't know yet.
That's true.
It just follows into my invulnerability discussion. Is invulnerability good enough?
Yeah, true. It's
I
definitely
agree.
good on this guy to have it because a lot of times they're not going to have the ability to outwit him when they're masterminding him.
Yeah.
All right, and then our last two. Hi, Buck. He's not as good as Super Skrull.
That is
no.
True. That is true. This one can fly.
Super Skrull flies. Well, I mean, I'm not comparing him to the other Skrulls in the set because he's obviously better than them conditionally. I mean, at least stats and flight-wise, right?
Yeah. I don't really like any of his pick-a-power things. Like, most of the time I'm not even using one of those.
Yeah.
They're not what you want.
No. Like most of the time you just run, like top down at least, you're just running, shotting, and shooting somebody for 3. So
if he could just pick an attack power, that'd be fine.
Or you just give him penetrating instead of energy explosion. Pen psych. It's at least something you could pick every time you attack. With this, I swear half the times you're just ignoring this power.
I guess the only way that I would justify it, right, at least from a character design perspective, is what he says is augmented with the powers of the Earth's most gifted heroes. What heroes was he augmented with?
Fantastic Four.
No, not necessarily.
I think it's a Super Skrull, and there's very clearly a Johnny Storm, Invisible Woman, Mr. Fantastic, and Thing in order. That seems to be the design to me. It's pretty obvious, right?
Side note, he is one of our first pieces. Well, not first pieces, but he does have dual target. So you can charge dual target with him.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think he's bad. I don't think he's good. Yeah, I don't like him.
I was just looking to see real quick if they you know what? I don't think so. Tyler, so here's this from the Wikipedia, the actual Wikipedia, not the Iron Point Wikipedia. So the ability to transform his skin into a durable steel-like substance, project bioblast of bioelectricity up to 50,000 volts, project burst of cold to absolute zero, and then possesses an immunity to the effects of his own electrostatic and cold temperature powers.
Okay, maybe it's like a X-Men version of...
Yeah, so that would be like Colossus and Storm and Iceman, and then superhuman strength is, whatever, Colossus or, just generic,
I guess.
Then that kind of makes sense why his dial is like this, because we haven't had a good Colossus, Storm, or Iceman in a while. So clearly they're taking from their crappy pieces from House of X, and they're like, let's give him energy explosion and incap. So,
all right,
another power pack comment for tonight.
Woo!
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. When he sidesteps, you may move a friendly.
He gives them side. And there's the movement attack you wanted for your sidekick characters.
Gosh, the barrier, but that's it.
And triple end cap with sidestep.
Barrier, but only they can't be. Oh man, I got a headache reading that they generate two markers that can't be diagonally adjacent to each other.
A little annoying.
I think he's great because you could sidestep and then move one of your 10-point pieces 2 squares. Totally worth 50 points.
No, you can't. You can sidestep and move a sidekick character 2 squared.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He sidesteps one of the sidekicks, moves 2 squares. That's it.
You said 10-point piece.
No, I said 10-point piece.
Oh, okay.
You move one of your 10-point pieces 2 squares.
Where is the 10-pole
sidekick? Sorry. You're paying 50 points to move a 10 to 15-point, 20-point piece 2 squares.
Right. Solid.
All right, now on to the rares. And our first rare is Julie Power of the Power Pack, who is not actually as terrible as her common and uncommon friends.
Yep, she's the only good one.
Yeah.
Is she the only person that's a captain and a sidekick?
No, we just talked about, we skipped over Alex Power.
Alex Powers, yeah.
True.
Yeah, we brushed by him real quick, but yeah.
Sure. Julie is the thing that you wanted earlier that gives them a way to move sidekicks. Because she hypersonics and then she can place them adjacent to her after, so she can basically, it's basically moving them 10, and then they haven't been carried or anything, so they can make an action after that.
Yeah, it's like the tank, what the tank used to be able to do.
It's like what Fast Spider-Man did.
Yeah. So she is a sidekick. So if you use 2 of these, you could hypersonic one up, place the other one there, hypersonic that one back, and you attack twice, and you end up right back where you started. So that's kind of cool. And she gets all the sidekick bonuses too.
Just makes me really wish Thing Robot was a sidekick.
Right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. That's why. Yeah. If he was, he'd be great. But she starts with super. It's not a bad dial for 50 points with hypersonic. She definitely needs.
Yeah, it's got 6 clicks for 50. Yeah.
With hypersonic, 10 for 3. It's not amazing, but just being able to place somebody 10, it's basically moving something for free 10 is pretty good.
Jason, I love your new router.
She's the best.
This is so for those that Jason, I really pick up whenever Jason swallows on the podcast in our pre-show, and I think now that Jason's got a new router and he's sounding better than he ever has, I am noticing like when he swallows his saliva.
Ew.
Oh.
Well, okay. Well, now I'm gonna be really self-conscious. Okay.
Yeah.
It's good. We're gonna hear a thud, and Jason passes out because he's like holding his breath or something,
Yeah.
so you don't mention it.
Yeah. I'm gonna like just mute myself now.
No, you're fine. Don't be self-conscious. It's just funny that like it was like, you've had intermittent issues for a long time, right? And it's just like, well, your phone's fine, you're connected, we're all fine. You reset your router and you're usually fine. But now that you got a new router, you sound better than ever.
Yeah, my router I'd probably had for like, I don't know, 5 years. I don't know, something like that, maybe more.
Yeah, you're getting good internets now.
Yeah.
But nothing like I get it, Tyler. So I mean, there's nothing overpowered about Julie Power, though.
Yeah, it's just something that's kind of unique.
Yeah, there's no captain yet that grants CCE and RCE, do they?
Not yet.
Not aware of.
Yeah, that would be cool. I like 11 for 4 Julie Power a lot better than a 10 for 3 Julie Power.
Well, just stick a power
right.
gem on her, then she's 11 for 5.
That's true.
That's true.
Pretty scary.
So Dragon Man. At least he doesn't take a super rare slot this time.
Yeah. He's not an enforcer. Wasn't the last one an enforcer? That'd make him a little more interesting.
He's pretty good at 30, to be honest. 11 for 4 with 3 targets.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Quake.
Free, choose a friendly sidekick. This turn they have passenger 2, but only to carry sidekicks. I don't think that's enough. Obviously, that's a way to get your sidekicks up in the action faster, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think like if I run it down the gamut, like the sidekick's not the captain sidekick gimmick's not enough for him.
Yeah.
And then I think Alex, is for robot, is he worth 20 more points over just playing 3 Superman robots?
Right.
I mean, I guess it really depends on how useful triple bolt is for close combat. That's like in our heads, it's like that's not very good, but who knows? I mean, in a world where maybe bystanders are, all the paparazzi, maybe it's cool that you could run. I mean, he has Quake anyway. I get it, but still,
for his 65-point dial, that is a really good 65-point dial, right? It's 7 clicks long, 11 for 4 with imperv. Like
it's solid.
As far as like,
he's a giant too.
Yeah, as far as just the dial goes, it's a really good dial. It's probably not good enough just because his like trait doesn't do much of anything for you.
Yeah, that's true. And the fact that I think that he's a giant.
Like,
yeah,
is Dragon Man just like super popular in comics? Like, this is
I've never
our third or fourth one we've gotten recently.
Yeah,
I think it's our second one, but yeah.
Second one, yeah.
Okay, I thought we got one a little while ago, but I guess he's Fantastic Four related, so maybe I'm getting him in a Nihilus or something.
I'm getting confused with something too because I thought that was Nolan, but
yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to look. I mean, I think we've only gotten the 2.
I think you're right.
The last one we got before the Fantastic Four last year was back in the Avengers set. The first set with cards, if I remember correctly.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind then. Guess it's duly. Guess it was desired.
all right.
Yeah.
This next guy's cool though. I like this next guy.
Adolf.
Yeah.
Impossible.
Adolf Impossible, which
just real quick. Is this Impossible Man's kid? Is that what this is?
Yes.
Okay.
It's his son, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Man, Impossible Man is dangerously close on naming his son.
Right?
It's probably he's named from Earth. It's unrelated.
Okay, come on. He's written by Earth authors. Come on.
Yeah.
I'm just pointing it out, right? I've been thinking it the whole time. Like I've seen him previewed, and I'm like, really? Did you have to call him that? Like,
Well, I mean, they could have drawn him with a little mustache. They didn't, so.
That's true.
That is true.
Yeah,
That is true.
that's just
All right.
sad that like that name just can never be used again. Without,
Apparently not.
yeah,
They were
so it's
Yeah.
like
It's been long
Fans
enough.
triggered.
I guess.
All right. Do we think this piece is good?
He's got to be, right?
I don't know. Does he?
I mean, so his thing is, if there is no D6 on the card, he can power action, fill himself up, and then within range and line of fire rolls an attack roll, you may remove the D6 and replace a die on the roll with it. So he's a rare. He's cosmic. He teams with Q and Q.
he can be carried.
He can be carried. Now, he is tiny, so that means that he has maybe some trouble seeing the opposing character. You know, I don't guess that matters, right? If they're both standard, he couldn't see him either.
Right.
But he's 4 clicks for 25 versus 1 click of Q prime with super senses
For 30.
for 30. Now, of course, the regular Q super rare is 50, so that's a little bit. It's a big savings over that.
Well, okay, so I say throw out the Qs because they're primes, they're expensive, they're dumb. He's the direct correlation is the question, right? Because his power reads is almost exactly the same. It's a power action within 6 squares of line of fire, so that's the same, I guess.
Yep.
But the question is 40 points and does other things. So would you play him over the question? I mean, disregard the keywords for the question.
I think, like, the question, I played him, and he was okay. But I think it's cosmic is what's going to make Adolf Impossible worth something.
I don't think he's good. I said the same about the question. I don't think he'll see play.
Well, so I think the only thing that would make this guy see play would be the cosmic keyword or the Fantastic Four.
Yeah, but Q is just Q. This guy is the non-broken version of Q. Q is busted. This guy, you have to be within range and line of fire.
So Q, you have to be within range and line of fire.
No, he's
or
just
range.
Range, and it's
Within range. Okay.
This guy you can outwit, right? You can just outwit this power. You don't have to worry about it. This guy's a naked 17 to hit.
Tiny, so he's an 18 from range.
18 from range, sure. He's just so much easier to deal with and so much more limiting. It's also not. It is a power action to activate it. He doesn't just get it at the beginning of the game like Q does, so that could make it a little bit worse against like strikes. You don't want to waste an action on that. It just seems like the non-broken version of Q, so I don't see it played unless there's like maybe if there's some other amazing prime that has cosmic that you want to use over Q, then
Emperor
maybe
Vulcan.
put this guy in. Yeah, something like that maybe. But
Actually, him and Emperor Vulcan would be great because they could just keep pulse. Well, Emperor Vulcan wouldn't be able to pulse wave, but he could pulse wave and Emperor Vulcan not care.
He could, but like they have to end their turn within 3 of him and not want you to pulse wave. I just
still, I don't think he. I think he's better than the question, but I agree about the Q statement. But then again, Q just feels. I mean, I guess he's not so easy to. Won't be so easy to kill now that knockback damage is gone.
That's true. That was a buff to Q.
Yeah. So I think here's my thing, right? And here's the situation for me. If we're in actual real world gameplay, right, and people have to have access to Clix, I think Adolf is more playable. Now, in imaginary world where everybody has everything online, then yeah, Q Prime's better.
Yeah, I guess that. I feel like
I think that's just, you know, because and I think Adolf Impossible also can kill Q pretty easier than Q can kill Adolf Impossible.
That is true because he has pulse wave. But even then, like not really, because you have to end your Q's turn within 3 of them, or obviously TK or something. But
or if I hypersonic with Julie Power and bring up Adolf Impossible.
He's not a sidekick. If he was a sidekick, he'd be way better.
Oh, he's not a sidekick? Okay, all right. So
no, he's not.
I'm going to go towards the fringe of playable then.
Yeah. I just don't think he's good enough. I actually like Question better, but I don't like either of them that much.
I just don't think you can discount a cosmic dice manipulator.
Okay.
I just don't think he can be completely discountable.
I mean, I know, was Trelane free, or was he a power?
Power, to put it on the thing, I think.
I think Trelane got his free at the beginning, though.
Yeah, beginning of the game, and I know
after that, yeah.
And I know he's global, like it wasn't within range. I get that, but Trelane and Q saw play together. I mean, they won Worlds, no big deal. Right. So I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility to add more and more dice manipulation and have Q and Adolf played together because they're just 50 points to be able to have 2 potential dice manips. Yeah, that's not bad.
It's so much easier to avoid, and like, one of the main reasons that Q is so good is that if you hit a 5 or 6 on the roll, you're never hitting Q because he can replace it with super senses. So you don't even want to attack him at that point. It's such a big deterrent. This guy doesn't have that at all. He's just a free 25.
Well, so I think the thing is that if you play Mighty Age 2, you can play Trelane, QQ, and Adolf together.
I just don't. It wouldn't be worth it to play the Adolf. Just the line of fire thing too. It's very easy to make an attack without being in line of fire. This guy.
That's be a Colossal. Play them all with the Colossal.
Sure. Okay.
Play with Dark Phoenixes. So they'll want to come up and hit Adolf, but no. You got those Dark Phoenixes to retake.
Yeah, with their 10 range.
Yep.
Just shoot this guy.
And in the new rules, you know what? All of those folks will have probs too.
If you're on a theme team, I guess.
Yeah, Cosmic. I mean, Cosmic,
Oh,
yeah.
sure.
I mean, Ob.
True.
So.
Yeah.
Now you're going into probs and dice manips.
Doesn't Q have it, right?
Yeah, Q has prob. I'm being a little facetious here, but I mean, Dark Phoenix will have prob.
Yeah, that's very nice.
So prob. I mean, if Q and Trelane don't get you, right? So I think he might. I think I'm ranking him a little bit higher than Tylor is, but not OMG. He's Q prime.
Right.
I'm starting to think we've spent way too much time talking about Adolf Impossible now.
Agree.
Well, no, I think he's probably the best rare. So
no way.
Well, let's see.
I don't
Core.
think that's what we've talked about.
Let's talk about Core.
25 points makes a pog that doesn't do too much.
Hypersonic. It's not.
It deals a pen damage.
Just a damage, right? Not a pen.
Yeah,
damage.
just a damage, not pen.
Oh, I thought it was a pen damage. Damn it. Okay, never mind.
It's still okay. Kills Q.
Yeah, just kill Q. Yeah.
This is notably the one that
Yep,
plus
Q trash.
gets +1 to his stats if you play with that other 15-point figure, I guess.
Right.
The stats are just awful on this, so it's not worth it. In my
if he did 1 pin damage, that would actually be worth it.
It would be pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
It's free. I'd like the thing to be autonomous, but I guess I can't get what I want all the time. It's 1 damage.
Yeah.
So awesome,
It's
awesome Andy then.
Awesome Andy. Friendly sidekicks can use shape change.
That's good.
Remove an action token from that character.
It's not terrible.
It's not terrible.
I'm not playing him on a robot team though. He's a giant also. So
Definitely not
Yeah.
on a robot team. If there is a sidekick team, this guy probably makes it because shape change is so good.
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, you
Yeah.
probably play Andy and Super Spider-Man.
I'm not sure if Spider-Man makes it because Spider-Man's awful. Like he starts with but I'm pretty sure this guy makes it. He's also 5 points cheaper. He's a sidestep carry. You know, he does that special thing that removes tokens.
I think I agree with Tyler. If there's a sidekick team, this guy's on it. But I just don't think we've come to the conclusion that there's a sidekick team yet.
Human Torch.
Why is the best Human Torch we've ever gotten the bad one?
Yeah. This guy is like the cheapest cosmic leadership now. Woo!
You mean other than the high evolutionary?
Oh yeah, true. I forgot that it was cosmic. Okay, that's a big deal. We'll get to him. The Pulse Wave is awesome. Pulse Wave, friendly characters that protected Pulse Wave.
It was so much better till the rules changed.
Yeah.
Why?
How so?
The knockback.
Not back.
Pulse wave
Oh.
and knockback is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course.
That's
Now
fine.
it's not.
But it's still a big formation breaker upper.
Yeah, it's sad. That was always such a good combo to be able to pulse wave and maybe knock them back for one, especially for those that don't have the stop clicks that have a defensive power or something. Knock them to stop click, hit them off.
But it was also weird because I would say at least 50% of the time someone pulse wave knockbacks, a judge had to be called to see what the order was.
Yeah, true, but it
Yeah,
still
that's
was
true.
great. I mean, it was great for Magneto, so I'm sad also for Human Torch.
Sure. But he's probably not.
Yeah, he's probably not good enough. I mean, just toughness. No damage powers.
He might be great.
Leadership and Mastermind is not bad though. So
He might be great for your negative zone team.
True.
he's certainly good there for casual. Kristoff.
I can't believe they got the rights for a Frozen character in this. This is awesome. It's that Disney purchasing.
Oh
Man.
boy. Yeah.
I hate this guy because his low dial is so bad. Like we've been getting such good low dial things, but why am I paying 40 points for that when I have Mother and Cypher from the last set?
For
At
the
35.
keywords. The keywords.
Get out of here.
Latveria. I mean, there's better Latveria TKers, but Armor, Mystical, Ruler, Scientist, he's got great keywords.
I'm never.
But yes, I agree with what you're saying.
I'm just going to go ahead and say Elijah.
Yeah. I don't. Do you want to say that even?
What? She only gets perplexed if she's adjacent to an opposing character?
Yeah, that's kind of sucks.
What's the crappiest way to give someone perplex?
Okay. Also, her movement
When they're
power,
KO'd.
True. Her movement power is charge stealth. When she occupies enemy terrain and uses charge, modifier attack and damage +1. What is the timing on that? When does the +1 end? Is it just for the charge? Is it just when she occupies hindering terrain? Is it for the rest of the turn?
No, so she would have to punch you. You would have to be adjacent. You'd have to. Well, she'd have to land and make the attack in hindering terrain.
In hindering? Are you sure?
Yeah.
Because it seems like the activator is when she's occupying hindering terrain and she uses charge, she gets it. But then it doesn't. There's no timing to when she.
I mean, it does say attacking from the shadows, so it does make sense she'd be in hindering to start. Uses charge.
Yeah, it's true.
That is not a rules argument.
I mean, it's arguing intent, which people love.
Yeah.
Arguing intent about rules. So
I don't know.
That hurts. It hurts my brain, but
hey, she's got a what?
She charges out of the thing. It's probably fine.
4 through 6 rollout because she scrolls.
Yes, that's correct.
So that's not terrible. I mean,
it is not.
The thing is it's dependent on your opponent being in the vicinity of hindering, and then it's dependent on Lila rolling out. I'm
we
not.
don't have a ton of improved targeting hindering, so the stealth helps. And the enhancement helps for long range super scroll. I'm just saying, I'm not giving scrolls like a negative thumbs down, because having more different scrolls characters means a scroll themed team is decent. So she's not great, she's not good, but she's okay.
Okay, that's fair. She's okay. I agree with that.
Elijah.
Okay. Nathaniel Richards. Who's Nathaniel Richards?
I bet he's one of Reed and Sue's kids.
How many kids do they have?
I have no idea. I'm gonna look it up though.
He's probably. I think he's a time traveler. He's the father of Reed Richards.
What?
Oh.
Yeah, it's that.
Yeah, Nathaniel Richards is a fictional time-traveling scientist appearing in American comic books published by Marvel Comics. He is the father of superhero Reed Richards, the leader of the Fantastic Four.
Man, he is overshadowed by his son. This guy's not good.
What represents his time traveling?
Nothing.
Phasing teleport?
He confuses me a lot. Just based on what is he supposed to do? Like, obviously at 40 he's supposed to be like a taxi, which is not a good one at all. Like, obviously his gimmick is his trait. And then the obvious thinking, would be on a scientist team with Vulture, give Vulture precision strike, seal energy, or whatever you want. He has a power, so even Vulture could carry him if he wants for a +1 damage, but
Honey, I just
still don't love it.
I don't know. I mean, I could see him maybe on some of those keywords that aren't very good. Future and past and armor, maybe needing a taxi for 40 points, that maybe long range, and Iron Man could use the enhancement. Because remember, enhancement and power are now better.
They are better.
We're still not fully in that mindset that they're good. I'm not saying he's good. But maybe if you're on a team, maybe him and Egg.
Shut the fuck up.
Egg throwing out objects and be like, here you go, my man. And he's like, yeah, standard powers. Let's go.
That's
true.
So he can give
so Tylor, I think you're totally right. In the scientist swap out team, this guy makes it because he's like 50-point Phil Coulson, but better.
Yeah. And like, I just don't like the design. Like, it doesn't. I don't look at this and say, I understand what this guy is and what he does. It just annoys me. Why does he have leap climb?
For the improved movement.
I don't get it. I just don't get the character at all.
I don't get this design. I don't get the dial design, but I think at 25 he has a very specific use here.
Right. He might make that.
I think he does. I don't think it is a might, right? Yeah. Because I think he just makes it because precision strike.
It's a big deal.
A standard attack. I mean, I don't think steel energy you even care about, right? You probably just care about precision strike because that gets through the Dark Phoenix's impervious.
I mean, he can even give you the pulse wave that you might need.
On Vulture?
Not Vulture. I'm saying for other teams, like even other teams. Yeah, I know you guys are talking Vulture. I know, but for other teams. That's still potential for just 25 points. If you're going heavy into a tent pole that could use something like that.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. I found another non-Vulture use then.
What?
So on the Leonardo da Venom Steampunk Penny Cyclops Sentinel team, this guy giving Cyclops Sentinel something cool seems useful.
Yeah, because it is friendly characters, not standard. So you could give like Dark Phoenix and
Pulse Wave.
Yeah, you could give some good stuff for some Colossals. That's not. This guy might be rising in my book for 25 points. 25 points is cheap.
I think 25 is where it's at. I think if I look at the 40-point line, I turn out like Tylor, and I'm like, I keep getting confused about what's this about. But the 25-point line is actually, I think he's better defensively too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost wonder, like, do you try to play in the location bonus?
I don't think you need to.
Just to
Wow.
give him, like, a constant feed of objects?
Okay, hold on.
Well, not constant, but at least a lot more.
I'm getting a lot of Jason feedback. Is that just
Yeah,
me?
I'm getting a lot of Jason feedback too.
Okay. Like real loud.
You might need to toggle on and off mute, Jason.
I just did.
Ah!
Oh gosh, you're really loud now.
It's like I don't know, like you're in a plane or something.
Yeah.
Is that better?
No.
No, not really.
Speaking
This is
to
how
a
you make a
over
podcast,
walkie-talkie.
folks. This is live action right here.
You're in a plane with a walkie-talkie to me. Okay.
Right. I think he's reconnecting.
Just trying to redo it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just free
So you
Yeah,
you don't play shipping crates, maybe?
I don't think so. I feel like 3 is enough if you're using it for a very specific thing.
Well, it'd only be 2 because Vulture's got to have the Arc arms.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking outside of Vulture as well, but yeah, if you're using it once on Vulture, that's probably what you're using.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'm just thinking if you're playing him on other teams with other figures, do you
Right.
and that have 3 objects, like you're maxed out on equipment, do you try to fit Waterfront? Because Waterfront you can
What's the consolation, Alex?
Constellation you get 3 additional standard objects, whereas if you win map, then you go to those orange squares and you have a free roll a d6 and you get an object.
Right.
So you're getting objects no matter what. It's just you probably want to lose, but the orange squares aren't that far. They're 4 squares away, 5 squares away, so it's not that bad. It's something to consider. I kind of passed this guy off originally, but now that I look at him, it's like he's beat. I guess I missed the whole adjacent friendly character also gets could get the standard attack power, and yeah, that makes him better in my book. So
Makes more consider.
Am I better now?
Not really, no. You're a little bit. It's like your mic gain is really, really high.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
How can I can't even change anything.
that's a
There you go.
little bit.
Now you're coming back in. Maybe move the mic away from your mouth a little bit more.
Yeah, that was much better. Anyway.
Yeah, this guy's very specific in his use case.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe.
25.
Yes, definitely.
All right. No, that's right. I forgot about this guy. So maybe
That's
this
true.
guy is the best rare. Even though folks are telling me that this molecule man is severely underpowered.
Well, he is, but you can't really make a real molecule man.
All right, so let's talk about his traits. Smoke Cloud is free. That's always the best way to get Smoke Cloud. And then free, roll a d6 and choose any number of non-debris terrain markers within range and up to the result. Replace those markers with any combination of hindering water or blocking terrain markers. At the beginning of your turn, remove all markers replaced this way. So he can get 6 barriers a turn.
6 free bears a turn. You can get 10 with a power action.
Yeah.
Not bad. I think his 100-point line is bad.
Yeah, agreed.
Just talking on this 30-point. So 30-point for free. Smoke Cloud / barrier is really good. He's got 8 range triple in cap with 11 attack. It's really good. He's got standard barrier. It's really good. He's got outwit. It's really good. Stealth for defense is really good.
And 8 range triple targets.
Yeah.
I don't think you mentioned the 8 range part of that.
Okay. And then cosmic energy is obviously good. Good keywords. This guy's really good. Right?
Yeah.
Really good.
Oh, yeah. And he's a flyer.
Oh, true. I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that might be a negative because you can't carry him, but yeah, he's just really good. Defensively, obviously, even offensively against barrier, he can, turn their barrier into water or smoke. There's just a lot of weird stuff you can do with that too. Like against Sue Storm later on, he can get rid of her water markers. He can put Prime Batman in water terrain to make his thing not work. Because he got me clear terrain. There's a lot you can do with it.
Well, I mean, you can just put Batman in smoke, right? And that does it too. So
yeah, either one. Yeah, so it's really, really good. Very versatile.
Very, very much a control piece, and I think that's really good. I mean, just I mean, at a minimum, right? It's one free barrier a turn, right? On a 30-point piece, and then you get Outwit, and then you get Power Action Barrier, then you get the End Cap, then you get the 8 range, then you get the Self Leadership.
Yeah, he's really good.
I think he's really good. I think we should be thankful that he is unique.
Yes, I agree with that.
Now, I get all of that.
Oh my god.
But is he better than Marvella for half the cost?
Keywords are a little bit different.
They're different.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the keyword thing. Like, best for Cosmic, I get it. But, like, Scientist, obviously you could go Spider-Man Family. Like, I'm...
Latveria has its, pluses, although a lot of those are Scientists, too. Or even, you got to remember that if you play him with God Doom, the Battle World other +2 perplex comes into play, too.
Yeah, he just comes across to me like a piece that sounds great on paper, but just doesn't end up seeing play for some reason. Like, he has all the intangibles to be a great piece, and he is, but it's just like, we won't see him for some reason. That's how I feel about him. But that's just me.
I disagree. It's definitely different enough for Marvella that he's better. Or maybe not better, but similar.
I think what we run into, Alex, in these situations is that, like, let's see, how do I want to put this, right? I want to use Unimind as an example, right? There was so much focus on, like, how powerful Uni was and then how powerful Lockjaw was on that team, and then how powerful AI Groot was on that team, that everyone often forgot how great Floor Colossus was on that team.
Mm-hmm.
So just because he's not a Uni Lockjaw Groot doesn't mean he can't be a Flora.
Right. I mean, I'm not saying he's bad. I think he's good. I'm applying what I think is a realistic expectation, and I'm expecting him just for whatever reason not to see play. Just like he maybe on some spot teams, maybe this is something we could talk about whenever we do our tier maker, but like for me it's just like he's cool, he's great. Like I could see, you could roll some 6s and then get those 10 barriers, sure, but I don't know, I just don't see him actually being played a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it just depends on what else comes out and, how the new rules shape up on NCAP.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe NCAP becomes super powerful, right?
That's fair. That's fine.
I doubt it. But
we could talk about him more later. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I had to spitball it, right, like, he's not an S tier, right? But he's probably a B+ to an A for me.
Yeah. No spoilers. Let's say
I'm definitely reaching for this guy.
Gotcha. You're all in on the GameStop Molecule Man to the moon.
That's right. Molecule Man to the moon, baby. I mean, I do like Latveria coming up. I mean, I know later in the podcast we're going to talk about the chases, Battle World or other, depending on retirement. Tickles my pickle. Obviously Cosmic, and then obviously Science. Lots of things that work well together, right? Because I think, as we go through this, you got to remember, Valeria Von Doom is like maybe who you compare him to, and he brings a lot to the table compared to Valeria, right? I mean, that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Ramatut.
Ramadud, am I right? No, I'm just playing.
He's Nathaniel Richards too. Alex, Jason, we're getting a lot of feedback from you again. Oh, accidentally muted Jason. Jason, you'll have to unmute yourself. Unless I messed it up.
I don't know what I can do about it. It's the same stuff I've been using every time.
Yeah.
Like,
It sounds like there's something wrong with the wire. Like there's a lot of interference or something.
It just sounds like it's picking up a ton of sound. Like it's picking up your air conditioner from across the room or whatever. It's got a ton of input right now. That's why you sound real loud also.
Okay, well I'll just drop. Sorry.
That's
Okay,
all right.
Yeah, might need to get a new mic. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Sorry.
Jeez, Tyler. I was gonna say you just stay on mute and add in, but it's
right,
okay.
like
It's all right. Ramatut.
Ramadud, am I right? I'm just playing.
You suck.
I know I just said.
Yeah, by the way, I don't plan on editing any of this, so I mean, y'all get to see what we deal with making the podcast, and make a little bit of fun of us, have some fun at our expense here. So Rama is Nathaniel Richards, so that's cool. But I mean, 6 range. His prob thing is probably the big deal here, right? For 50 points, and the leadership, but the roll is immediately finalized after the reroll.
Yeah, that's his gimmick, but his dial's not good enough to warrant it. I don't think
It's not a good gimmick.
Yeah,
because
the
it can
gimmick's
really
not
hurt.
good enough.
It can really hurt you.
Yeah, if you prob yourself into a crit miss.
And you're like, well, too bad, it's finalized. Like I think he only sees play if Adolf takes off, and we get the cues and the Adolfs and the questions, and you're playing someone with a ton of D6s.
Well, no, their stuff goes in after it's finalized.
Does it? I thought it was.
They
come in. I thought they still allow you to. I may be wrong then. If it doesn't work at all with Q, then he's garbage to me.
Right, because after you use that, you can't prob anymore. So that was my assumption. But
I assumed adding in the D6s, that means the roll wasn't still finalized. Man, good thing we're getting simpler rules, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully they have changed that one up. All right, Red Ghost. We finally get the Super Apes.
I don't like this guy. Even with the apes, they're not good.
50 points. Scientist, so you can use Aaliyah Gregor.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not autonomous though.
But we can play him. We can play him with our High Evolutionary later. That helps.
You can't perplex the
apes. I understand. Yes, I understand that. Still,
yeah.
Animal is a theme team that was pretty decent for a while, and man, did it just hit a brick wall.
Yeah,
you try to look at Animal now, it's like nothing. Spider-Ham, that's it. Yeah. Spider-Ham Eye and some other pieces, but it's like, oof.
Yeah, it's not good anymore.
Not good, man.
Not as good as it used to be.
Bring back Animal Man.
Yeah, he'll save it. Oh, Maggot.
Animal Man and King Sharks.
No, Maggot was an animal. Yeah, but I just don't like him. Even as a Pog generator.
Like, if he could just carry his Pogs, that'd be better.
He can carry one of them.
Well, yeah, he's got phasing teleport stealth, but if he had phasing teleport stealth, passenger 3, but only to carry the super apes, okay, now I might actually be interested.
Wait a minute.
He's not good for Jason, if that's what you're about to say.
No, I was thinking, he can be carried up and then generate the apes, and then the apes can go.
Yeah, but that's 4 actions, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, it's not worth it.
It's where we have gotten spoiled by having autonomous bystanders. That having, just like when we were talking about Krakoa, the Krakoan bystanders the other day, it's like we wanted the ones that were autonomous. Well, they're not autonomous, and one is garbage. One is not bad because it has TK, so that's kind of okay. And the other one's pretty okay for 10 for 3, but still, that's like 1 out of the 3 is like your attacker.
Meh. Even a meh attacker, he's not like...
Well, you could get him to an 11 with Red Ghost's Perplex.
You can.
But...
It's still meh.
Yeah,
just not good.
It's meh. Diablo.
Esteban Corazon Diablo.
I like that.
I thought this guy was a DC character.
Oh, maybe you can find a DC character that's the same points as this guy, Alex. For the
for Diablo.
Isotope 3. It doesn't.
No, the Joker's Wild one is El Diablo.
Doesn't everybody have points listed here? Does everybody know? I'm guessing like 75.
It's
what are you talking about? 60?
Yeah, it says 60 right there on Diablo.
Where?
Where are you looking at?
I'm looking on the HC Realms page.
Yeah. I'm looking on evidence thread and I see it right here.
Yeah.
Ally, real name, team, range, keywords.
I'm on the page that shows
I
up.
definitely see it. I'm looking at it right now. It's quick 60 points.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just refreshed and it was there. I don't know how long I've had this page up.
That's probably a while then.
I do think it was gone for a little bit, Tyler. I think I remember seeing that. It may have been yesterday or the day before. I remember seeing it. So.
60 points isn't bad for this guy. 70 points. Or 77 clicks.
No rollouts, only stealth. No improved targeting, only outwit. He starts with the alchemy potion, though.
Yeah. So he has the sideline active, like the captain. He's a captain, right? Or no, he's an ally. That's what it's called. +1 attack when they're attacking mystical keywords, so he'll see probably some play with that, maybe. Starts the game with the thing. Smoke Cloud is free, but only generates 3 markers. That's always good with stealth. But, meh.
So did we talk about the alchemical potion now?
Probably.
Because it's with this figure?
Yeah.
Sure.
I kind of like it.
I think it's bad.
I think it's too random.
I think it's fun.
Sure, if you want to have fun with it, go ahead.
I think those are all. I think we're all saying the same thing there.
Like, I don't know. I feel like you could keep him in a certain, like, number range. I'd have to play with the potion to see how good it actually is, I guess.
It's 10 points to have 1 power at a time. It's, like, not cool. Sweet. Yeah, I can't even, yeah.
Yeah, I got it. So, I mean, you get 1 extra power, which is not enough.
Yeah. I'm just looking if there's like a specific character, because if you're paying 10, like outside of this character, which I don't think is good enough for the object, you're essentially paying 10 points for one of these powers is what you're doing, because if you roll, it just gets way too random.
Yeah.
And it would just have to be a specific character that needs one of these powers specifically, like maybe a flurry if you want that on somebody, because this says 10 points for a flurry. But obviously, maybe if the arms rotate out, that could be something.
I think, I mean, this tailors to my play style a little bit because I like a little bit of random at times because it just makes games a little bit more exciting. It makes them bad when you roll bad, but at least you can then blame the object for your for things going poorly.
Sure. But
this is one that it's like, I need to sit down and just look up. I mean, you could do it statistically and look at averages and be like, okay, how often am I able to turn? Because you pick where you start, right? And then you roll d6, you turn it clockwise a number of colors equal to the result. So it's like, I'd have to sit down and see, like, okay, what am I typically getting when I start here? What am I typically getting when I start here? Because it should be the same, but, it's like, okay, what is it better if I start on poison because I know I'm going to end up on plasticity incap? Like, is it better if I start on incap because I know I'm going to end up on exploit, pulse wave, energy explosion, flurry? It's like doing the math a little bit to figure out, okay, is there a way to work this a bit? One thing I do love, I love the mechanic that they have where you put the stupid thing on the card and turn it. Like, I know that's stupid.
No, that's cool. I like that.
But it's like a neat way, and it costs nothing to them to do it.
Right. It's super cool. But as far as like in the meta, if this ever sees play, you're never rolling it ever. I think all.
No, I mean you have to roll it though to get a power.
No, this one's different. This one you start on wherever you want, and you get that power.
No.
Is it not?
No, it says that you get it. That character can use the power until your next turn. That's on the free action you use to turn it. The other alchemical, I think, is the one that allows you to.
No, I think they're both the same. Then I thought this one was different. Okay.
No. The alchemical one is until you roll again.
Right, but you don't get. You just don't get to choose right out of the gate.
Right. Right. So, yeah. So, yes. What I'm saying is with the potion, in order to get any powers, you have to roll, whereas the next one we're about to talk about, once you're on one, I think you just can keep it, right?
You can keep it, but you have to roll it before you get it.
Right.
Right. But
you typically get 2 turns to roll.
Yeah.
Before you can just decide to keep it.
But either way, the alchemical potion, it's fun. Like, I don't know, maybe on Sinister, just to give him some fun stuff. I don't know. I doubt I'll play it meta-wise, but it's one of those where it's like, hey, if I want to have a fun match, I throw this on there because I could roll some crazy powers.
Yeah, but it compares so poorly to Exospecs, right?
Well, I just said if I want to have fun. Yeah. Exospecs, it's like, okay, I pick this power. Like, that's not fun. Like, rolling and being like, oh, I've got energy explosion. Let me see how I can make that work. That's part of the fun. Like, that's why I enjoyed playing Resurrection Man. That's why I enjoyed playing Pandora's Box or the other resources where you had to turn a dial. That's why, like, Galactus is interesting to me, because you start with the power, but it changes, at the end of your turn and whatnot. I like things not necessarily in high competitive, but in fairly competitive, like Winamaps or even qualifiers. I might play something like this to make it a little bit more interesting, instead of just like, oh, I gotta absolutely play the best team ever. Like, I like having a little bit of random sometimes, like taking out the random of the dice rolls for attacks and having that randomness in my objects sometimes. That's just my play style. I like having a little bit of, like, I love playing the teleporter with the ID cards. Because
you could manipulate that one. There was an order to that as far as you go through the dial, like you could stack up multiple invincible ones or something like that, because there was a greater chance that you could land on things. This one's way too random to be taken much. Oh yeah,
I agree. This is a poor man's weapon drop. The weapon drop was way better than this, because you got 2 powers to pick from, and they were better powers. Or you got both, actually. So, weapon drop was way better. If anybody remembers what the weapon drop was.
Yeah, I mean it was half as random. So.
Yeah. All right, other Diablo.
I think his dial falls into the same menace, maybe.
35 though.
I just realized he was 35 points. I was like, oh, this dial's kind of dumb, but I'm like, oh, he's got 35 points. Oh, okay.
35 points is a little better. It's better than the other one.
By far, right?
Yeah.
I do like this one quite a bit.
You mean the object or the Diablo?
The object, right? Okay. So there's a couple of neat things, right? And this one was spoiled by, I don't know, I think the Italian guys. There's 2 results that you want. There's the fire token one, and then there's the deal straight penetrating damage one. So what was it? There was a 66% chance that whenever you start on one of the other ones that you can roll 2 damage dealt as penetrating or give out the fire token.
Yeah. This one is good because it combos with other things. Like if you can use it, I think this works. If you use it on Pulse Wave, the after resolutions you may deal 1 damage. Does that work with Pulse Wave?
No, because it's after resolutions.
And knockback was not after resolutions?
Correct. Yeah, after knockback was during the attack sequence.
So confusing. Okay. Yeah, but it is all hit characters, so it would work with Pulse Wave. It wouldn't ignore everything like Pulse Wave, but it would do an extra damage to everybody you hit.
Right. But I think the thing is penetrating damage, like on the Pulse Wave, right? You're getting through Dark Phoenixes, you're getting through Wendigo Swarms, you know, a lot of effects, right? And even the fire token, right? There's no, unless they clear action tokens, right? You get to deal them the pin damage at the beginning of your next turn.
Right.
Like even the worst one is not bad. Like until your next turn, hit characters modify their attack -2. You go and Pulse Wave their team.
Right.
All right, recover after having -2 attack the rest of the turn.
Yeah.
Like,
right.
Is this the one where you have to roll? You don't, right?
After you have one.
You can roll one. You just have to roll once, potentially.
Right. But then you can keep until you roll again. Okay.
Yeah, it's free. In case someone's not looking at it, free, roll a d6, turn the alchemical fire left or right, a number of effects equal to half the result. Until you roll again, attacks made by the equipped character have the listed effect. So you could keep it until you roll again. So you pick the gravy spot, then you're there. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, there might be some sort of combo with that. I'd keep it on the back burner.
Yeah, it's definitely better than the other alchemical, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Stardust. Kind of bland.
I kind of like her. Right? It's a good dial.
Power action, choose an unoccupied square within range of line of fire. Can use Pulse Wave after resolution. Place all hit characters in squares adjacent to the chosen square.
Right? That's good, right? You can Pulse Wave around corners. Any sort of like Pulse Wave not from your square always ends up being pretty good. Yeah, she's essentially 10 clicks long with a stop click for 100 points, and she heals every turn, just 1 at the beginning of your turn. She's got that Pulse Wave thing. She has Cosmic Energy. It's just an okay dial, I feel like. It's very solid.
It's okay. I gave it okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I like it. I actually kind of like her. That it's funny that the middle clicks are the one that you're like, I don't really want to be on those, because being able to choose a spot 6 squares away to do Pulse Wave is nice.
Yeah.
So
makes it much easier to single target.
But for a rare, she's probably one of my top rares.
Yeah, I wish she had 4 damage on some of her clicks, but other than that, she's pretty solid.
Yep. Terax.
It's not good. I don't care. I don't care about him at all. Some people love Terax. I just don't care.
I mean, he's a big guy with a big giant axe, and that's about it.
Like his Quake, he can generate blocking markers next to each character hit. I don't. It's not that good. If they did something.
Yeah, I would say if you're able to surround the hit character with blocking terrain,
right,
that'd be way different.
Or treat it as having plasticity, or if they stayed adjacent, they did a penetrating damage or something, some extra thing. Otherwise, they're just sort of there, and then they're not there, and like, who cares?
I mean, 100 points though for that the combat values isn't bad though.
It's not bad. It's not great. I like Stardust dial better.
Yeah, same here.
4 damage, stop click. I mean, he's decent.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'll give him decent. All right, let's do a couple of the super rares before we call this session for the night.
I mean, we might get through most of them because some of them are just not great. There's a decent amount of them that are meh.
So I mean, like, if we'll just start, right? So Herbie is cool cool as heck.
I like Herbie a lot.
Tell us why you like Herbie, because I don't quite see it.
It's all the side. Well, like the Ultimate Law Nullifier is not good, so I don't care about that. It's the second trait, Future Rendition Hall Monitor. When a side pick would be KO'd, you get a roll, and on a 4 to 6, they're not KO'd. And that's a global effect. Like that. That's very strong. If it happens, if you win the coin flip 10 times in a game, you just win because of the mission points. I think that's the strongest. It's the strongest mission point option we have, because you just send out all of your sidekicks. You can put 20 of them on a team if you want.
So can you win the coin flip if you have Herbie and all sidekicks versus Vulture?
Maybe. Just surround him like human shield.
Well, no, I guess that is a Vulture stopper, right?
Yeah.
So if you win the coin flip, he doesn't build the charge.
Yeah, that's a big deal.
And if you win the coin flip twice, his flurry ends, and you've only gained nothing.
Yeah, he's gained nothing. No points, no nothing. And he's only 30 points. He's got Perplex. I wish he had 18 defend and stop. Got sidestep. It's just cool. If there is a sidekick team, he's the reason it'll work for sure.
Meh.
Okay.
I agree. I agree with Tyler. I think you've summed up my thoughts really well, Tyler.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you also. It's just my thought process with those teams is, okay, I'll just go for Herbie and just kill Herbie.
Yeah, that's the
okay, because we just went through all the sidekicks and we're like, meh.
I like how, like his thing is he's supposed to you're essentially supposed to be protecting the sidekicks or whatever, but in reality, when you're playing him, he's using the sidekicks as human meat shields. That's the strategy.
Yeah,
so that's weird.
Basically.
So we get another mission point.
Character.
Lady, the title, super rare, Susan, Queen of Atlantis.
I think she's not good.
All right. I think we have to. I'm kind of in the same wheelhouse, but this is kind of like when we did our review for House of X, and we're like, well, we gotta wait and see about Krakoan Revival. Like, I feel like we have to wait and see how mission points actually play out testing. Like, in theory, she's not good, but I don't know enough. Like, I don't know enough if you combine her with a sidekick team with Herbie, and you're like, all right, I'm putting out my waters, and here's the sidekicks. Like,
there's some sidekicks with Dolphin too.
Exactly. but that's the thing, though. It's like, I don't know enough. Like, I haven't play tested mission points yet, like, to know if she's great. She's only 70 points. Her kill thing is, like, great. It's probably the best title death thing ever. It's just, they get dolphin symbol. So if she dies, woo, dolphin symbol. But, like, I don't know. Like, I have to sit.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I didn't even read that, to be honest with you.
But it's like, I have to sit down with her and see how many points she reasonably could get. Because I can guess in my head, but I may be wrong. Like, she's one that on paper, she looks, like you said, meh. But if someone knows how to work her dial and work her powers really well, she could be something.
Right. So I think that you have to she almost has to have a map that's good. Like, there has to be like Flashpoint Flood, or you have to play on like the old Atlantis map, right? Because the idea would be, if you can get a bunch of things to hit with the dolphin symbol or the Atlantis keyword occupying water terrain, you gain 1 PP, and then you move her up minus all but 2 PPs, and then next turn minus 2 PPs, and then you gain a bunch of mission points.
Let me just ask, so if I am let's say whales come back, and a whale quakes and hits 10 people, I don't get 10 plot points, right? I get 1. Because if it's the other way, then we have some thinking to do.
Well, it just says hits. It doesn't say hit all targets. So I think you gain multiple PPs. I could be wrong though.
I bet you it's tied to the dice roll. Like you roll the dice roll, you hit all of those characters. So that's like 1 PPE. But if you have flurry and you hit 2, like because you roll twice and you hit twice, then
I don't know. I would have to look at the ruling on that one.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can gain multiple PPs, then maybe you play it with whales and mighty age.
Yeah, that'd be pretty solid.
Yeah, we don't know enough about mission points to just completely write her off as garbage. Is all I'm trying to say.
And then the most meta super rare, Blackbeard.
That's not true, is it?
I mean, he should probably be played with Tidal Susan.
It might be true. It's not true. All right. Blackbeard's cool.
It's true.
It's pretty cool, right?
Tylor, I very rarely get to say this, but I get to say it again.
Okay.
Blackbeard would be very good with Golden Skull.
No, he wouldn't. Leave me alone. No.
Because he's got Mastermind. You can Mastermind to the Golden Pogs, the Death Bots, and then he gives +1 attack, Perplex, and Leadership.
All right.
Yeah.
Shush.
Golden Skull, baby.
This guy won't see play. He's cool. He's definitely cool. With theme teams, and he works with pirates. If you want to make a pirate casual team, that's awesome. But he probably won't see play. But
so the Stones of Merlin. So you know what? Y'all asked me this, and I was like, I can't even remember now. What have I talked about for years that needs equipable invincible? Like everything?
Yeah, because there's definitely been some stuff. Oh, excuse me. Very notable is if someone is dealing you a penetrating poison damage, you don't have to roll for the stones because it's when you hit. But if you are in capture mind controlled, you do have to roll for the stones, so you can get rid of it like that. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, so it's like the mirror, right?
Yeah.
Sort of. I mean, 1-2, it goes away.
Right. I'm not sure who uses this or if it's good enough with the 1-2.
Agreed.
Yeah, I can't. I just off the top of my head, I'm not thinking of anything that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing that I thought of was Cosmic Panther. But I think there's other better things to equip him with. But Cosmic Panther starting out with Invincible and Impervious is relevant, assuming that ruling stays the same in the new rules.
Right, because before he could just be pen psyched for 6 damage, and he's dead.
Right. Yeah, now you can reduce the pin damage, and he only takes 3. So that's relevant.
If he doesn't roll out, he could just roll out.
I would almost rather have Carnage Symbiote for the shape change rollout and the heal.
I agree.
Than Invincible.
Yeah, it's just something. I just don't think it's good enough. They made it not broken enough that I don't think it sees much play.
But I keep thinking back that I was like, only if we had equipable Invincible.
Yeah, you've said that so many times that I can't remember where.
But I can't remember why I've said that. Like, I feel so silly now, right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, what in the world? So I'm just going to look real quick. Like, what in the world have I said would be good with equipable Invincible? Like,
was it back with the Shredders?
I mean, yeah, it's really good against Shredders.
I feel like it was said more back with the Shredders because we're like, man, if only we had equipable Invincible, we wouldn't have to worry about stupid Mini Shredder all the time.
That could be. And this would be really good against Shredders because you don't have to roll for it.
That would be true. Yeah, so I guess even in Modern and Mighty Age, that's never going to be a consideration. So
because it could be outwitted still. I mean, it's not like it's It's
But there
power.
was power cosmic characters that was needed equipable invincible, I believe,
Yeah.
during Shredder time.
Yeah, the
So-
ones that had impervious, like you said, or invulnerable. But it's not.
Or even
that-
like it's not that good. It's not that over the top. It's not useful anymore, is what I should say.
Yeah, I don't like that. I mean, I know I joked about having randomness and rollouts. I didn't like playing the mirror, and so I won't like playing this either because
It'll always fail you at the wrong time.
yep, or I'll lose by 10 points because they KO this object somehow.
So wait a minute, it's when you get hit, you have to roll, right?
Yeah. So my control.
So you, okay, you don't unequip it until after resolution. So you do get to use the invincible for that attack.
Oh, okay.
And for
I
flurry,
was about to
too.
say. I was about to say if you just no, because flurry you'd be able to use it for both
Yeah,
because it's just after resolutions.
That's what I mean, like,
you just
you'll-
don't.
Yeah, you'll have it for both flurry hits, and then it's gone.
Yeah, so I mean,
gotta roll
at
twice.
least it doesn't get yeeted. At least it doesn't get yeeted immediately.
But you also got to keep in mind with this also that you run the risk because it isn't KO'd. That's the other thing. So if you can't handle your opponent somehow getting invincible, then you don't need to be playing this either.
Oh, it's
like
like a flip drop.
Yeah, well, not even that. It's just if you roll that 1 or 2, your opponent places it in a square of water terrain, like anywhere.
Oh, okay.
Or within 6 squares
Six
of an
squares.
unequipped, so they could move it all the way across the map and equip it to one of their people. And if you don't have the 3 damage anymore,
Right.
well, you're hurting yourself. This is just not a good object in my book. It's cool, but nah.
Yeah, I mean, it came out at just the wrong time. Yeah, I mean, I would say that I may have even equipped Uni with this against Shredders or other things against Shredders like Star Fox, right? Back in
Yeah,
the day.
Star Fox was
but-
good.
Right, because that would have protected him against knockback
Yeah.
as well. I mean, of course, knockback changed too, but
Right.
I mean, that's why I think I was talking about these dudes, equipable, invincible. Yeah, good memory there, Alex.
Tyler's
All right,
fault.
let's go ahead and do. Yeah, thanks, Tyler. I still have PTSD thinking about Shredders, by the way.
Yeah.
So weird. Invisible Boy. Let's do this one tonight.
He's so
He's Johnny Storm, Fantastic Four, Celebrity, Cosmic Herald. I do like that he has improved targeting and opposing characters in 6 squares can't use stealth. That is neat.
it's neat.
Um,
He's so bad. This is a bad piece.
well, it has energy shield deflection and super senses.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Not-
And then when he makes his super senses, he deals the attacker 1 pin damage.
Okay, bad might be the wrong word. He's not bad. His dial's fine. His powers. He should not be a super rare, right? It's just so boring.
It's just he doesn't have anything attacking wise. Like he's there to get hit.
Yeah, he's 11 for 3 with 6 range. Like that's it.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think, it's just as good as that other black hole gal we were talking about a few minutes ago. But instead of her having the offensive pulse wave, or instead of Johnny here having the offensive pulse wave, he has a defensive you don't want to hit me thing.
I mean, his dial has enough defense that maybe you give him the power gem or something. 12 for 5 isn't bad. Like, or you
Right.
give him Exo to give him just something else because Fantastic Four is not bad. Not being able to be outwitted is good. I mean, he's just going to be hard to kill.
Yeah.
So that's good. We have not had that with the Johnny Storm. Almost all of them could just be killed immediately.
Yeah.
So Maybe we shouldn't write him off yet.
Nope. Not doing it. I don't care about this guy. To look past your cloaking devices, you don't want that on a 100-point piece. You want that on a 20 to 30-point piece that is a utility piece.
Right. I mean, like, again, this guy came out at the wrong time. Black Widow's now nerfed, so the shifting Widow's not going to be played as much. We needed her. We needed him last year, not this year.
If there was some magical way to give him the Wonder Woman team ability, then I would like him a lot more. That would be way better. 4 through 6 super senses that deals them 1 penetrating. If you hit it, all right, I might be on board with that.
Right, but you got to also remember, you got to also remember that you're now thinking about having to take a hit, and there is retail, so there is a little bit of a trade-off here for this super senses.
Yeah, true.
Just depending. So, all right, and next up will be Silver Savage, and then moving right along. And through the super rares, we are on to Silver Savage, which, as Jason informed me in our pre-show, was when the Silver Surfer was on Sakaar.
Yeah, during the Planet Hulk storyline, when Hulk was on that other planet and was a gladiator.
Yeah, in the Thor Ragnarok, he is what the Hulk is in the comics. He's like the champion.
Was he wasn't on the column in the beginning though, was he?
No, I think he was. I think it was Surfer and Bill. Pretty sure.
Betty Ray Bill and By Beast. I don't know. I don't know that Surfer's face was on that.
No, it wouldn't have been Silver Surfer because they didn't get the rights back. I think at that point.
Yeah, it was By Beast, Betty Ray Bill. I'm going to go back and look now. Yeah.
Ares.
Ares.
Yeah, Ares was on there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think Ares was the third one. Yeah. So.
By Beast.
Silver Savage. This dial.
It's a lot of stats.
It is a lot of stats for 100 points.
It is.
Power Cosmic's good. 8 range double bolts, right? So he can, with the new rules, he can punch 2 people.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Up close. Flurry, Battle Fury with 2. And then he hits a stop click. And then he can't be healed above that stop click. But he can heal back up to that stop click. And then he gets the Silver Surfboard, which gives him flight and hypersonic speed.
I kind of dig it.
Yeah.
I mean,
so I guess I dig the dial, but it's just so hard for me to like a character with top dial Battle Fury.
I like Juggernaut.
but that's the difference. So there is a nuance there that's different, right? Juggernaut can full range charge.
Yeah, there's several differences, but
right. So I guess I would say if it was hypersonic Battle Fury, like the non-prime Vulcan, I can get some vibes there, right?
Well, isn't it hypersonic Battle Fury because he has the surfboard?
No, he doesn't get the surfboard until his stop click. When it comes from outside, I guess it comes from outside of the game, and then he gets equipped with that after resolution.
Oh, well, that makes sense from the comic standpoint. Yeah, okay.
Right. So, yeah, he doesn't get it to begin with, right? So he's a boot, which is not that big a deal anymore, but he's only charged, right? So it's only 6 squares. So a TK only gets him 12. So this sort of thing does not have a reach, right? So what's the movement on Jugs at 100, Tyler? Isn't it 11? Did we lose Tyler? We lost Tyler.
Yes, I guess we lost him.
I guess we lost Tyler. All right.
It is 11, yes, you're correct.
But yeah, so I mean, obviously the simple math there is that it's twice as far. So,
still 8 clicks. 8 clicks is pretty good.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, don't know what happened there.
Yeah,
I'm
so-
not comparing this guy to Jugs.
Well, no. So but that's my point, right? Is that Battle Fury? I can't like Battle Fury on a top-down character with charge that doesn't have a full range charge, a full movement charge.
Well, so I mean, I can definitely like it, but I like it in that this is a really cool. It's really cool that the Silver Savage was made, and this is a very accurate dial to that story.
This is also the
Right.
second Silver Savage ever made, if you didn't know.
I didn't know that.
He was already made.
The other one called Silver Savage.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What? I'm gonna look him up. But
Yeah,
it's cool.
I didn't even know that. Mutations and Monsters, Silver
Yep.
Savage.
So long ago.
See, the point value seems good. Yeah, I don't think he's going to be on, like, meta teams or something, but, like, maybe, like, a decent win-em-out team or something. I mean, you want to ignore him because you don't want him to get to a stop click. Because stop click, he gets stronger. Everyone loses tokens. Like, all your friendly characters lose a token. And
Like that's kind of true, but it's not super hard to pop him even when if you get him to stop click, you should be killing him that turn.
Well, so if you get him to, but it comes down to pacing then, right?
Yeah.
Because, so you have to hit him for 5. So that was 1, 2, 3. And then you would have to penetrate him for 2. Right? So that's 2 attacks. And then you have to hit him for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So you have to be able to pump out 10 regular damage and 2 penetrating damage to him
turn.
to one turn him.
Yeah,
and remember, we're entering an age where damage isn't as easy to come by.
Yeah, this guy he's just not. This guy will never see meta play. It's a really cool casual piece. It's very thematic how they did it. It's cool that the surfboard is a cool thing, but there are rares that I like better than him on a meta team. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he's not tentpole-y enough. He didn't have enough support powers.
Yeah.
But he's cool.
He is cool.
Yeah.
So the Silver Surfboard is an object by itself. So it grants flight and hypersonic speed, and then when a character without the cosmic keyword uses hypersonic speed, after resolution is roll d6, 1 through 2, give that character an action token. So not a huge downside, and especially if you're going to 2 tokens, right? There's no punishment there's no in-cap, quote-unquote, type damage for that.
Yeah.
So,
It's good. And it's getting better with the rules change because now you can equip this to anybody with Close Combat Expert or any of the other powers now that stack with hypersonic speed. So I think it's good enough to be considered for sure. It gets outshined obviously by exospecs. So that's something to consider. But
right, and is flight good enough whenever hindering in water don't stop you anymore?
The flight's kind of irrelevant. It depends on how they word move through, because that could still be very useful.
Right.
Well, but hypersonic gives you move.
Hypersonic gives you that, yeah.
So I mean, it's probably not really what you're using it for, just the hypersonic. But it combos with a lot of stuff now. So
Yeah, unless the meta really turns to like favoring maps with a lot of elevated, then yeah, it's an okay object.
Yeah, I agree. Because if it was good, we would have seen the Goblin Glider played more.
Well, no, the Goblin Glider, you had to have running shot to get hypersonic.
Yeah, I know, but I get it. Right, to see this, we saw a lot more exospecs uses. I guess is my point.
yeah.
It's interesting. Just thinking about how not good the Goblin Glider has been determined to be, but yet 3 years ago or 4 years ago, we would have been begging for the Goblin Glider. Like,
is it that it's not good, or it's just not as versatile?
Well, yeah,
the problem is it came out after exospecs. Is its problem.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, exospecs is just more versatile.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Exospecs
Maybe it's
sorry.
right around the same time. Yeah, because
Hold on,
EarthX is early 2019, and that's when EXO came out. So probably around the same time, because Exospecs was a WKO prize, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Man,
that
I'll
would
tell
have
you
been
what,
February, March for those.
Yeah, 2020 messed up my entire timeline in my internal calendar.
Yeah, me too.
It is screwed by 2020, I think.
But all I'm talking about is that, remember there's the golden age, if you will, of Nick Fury, Balls of Fury, Spectre, a few other long range pieces that really wanted running shot
That's
really
true.
bad. And it's we just don't get that piece. We just lost the Black Lantern entity because he gave running shot.
And then we lost the Phoenix Force at the same time there too.
Right, so we're something to give us running shot would be great, and then we lost those pieces, and then we finally got something to give us running shot, and nobody uses it, which is fine. It makes sense. I mean,
yeah. All right, so up next to a Watu. Tylor, do you want to go ahead and just tell us how bad he is?
Yeah, he's awful. He will never sue now. I don't. So I'm just gonna say I don't think mission point. We've seen them all now. I don't think mission points are good enough. I don't think they'll be played. So I can just kind of disregard that. So just him by himself is not. I don't think he's good enough to be on a team. Because it's just prob is all it is.
So I'll stop you there. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead and finish, Tylor.
Well, I'm being a little, I guess,
mean,
dismissive.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
a little bit.
He can carry because he's a giant. He's got 12 range prob is the big deal. I think that's about it. I mean, obviously he has phasing. He's hard to hit with the 19, but he's very ignorable. And if you ignore him, you're paying 30 points for a prop, which I don't think is good enough.
So here's the thing, and now this is pending the breakaway article that we haven't got yet, right? So the giant being able to carry your flyer is relevant. So we always talk about, we need an overdrive back or, something along those lines, right? A good character that can carry a flyer. So we got good keywords here, cosmic and scientist, obviously. So he can become Spider-Man. He can go with Vulture. He can carry Vulture on that scientist team. Cosmic, obviously, good stuff there. Now, depending on breakaway, he is also unignorable in that he halves the map and can be a tie-up piece.
Yeah.
So,
the best tie-up piece.
Not the best, but he also does a really good job of blocking line of fire because he's a giant. And if you prob, right, and they don't fail the breakaway from him, right, you can get a little mission point stuff going there, right? Now, I think if he had plasticity, he'd be over the top, but I mean, he's the Watcher, not the Carnage symbiote. Yeah, there you go.
That's why I think the giant, he would be way better to me if he wasn't a giant.
Well, I think his head.
Yeah, that's fair.
At least he's not a colossal.
You make the comment that you don't pay 30 points for a prob. Who are you playing to get prob for cheaper nowadays?
Adolf.
Don't. Yeah, that's Tyler's number one piece.
So you normally don't have to pay for a dedicated proper. It's normally on a good figure.
Right. So.
Or theme team, obviously.
Right. Yeah. So I mean, I guess and here's the thing, right? I have never been a believer in relying solely on theme team probs. 5 probs throughout the course of a game is not enough.
And soon it'll be 3.
3 was not enough. 3 is enough to stop the crit miss.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the old school days when you used to get 10, right, or whatever your theme was is what you got them. How many you got?
Mm-hmm.
So he's just 30 points. It's a 12 range prob, cosmic and scientist, and he's a giant. And he can carry flyers. If there's a world where this dude's bad, I don't know.
We're living in it. So you're paying a lot of points for the back dial that will most likely never see play, especially now that you can't push.
What? Oh, go ahead. Sorry. I'll rebut here in a second.
Sure. It's just comparing him. I mean, if you want to there are comparisons to be made, obviously, right? So Q, you would much rather have, I assume.
Well, Q is 1 click.
Yeah, there are obviously some advantages, but I'm playing Q over this guy.
Agreed. No, I agree with that.
Right. Another one I was thinking of was Mr. Oz, or I'm always paying the 10 more points for Mr. Oz. He's just better than this guy for what he does. Everything this guy does, pretty much.
Unless Oz retires.
Yeah, he could retire. But I'm saying this guy does not compare favorably to Oz.
Okay.
Those are the two that come out in my mind those are the two that he's competing against, and he's not them. He's not them.
Right. I guess you are correct, right? But if I also think about reality world, this guy is likely going to be easier to get to than Oz or Q.
Going to be easier. To attain.
Attain, yeah.
Oz is probably going to be cheaper than this guy, but maybe.
Oz has gone up. Everything in Rebirth has gone up in price.
But we know Oz is gone, if not this year, next. So he's going to be gone soon.
Yeah. I don't think this guy's good enough to replace him.
I agree. It's one of those things. I agree with you, Tylor, but I don't want to.
That's fair. I understand that.
I think
because if this guy's bad, what world?
He's not bad.
He's not bad at all.
I get it, right? He's not.
Tylor said he was bad, but I think it's
okay. Wait, we have to negate Tyler's whole thing because he doesn't play prob anyway.
You're pretty biased against prob.
Yeah, so I mean.
If we all had Tylor Speed's dice, we wouldn't need prob either.
True.
I think my main thing with him is I'm still waiting to see mission points, man. If he could consistently in a game get 5 to 6, okay, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. But if somehow things go crazy and he's able to get more, that's gonna add pressure to the game. I feel like even if you're not actively trying to gain 20 mission points, but somehow you're getting near the end of the game and you somehow have 12 to 13, and maybe I know you have to play Herbie or somebody else, but I don't know that once we get more and more mission point figures, then I think he's going to be more and more relevant.
Mm-hmm.
Because Herbie, I'd be more willing to make that argument. Or if he just something else, give him 0 damage in cap, give him leadership, right? Give him.
Who's not really a leader though.
Yeah, that's true. I just need something else to justify the points. Because you're paying. It seems to me like you're paying too much for that. If he was 20 points and was the first 2 to 3 clicks, I'd like him a lot better.
So this is once again, have we just gotten so spoiled with how low cost things are? Because imagine how we would be a couple years ago, and we're poo-pooing a 30.5 click prob piece that could do a bunch of 12 range.
Casey Spectre at low dial was played.
It was 30. Yeah.
Casey Spectre at low dial won events.
He Well, I mean, for the brief 3 months we had them before Shredders came out, I will agree. But
No, we had World's Finest out for a whole year.
Did we? Okay.
Before we got Shredders, before we got the bane of everybody's existence.
It was a whole year.
Yeah, because World's Finest came out in 2016, and Shredders came out during the 5 hell months that we referred to a few weeks ago.
Yeah, of 2017.
Yeah, the 5 hell months of 2017. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So it's one of those, well, we might have to start eventually dialing back our expectations because, Wonder Woman and future sets are dialing things back. So it's like, we're in the golden years of all the crazy stuff, low point stuff that does all of this. But
Sure.
yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with you, Tylor, for the most part. I mean, Uatu, I think, is great.
Uatu is trash.
He's great, but he's just not going to see play because there's other options until maybe we get the Wonder Woman mission points. Because obviously this isn't something they're just going to do in Fantastic Four and be like, here's mission points. Just kidding, we're ending that. Like, you don't haphazardly add an alternative win condition. So,
I mean, he's going to be better later.
Yeah.
Like you want to have him for later.
It's
like that GameStop stock. You want to buy it now on the low. It's going to go to the moon. Right?
This is not investment advice.
Actually, you know what we do?
Like anyone to buy GameStop.
We're not, but we do give Heroclix investment advice.
Yep.
Yeah, this is Heroclix investment advice. Get a Uatu.
Get an Uatu when he's cheap.
Yeah, don't get an Uatu now. Get an Uatu a month from now. When prices have gone down, he'll be $15.
Let's hope. Yeah, he's going to be popping day of, especially so I think he's our first. We didn't get a giant in.
This is the first Uatu since like Galactic Guardians.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. But we didn't get a giant in House of X, did we?
No.
I don't know.
I don't think so. So this is he could be popping for that sculpt because he's the first giant of the increased scale size.
Oh, so that's what you're meaning.
I expect him to be able to be like, if I threw him at you, you would know.
Him and Juggernaut, you're just throwing at people.
That's right, yeah. Like, I expect if I throw him at you, you're going to know that I hit you with an Uatu or a Juggernaut.
Man, imagine if this guy had TK. He'd be so good.
Uh-huh. You want to force him to be Oz.
Keep him with TK or something.
Give him TK.
Well, hey, if you play Nathaniel Richards.
Yes, you can. Nathaniel Richards can do it.
There we go. And Egg, right? So Egg he can keep doing it. Nathaniel can keep doing it with Egg.
I didn't think about the Uatu Nathaniel Richards Egg combo. Why couldn't I see
it? All right, so apparently Uatu comes with the ultimate nullifier.
Makes sense.
I guess it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense.
No. Is the ultimate nullifier is not in his like moon castle? Is it his moon base?
Oh no,
I think it has something to do with him. Yeah.
Yeah, I think because Uatu has the base on the area of the moon that you can breathe in.
Yeah, here it is. Johnny Storm retrieved the ultimate nullifier from Ta 2. The home of Galactus. Oh, as directed by Uatu the Watcher. Sure. For the Fantastic Four to employ against the threat of Galactus himself. So I guess...
Oh, I thought Reed Richards made it.
No.
No, definitely not. So yeah, I guess he did return it. Someone returned it to Uatu at some point.
Sure.
So, yeah, it is somewhat tied to Uatu. So I guess that's... fitting. He doesn't use it.
Oh, you know what would have made this guy really cool and better is if whenever he changes something with his prop, like it says, you could optionally damage him because he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to intervene. So it would be like, going against his stuff, and then you can get later into the dial. He becomes more of a threat. That would have been super cool.
That would have been cool.
Tylor, I'm going to give you something that maybe one ups that. Instead of the ultimate nullifier, he came with an object that was his eyeballs.
And
that
knew you
when
were
you
going to go there.
when you equip it, so that object, whenever you KO him, he drops his eyeballs, and it gives you 9 range, improved targeting, hindering elevated in characters, and gives you +1 attack and +1 damage and penetrating damage versus the highest point character on the map.
Yeah, I can see this working for Heroclix marketing. Check it out! Buy the new Future Foundation. You can KO Watu and steal his balls.
God help us.
Fury.
If they ever make a legacy card of Balls of Fury, we're just, oh god.
All right. So do we want to talk about how dull the ultimate dullifier?
Yeah, I don't even want to talk about it. I mean, y'all can. It's too random to do anything worth the crap.
Would it work with Omega?
Well, I mean, you could use it with Omega, and she would get her points, but it isn't good. Omega doesn't want to hurt herself. She just can, and it works.
Can't she hurt herself and then like remove those things that she's building up and like up her stats and then?
She can, but I feel like instead of you hurting yourself, it's always better to just let them hurt yourself.
Well, true. I'm just saying. I don't.
Right.
It was
Well,
just
the
a thought.
thing is, it is. I mean, that's a fine thought, but she can't heal off of it, right? So if there was a way that the ultimate nullifier could be equipped to someone, and it was dealing damage to Omega and to an opposing character, then Omega came in, and then Carnage symbioted up, but it doesn't work that way.
You know,
This just wait. This just says deals damage. It's not.
Yeah, you can reduce it.
Yeah, you can reduce it. You can Zorn it. You can lockjaw it. So it is exploitable.
Well, see, the way I see it being used is you have a cheap character that has Invincible. That way you could go out and you always pick 2 or lower, and you just go pick out, like, their Pogs or what, because it's a power action. So you go pick out things that have super senses and shape change as their main defenses. And then
it's a power action?
Yeah, it's a power action to do it.
Oh, yeah.
But it gets through both of those.
It doesn't work for Zorn either, because Zorn is only 1 damage from attacks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, most of them are from attacks.
And I think everything that you just said, also, Tylor, can't be equipped, like Lockjaw.
Probably.
Yeah.
But what about somebody that can, like, change their dial and then it goes back at the end of the turn? We still have some of those, right?
Oh, like Black Panther. Yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther. There you go.
I don't think this is the top choice for Black Panther.
It's a power action.
But he was just the first thing that came to my mind.
But it's not adjacent. It's within 6 squares of line of fire, so that's not terribly hard to get up to.
Can you roll out of it with Imperv?
No, because it's not damage from an attack.
Yeah, but you still reduce. So that's why I'm saying you don't choose a number greater than 2. If you do that, then your character's never getting damaged. Like, taking actual damage.
Yeah, this is F tier.
The fact that it's a power action is just bad.
Yeah, I would say it's probably F tier unless someone finds some stupid figure that works amazing with this. That's the only caveat. Is if someone finds something that's like, haha, I want this person to take damage. I'm going to say 6 every time. He's dead. And you blow up. Woo! Jokers. Just throw them on No, I'm just kidding. Because you don't want it to drop. So, yeah.
Griever.
He makes me sad.
Why does he make you sad?
Because why is he a super rare?
Well, he's pretty powerful. He does have a stop click. He's got 8 range, cosmic energy. 50 points for a stop click of 9 movement, 11 attack, 18 impervious, 3 damage, outwit.
That's true.
I mean, that's a super rare dial going forward.
And it's super anti-barrier. So.
Kinda. I mean, yeah.
I mean, you have to get up there.
Yeah, I wish
they would get up there.
So, I guess that means so terrain markers and objects cannot be generated in squares within 6 squares of Griever. So does that?
Guy's the egg counter.
So
No, our
He
egg
is.
team.
But what happens when you blow up blocking and have to place rebel markers? Is that not a terrain marker?
I think it is, so I don't think it'd be placed.
So can you not blow up the wall?
No, I think you blow it up and then it's nothing. Oh, I see what you're saying. For mechanically, what would you do?
You can't. You have to mark how you.
You also have to
blew up
be.
the wall.
You also have to be careful when you're placing him initially, because your objects can't be within 6 of him. So you have to like put him back a little bit. Like he can't be frontlined.
No. They aren't generated at the beginning.
They're not generated at the beginning of the game.
Oh, that's true. It's not generated. It's just placed. I got you.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Okay.
going to be able. I'm not.
I don't think terrain markers are generated either. That's probably specific. A specific wording. I don't know what barrier's wording if it says generate.
I'm going to look at.
I'm looking it up now. So.
It says place,
Oh God.
and then barrier says place.
Okay, so maybe this guy just doesn't work with barrier because they're not generated; they're placed. Because egg.
Who generates a terrain marker?
I think egg specifically generates objects.
He generates objects. Oh, so
Well, no, it does get around barrier.
Why?
It says generate up to 4 blocking markers.
Oh, okay.
Like barrier specifically says generate.
But
Yeah.
smoke cloud doesn't, right?
It also says generate. Generate up to 6 hindering markers.
Okay.
I must be looking at the wrong pack then. Whoops.
Yeah, this is a 2018 pack. You did quote whatever power we were referencing earlier, Steel Energy, and it did sound different than what I'm looking at. So,
Whoops.
Yeah, so it doesn't. It works with generate specifically, so the breaking and blocking trade will still work.
but it's too niche of a power, right? Like you don't for Griever. Like I don't know when I want to play him because he's long range, so you're not really getting him up in 6 squares to stop barrier because you have to get him up there first before they drop the barrier. It's not like he just gets rid of barrier.
Yeah, which would be better. Or if it was within range, at least his range. That would make a lot of sense.
But he's not a bad like general long range shooter. Yeah, I mean you won't rely on the terrain markers. You just got to keep in mind it goes both ways. So you are also limited in putting down barrier with Griever. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I have the new pack on my phone now, so.
That's good.
Well, new as for the next 2 months.
Yeah. I guess I've been reading the wrong one for a minute, so let's not do that anymore. Psycho Man.
Psycho Man.
It's just too expensive.
Shape change. The object's effect is very powerful.
Yeah, the object's awesome, and the object, like him doing it within 8 squares, is awesome. But I would want that on a 50-point piece, not a 75.
Definitely prefer that. Yes. Or for stealth or something, maybe.
Stealth seems better. Or, even if he had, like, a perplex or an enhancement or something up top.
Yeah, I agree.
Because Outwit is just... I don't want my Outwitter costing 75 points.
Yeah.
Or my Incapper only having double bolts.
If you can mind control Incap after the rules change, maybe he's better. But we don't know.
That's probably not happening. We've already established that in another live stream, but
I never established that.
Well, it probably isn't because they're both instead of normal damage, and that rarely ever stacks.
Yeah, so I think either way, right? Whichever one of y'all, right? It's still not. It's only 6 range double bolts. So.
Yeah,
Yeah. So the object. So the object, though, you're only choosing hate, though, usually, right?
Mm-mm.
Doubt is pretty good.
Even Fear's not bad if you're going against like a big swarm team. It's all three are plausible to use in a game.
I guess.
You're not equipping for Fear, I don't think, ever, because you're not paying 10 points on like an Alpha Strike team, I don't think.
Yeah.
But Doubt could be pretty good on obviously teams like the Fantastic Four, where they're trying to get their defense up to 22s and stuff. Hate.
Wait, what do you mean when they're trying to get their defense up to 22s?
When the Fantastic Four is trying to get their defense up to 22s.
19 defend and then combat reflexes and ESDs.
Yeah.
Right, so then Fear would be good in that instance.
No.
Fear is the modified
No.
defense -1.
No. I'm saying I am Fantastic Four. I want to pick Doubt.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying when you go against Fantastic Four, they got all that defense, lower their attack.
Yeah, no.
Gotcha. Now.
I get
I'm
what
on
you're
board.
saying now.
Yeah, this could be good on a very defensive team like that, where you would want to use Doubt to just, enhance what you're doing.
So then if you combo that with Black Leopard, it's 9 on a 20 or 9 on a 19 at the minimum, right?
Right.
Well, I guess Black Leopard does say the maximum would be a 10.
No, it says they can't be positively modified above, I think, or something like that.
No. Black Leopard says the maximum is his printed, so you can perplex up to a 10. So if you're like an 8 attack, you can perplex up to a 10.
I guess the biggest problem with this is the 4 range, man, within 4 squares. That's a little tight.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, you kind of need the 8 squares from the guy.
Yeah.
It's also a little annoying to me that he has shape change and he gives out Battle Fury. That's enough.
Yeah.
But I the way that I've watched the Fantastic Four played, they are typically seems like they are right there because they don't have long range attackers.
Not
right.
Generally, they have some, but not a lot.
Yeah, I mean like Sue Storm's got 8 range.
Some of them use Johnny. Good though.
Yeah. Yeah. I think I like that for the little burly up, make you a 17 defense.
That's
Black
the main
Leopard.
use I see for it. Because I feel like the hate is just too easy to avoid, especially if the goal obviously is to make them not be able to use ranged attacks, but then it's only within 4 squares, so that's a very limited use case.
Yeah.
This would be really good in Golden Age with whatever that battery is. It makes you be however many.
Indigo.
Yeah,
Indigo would be pretty good with them.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the Battle Fury, now that I'm thinking about it, is probably you may not ever want to use hate.
It's situational for sure.
Yeah. But I think your Doubt with the bundled up Fantastic Four team is pretty legit.
I would say you probably put this, honestly, maybe on Sinister. Danger Room Sinister. Because he's someone you can move up to the middle of the map. It's going to take a bit for them to kill him. They could kill him in 1 turn, but it's going to take a little bit. So he could be somewhat of a stopgap and be like, okay, I'm choosing hate, so that means I'm shutting down these 8 squares around Sinister from shooting. Well, yeah. Besides
a little annoying that he has shape change again.
Right, but still, what I'm thinking is you want like a beefy, someone who isn't going to die easily, that could run up with it and kind of set out like a beacon or something and be like, within 8 squares of this character, 4 on each side, you're going to deal -1 defense or -1 attack, so you're going to have to work around this, and it's a little bit of map manipulation or control. But
yeah, it's pretty good on the tie-up piece you want to send out there. I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. All right, Puppet Master.
Why do people love Puppet Master so much?
Well, he was. So it's one of those things. He's kind of like Purple Man in the comics, I think. Like he's one of those like annoying little guys. This is my understanding. He's one of those little annoying guys that disrupts for one to many comics, and then once they get their head out of their asses and figure it out, they punch him, and he goes away.
He's like the Toy Man, right? DC.
Yeah.
Marvel version of Toy Man.
Yeah.
This is also like people have been asking for this guy for years because he was in the very first set. And this is the second time they've made him now.
Yeah, see, I remember. I actually had the original Veteran Toy Man, so I guess it has been a while. But the guy, what do you think? Is he good?
No.
I think it's one of those things that, like, man, if stealth, 12 attack, precision strike, 17 super senses, and shape change with a 10 range,
D3.
mind control through everything, through the good
never
version
mind.
of,
Yeah, never mind.
I mean, surely to goodness, this guy's got to be at least worth a consideration.
I missed the part where his effect doesn't KO the object. So
Right.
Yeah, I mean, people like Ultra Humanite, and he does very similar things to Ultra Humanite.
Yeah.
But Ultra Humanite doesn't see. I don't think he's seen as much play as we think he should.
Ultra Humanite also has that rollout too, or that roll thing that hurts people.
Yeah, it's true. I think my problem with Ultra Humanite was his attack was too low. But this guy has like a 12. But
His whole dial, he has 12.
Yeah, his whole dial. I'm trying to think like.
Ooh, and he's team player, so he can get Minions of Doom if he's on Latveria.
There's a lot of options.
I think he's pretty powerful. I'm going
I like
pretty
him.
powerful here. Yeah.
I mean, it's super senses, shape change. Gotta love those.
Stealth.
He could team player Scrolls or Wonder Woman to make that even better if he wants to.
Yeah.
He can team play Shield to make him a little bit more supporty, or Underworld to make it where he could be carried or get carried around or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of options for him, and 40 is really not that much.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, 10. I like it also because of the radioactive clay.
Is the radioactive clay as an object playable outside of Puppet Master?
That I'm
No.
more excited about that. I think
It's one-time use, man. Like,
it is, but it's 5 points, and there's got to be something.
It's a shame that we don't have a 5-point object that gives you a 10 range mind control.
if it doesn't go away when you hit.
Yeah.
Does that thing give you 8 range?
No, Liar
No,
gives you
10.
10 range mind control.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, like, as a for instance, if the Pim tank was still meta, this is pretty good, right? So
Yeah.
there could be something like that. So like, if somebody has something where it's like when this character hits, but it has no move and attack and 0 range, but then you give it this thing, it gets better. I think it just does something that it sort of like breaks the game enough that it's definitely considerable because there could be a power later on.
I just wished it had done like the Skull version of mind control one time. Because the Skull there's no range. As long as you draw a line of fire, you can single target mind control. Like, that makes sense to me for this.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool.
Like, you get one mind control, unlimited range, and then once you use it, it's gone. That's it.
I kind of like that. Yeah, it's just sort of like on the back burner. It's definitely not a staple in the meta.
Yeah, if the Liar wasn't also 5 points, then maybe it sees more play. Like if Liar was 10 points or 15 or something, but it's also 5 points. So
that is a fair critique of radioactive clay.
All right, so super rare, high evolutionary.
super rare I'm excited about, guys. This is the first super rare I'm actually super excited about.
So you pretty much are going to have like a live stream or like a chart on the Isotope E at some point, right?
Yeah, it might be a very short presentation, but yes. Because I'm struggling with some of this. But yeah,
All right.
man, being able to
Have you found anything besides Vulture at this point?
Well, DJ Doom, I mentioned that one. Because you could switch out Dr. Dooms.
Why can't we call him MF Doom? That's so much better.
Because he looks like a DJ. I mean, you could call him that, but DJ Doom just rolls off the tongue way easier.
It's kind of true.
Yeah, DJ Doom, like just so easy. High Evolutionary, I don't think you'll see him played at 125. That's just, I mean, it's not bad, but he takes 2 damage, or he goes to click 3. He's kind of meh. But 30 points, I think, is his sweet spot. Hey, look, a 30-point prob.
Yeah, let's compare this guy to Uatu.
But the fact that he brings Isotope E for free is
huge, right?
Awesome, because you may not, and it isn't just with forming the Fantastic Four. Like, if we get more and more figures, I mean, shoot, if we don't have rotation this year, and we have technically the largest modern ever, probably, like, I guess since before they did rotations, because we'll have an extra year added to modern. You can have so many different things. Now, I will say, I wonder how far in advance WizKids knew about Isotope E, because my goodness, did they plan things really freaking well. Like I said here, every Thanos, different point value. Every single Thanos. We have like 6 of them or 5 of them. Every single one, even their lower clicks, all different point values. Like, it's crazy.
Captain Marvel is too. They made her 95 points instead of 100.
Yeah, so this makes me think that someone thought of Isotope E like 3 years ago. And they're like, dude, I know what we want to do. Trust me. Make them different values. You never know.
They're like, guys, just don't fuck this up for me, okay?
Yes, please.
Don't.
Please, don't do it.
Yeah.
But it's still something that could get better. I mean, I've been looking through it. Like, you get a bunch of Wolverines you could switch out, but all the Wolverines do the same thing. So it's like there's some variation, but you got to remember with Isotope E, and I guess I'm jumping the gun to Isotope E, you give your opponent 15 points to switch. So it's kind of like a trade-off.
Better be worth it.
Yeah, but even at just 30 points, High Evolutionary is super good on Fantastic Four because you like having lower point figures to be able to do the forming the Fantastic Four. But we were arguing that Uatu at 30 points for prob was good. Well, this guy has a stop click. So.
And he's an great attacker. 30
yeah, great attacker, 2 targets, 7 range, 30. Like, once again,
powers.
I don't see him at 125. I see him at 30. But
yeah, that's probably true. It's a decent dial at 125, but yeah, you're probably right. You play with 30.
Yeah, I mean, my gosh, like, here's the thing, dudes. Like, it's like, are y'all telling me again that, like, at 125 was 2 stop clicks, 19 defense invincible, super senses invincible on his stop click, throwing a Carnage symbiote on this guy with prob, with side blast, with good values, that he's not good at 125? I mean, like, I tend to agree with y'all, but, like, for the people at home, like, that have been around for a while, this guy would have been everywhere in 2015.
It's purely click 3 through 6 for me. That's 100% the reason why.
I mean, I agree.
You don't want your 125-point figure to take 2 damage or get to a stop click. He's suddenly now off his stop click, and now he's like, oh, help me, I'm on sidestep and precision strike. Like,
yeah, but you're going to play Ultron at 115. He has
150?
and he has 1 click running shot.
That's true. That's fair, but he's got a 14 attack on that running shot.
And he also has 1 more stop click, too.
I think I'd rather have 19 defense than 14 attack.
Well, I think that also Ultron probably diminished any chance with the change to Minions of Doom. Or
Masters of Evil.
Masters of Evil, sorry.
But that is a very fair comparison, Jason.
Yeah. So, at 125 points, I like this guy. Like, if you equip him with, like, the the Soul Gem, for instance, right? He's a 20 defense, and he can steal energy off of both his stops. Like, that seems good.
Yeah, and he's got cosmic energy, so that's legit.
It's just, I like the guy. I don't know.
Yeah, I like him too. I'm just not sure if it's good enough because, like, they're pushing the dials a lot, but you're not getting any value off of like this guy has 2 traits, and you're not really getting any value by paying more. You know, like you want to pay as little as you can to get that free object, to get the value off of it.
Well, I missed the discussion a little bit because I was dealing with children. Did you like the 30-point dial? Like, is he?
Yes, we like 30-point dial.
I love the 30-point.
Yeah, I mean, just I think, you know, there is some stop click hate, but not a lot of good stop click hate. But like, I think with Carnage Symbiote being able to self leadership, and his stop click has invincible super senses, and then you give him this Carnage Symbiote for shape change. So you got shape change super senses in a 19.
Yeah.
It's got to be good. It's got to be at least worth a look.
Yeah.
You could play him with Juggernaut and switch out Juggernaut for the 2x2. So.
And is there any value to the Isotope E he brings in at no point?
Yes, absolutely.
Just for Vulture.
No, it is valuable for Fantastic Four, potentially.
Yeah, it is valuable for Fantastic Four, but the easy answer is Scientist with Vulture.
Yeah, that too.
So, we'll get into it later. Basically, he can add any of the Chase Dooms at 75 to a Fantastic Four team.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
No, because they got to be named the same.
They're not on.
I've been out of it for a while. Explain to me what's the deal with the Vulture and the Scientist.
So
there is. Oh, go ahead.
I was the non-prime Vulture
is a scientist.
Is a scientist.
He is a scientist.
Okay.
And he's 50. Yeah.
Okay,
and
makes sense.
This guy is a scientist. So.
Right. So part of Vulture's problem, when he rarely has one, or 50% of the time when he has one, is because he's not going first.
Right, yeah. I just didn't realize how you bringing him in. Okay, but that makes total sense. Okay.
Yeah. So I think that this is huge for any tournaments coming up, like, you know, the Nate's one that you're going to go play in, Alex.
Yep.
I think it's huge, right? Because you could, pre-rules change, you could have a plus cajillion scientist, right? And you literally get access to pieces that he was being played with on non-theme, but they can be themed. For example, you get Valeria, you get Mr. Oz, you get this guy.
No, Valeria wouldn't work with him, though.
Valeria's a scientist.
Right, but he doesn't. He is now on a scientist team.
No, I'm just saying on the Vulture team, you get pieces that Vulture was being played with off theme, on theme.
Right, but Valeria needs them to share the keyword. That's the only reason I was mentioning Valeria.
Oh, you're talking about for the Outwit?
No, for the Perplex. I'm talking uncommon Valeria. You're talking about the Chase?
I'm talking about Chase, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why would I talk about the uncommon?
Because that's a +2 Perplex.
Thanks.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm talking about the Von Doom.
Yeah, because that's an Everett, basically. She's an Everett for sharing
Sorry.
keywords.
Yeah. No, I'm all about the Von Dooms.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so, I mean, Mr. Oz, Valeria Von Doom, I don't know. It just...
Dark Phoenix. Oh, wait, no, that's Cosmic. I'm done.
Yeah, it's Cosmic. Yeah, so you don't really get retail, but, I mean, you get the TKs, you get the leaderships, you get a ton of perplexes, right? Because you can bump it all up with the scientists, Star Lab scientists.
Star Labs.
And then he has on-theme Cadmus Labs scientist who can give him Battle Fury.
True.
So...
Is Nathaniel whatever a scientist?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now he can get Precision Strike.
Team builds itself.
Right, so Cadmus, Star, Von Doom, Valeria, Mr. Oz, Ock Arms, and you give up 15 points and you are launching a literal nuke of Vulture against any team.
Yeah. True. That's the team. You're right. And that's the most obvious use case for him so far. There could be more later.
Yeah, absolutely.
To me, the only real use case so far, and probably moving forward, is to get something that's not themed onto theme. So like Vulture, like Chase onto Fantastic Four or something. I don't think it's going to be worth it to pay 15 points right off the bat just for variety of picking between two pieces. That seems really expensive just for that.
Risky. It also seems really risky.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't if you're playing high evolutionary. That's the point. If you're playing high evolutionary, you don't pay the points unless you use it.
You're still giving up the points, though.
Not if you don't use it.
Yeah. I guess that's true.
That's what I'm saying.
You don't have to use the 15 points, yeah.
Right. With high evolutionary, what I'm saying is you get it for free. So if you use it or not, you're not losing anything. It's when you actually replace the character, you give up the 15 points.
Right. So I guess the question would be, Tylor, do you think if high evolutionary at 30 didn't have any interaction with his object, would he be worth 30 to you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then there's your answer.
Yeah, I think Isotope, like you said, is 100% what you said. Right now, it's just fitting on theme until someone finds the combo where there are two good figures that do two different things, two different versions. Like if there's two versions of Magneto that could work, and you need to be able to, like, you're in a game against Omega, and you're like, oh crap, I really need a Pulse Wave. Well, luckily, there's 125 Magneto that has Pulse Wave, but you have to be playing another 125 Magneto to make it work, which there's not. I don't think there is 120.
Not right now.
There's 120. Oh, there is. There is the, but it also can use Pulse Wave. So.
All right, let's move on to the Super Rare Prime. Do we
want to do F in chat for this guy and our excitement?
Hold on. I think, am I missing something? Is there a typo on Realms?
I don't know what you're talking about.
About what?
What all keywords does this guy have?
Savage Land, Animal, and Scientist?
Oh, yeah. Okay. That's right. I had to go back and look at the source link.
Yeah, sure.
I was confusing him and the non-prime.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. My bad. So this guy is also a scientist.
Vulture doesn't have an animal, does he?
No, just Brute. Brute and the named one.
Then
they get a little scarier. Oh, he's a prime. Never mind. Doesn't matter.
Oh, that's right. No, you can't use this guy's Vulture. Dang it. But man, so he's got we already knew what this guy did before he was kind of released, right? Because they said he gets 6 theme team probs versus 3 in the new rules. Yep. So he's got stop, super senses twice for 40. He comes with a perplex for 20 or 40. 18 defend.
Leadership.
Leadership is huge. And he gets to remove it from another one when he's successful from another friendly character within range with the animal keyword.
It's just a shame. Animal, like we talked about this before. Like animal is just a bad keyword right now.
Yeah.
Can we just talk about how crazy that super senses is, though? The stop click.
Oh.
Yeah. You place them anywhere on the map.
When and not after resolutions. When it's first revealed.
Oh, true.
Yeah,
so
they can't.
Like what you can't flurry him, and now that knockback damage is gone, you can't knock him off of something or knock him around to get beyond the stop clicks, right?
Yeah, and even now before the rules, before the knockback damage happens, you still get to move him, right?
Yeah.
So you could try to place him. I mean, if you're stuck in Ancient Hold, then you might be screwed. But
because you're still gonna get knocked back.
Yeah, you're gonna be knocked into a wall. But maybe if you're in an open map, it's like, haha, knock me back one. Sucks for you.
It seemed like this guy's gotta be. Well, I'm like, if there is ever an animal team, this guy's on it, like 150%, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
There's no way. For his 50 or his 40 points, not too expensive, but there's no reason to pay it instead of.
That's right. And 20's, I think, arguably more useful because the support's top dial.
Right. So he has 18 defend, he's got support, he's got leadership, and he's got a situational double perplex for 20 points.
Well, if he's on animal, he can use the +2 on other animals.
Right.
With the isotope A.
So he can always make himself a 20 defense. And then he just has a leadership support, 11 attack with 18 defense.
Well, are you looking at he can use the effect on targeting other animals?
Yeah, I'm saying even disregarding that, just self-contained in himself, he can always make himself a 20 defense. He can even make himself 11 for 4 if that ever becomes a thing that he wants to do.
Yeah, he can't in the new rules.
Not in the new rules, that's true.
He can be 13 for 2.
Okay, but in 20 points, he's got stealth, he's got 11 attack, he's got support, he's got leadership, he's
a flyer.
He's a flyer, he's got a crazy stop click, and he's going to be 20 defense the entire game. When he's not on an animal team.
If he's ever... I think he's playable on Scientist, and if there ever is an animal theme team at any point while he's legal, then he's on it. He's there.
I feel like when they made this figure, someone accidentally left off the page where he creates Animen Pogs. Because he feels like he should be able to make some sort of Pog or something that has the animal keyword.
Not 20 points. I think this guy might be good enough to just be unthemed. If you need
it's a prime. Don't forget he takes up a prime slot.
That's
also
true. But if you need a leadership on unthemed, it's hard not to run this guy.
Yeah.
That's a lot for 20 points.
How did they not put any of the Animen in the freaking set? Like, I don't get it. There's one other figure in this whole set that has the animal keyword, and it's Red Ghost.
Dude.
All right, I'm going to move us on to Victorious.
Wait, do we want to talk about Isotope A as itself?
I don't think. I think it's only... I mean, it's animal, right? So if it's...
No, you could... It's normal perplex to target yourself.
Yeah, you would always play the Ego Gem over it.
Right, but that's an ultra chase thing, or reality, sure. So but there's going to be a world where those aren't here and Isotope is.
I don't think so.
I'm in agreement.
I agree.
Yeah.
Victorious. This is the super rare that I'm like, yeah.
This should have been a rare at least.
Yep.
This is pretty boring.
Yeah, like what? She can defend Doom with an 18 defense. Like what Doom doesn't have an 18 defense?
The Ultra Chase or the Chase Doom. The God Doom. He has 17.
Oh, true. That's fair. That's fair. Okay. All right, let's move on so that Dan can talk about this baby.
Yeah. Well, I could talk about my new Bay, right?
Yeah.
But he's good.
I agree. Tell us why.
Marquise of Death. Right? So, Cosmic Energy, 260, or 200/60, 10 range double bolts, ignores characters. Oh, man. Each time an opposing character heals, give Marquise of Death a False Hope token. Traded Pulse Wave. When Marquise of Death uses Pulse Wave, you remove any number of False Hope tokens. If you do, each hit character is dealt X damage, where X is the number of tokens removed. So, Steel Energy, Fantastic Four team ability, lots of crazy stuff. And then he's got Energy Explosion. When Marquise of Death uses it, each hit target you may choose if they are healed 1 click instead of being dealt damage. So you can heal opponents and get False Hope tokens, and then yeet them into... Yeah, you can heal friendly, but you don't get the tokens off of friendly heals.
Oh, okay, true.
Yeah, so you can EE yourself, right, and then heal. Or EE other friendlies, I guess is what I should say.
Well, you can have your friendlies in the fray of EE.
Right.
Like, you can't just be like, all right, I'm going to turn around and shoot my team with EE to heal them. Like, you still have to target opposing.
Right. I agree.
And to be fair, I don't think each hit target you could choose. So yeah, I guess you could say I heal you, you deal damage, you heal, you deal damage. So yeah, that's even better.
Yep. So 200 points, you get 3 stop clicks. 60, you get 1, but you start with an invincible. Like, with the 10 range, sidestep is fine.
Are you worried at all if he takes 2 damage? Like, gets to click 3?
No.
Because he's stuck on mind control.
Right.
Kind of. But he still has energy explosion pulse.
If only I played a character with top-down mind control for 3 years, that was decent.
I know, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that had 10 range double bolts, mind control, with shape change.
I think that's why Dan likes it.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah,
exactly.
Dan, this is up Dan's alley.
As far as Dan is concerned, this character does not have a 60-point dial.
No, he does, because I can play one at 200 and the other one at 60. Because he's not unique either.
So Dan, do you think both?
Say what? Say that again, Tyler.
Do you think both dials are playable?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
I am not.
I think
full dial.
I'm not quite sold on 200. I'm not sold on 200 because of the shape of the meta, the shape of competitive. But man, he's got to be good at 200. I think what I was talking about, like I was kind of spitballing a team with Antonio Clark, like double Marquise, God Doom, a couple of Dark Phoenixes.
Got yourself a stew going.
I mean, that's only 200. That's only 250 points. You know. You give this guy some sort of equip to get some extra oomph. Especially with stuff that's comboing with energy explosion, right? Give this guy the reality gem for the end cap. I think reality gem gives you end cap, right? Or no?
No, it's TK and perplex.
Which object gives you end cap? Isn't there one that does end cap?
You can get end cap from the 0 ring, man.
0, yes, and that gives you the barrier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm in love. It may not work out in practice, but Like, I think I'll be after 2 Marquise as soon as I can get them.
It's the Mind Gem. Is the gem you're thinking of. Mind Control and Incap. By the way.
There you go. 10 range ignores characters. Mind Control give out Incap tokens that you don't think is going to exist, Alex.
I don't think it's going to work together, no. I think that'd be a little too much. But
I'm just giving you a hard time. So, I don't know. What do y'all think of him? I've said my awesomeness. So
Can you guys hear me?
yeah,
Yes.
we can now.
Yeah.
I have been talking for so long. You guys have been ignoring me.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah. I think if you at 60 points, if you take away his trait and his attack power, I think he's still really good at 60 points. If you just ignore that stuff, because like he's got 10 range prob that ignores characters. That's really good. Just 10 range ignores characters is good with the probs of double targets, double energy explode.
I mean, that's two Awatus, though.
That is 2 Awatus.
Yeah.
We measure all our characters in Awatus.
In Awatus now.
It's 2 high evolutionaries as well.
Yeah.
Like he's I'm not sure even how often the pulse wave and stuff is going to come into play. I think it obviously could, right? Like if you kill an Omega, she comes back to life, you're pulse waving her for 10 damage. That's pretty fun. Yeah. So that's
I don't even know what happened just then. That was involuntary reaction.
Yeah, but like he's got the prob, he's got cosmic energy, he's got a lot of things you want him to have. He's just a really good cosmic piece. He's very equipable because whatever you equip him with is getting 10 range ignores characters. Yeah.
Gosh, wouldn't that suck if like your Omega was like you're battling out, right, and you like get 10 tokens and just like you're like, okay, I killed it, you healed for 10, and Marquise is just like yeet.
It's not even that hard to do, right? Because she automatically heals. So if you ever kill her, this guy always has that power because it's a trait. If you ever kill her,
it does. It just says each time they heal, though. I don't think you give him a false hope token per heal.
Yeah, it's
Per
not.
click, yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
each click a character heals.
that's not as fun.
That's not as fun, but I still have an almost involuntary reaction thinking about it.
It's still really right. How often does a Wendigo heal 4 times, right?
Yeah, a lot.
Now,
Dark
that
Phoenix, yeah.
Now that would classify as each time, right? Each time a Wendigo heals, because he only heals once per attack.
Yeah, he's good. What are you equipping him with? Is what I'm wondering.
Oh man.
Exo?
No, I don't. Maybe Exo, right? I would like to be able to give him running shot, right? Because occasionally you did that. With my boy.
Link Glider?
Oh my.
Yeah, no, I just don't think so. Like I'm just so if I'm playing him at 200, right? I think it goes back to definitely Carnage Symbiote, right at 200. I'm thinking post retirement, right? Like Soul Gem's fine.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Like Soul Gem's great, but I'm thinking post retirement, right? Before there's anything of substance, event of substance to get me out of the house, it's going to be July. So that's just kind of what I'm feeling right now. Before I feel like it's safe to get out of the house. So we'll see, right? So I'm thinking Carnage Symbiote at 200. I don't know, a lot, right? I'm just looking through all the ratings right now. I mean, Demonic, it might actually be a good thing for him because then he gets the approved targeting hindering, which is huge.
Not that big of a deal with Pulse Wave, though.
Doesn't light.
That's fair.
Wouldn't that make his energy explosion 3 damage instead?
Lightning would, yes.
Lightning would, yeah.
I guess I feel like if you're playing him at 200, he has to have some other movement ability. Because pulse waving with sidestep and a 10 range is sad. Because you can never get away from your own characters to pulse wave, because you pulse wave for 5.
That's
range.
fine. It's fine.
Who cares about other people?
Well, it's easy when you're playing Lockjaw, but it's not as easy when you're playing. You want a single target.
Boy, I wonder if 200 plus 75 equals out to be a pretty cool team.
Except for in July when he retires and when you start playing again.
Don't.
No, Lockjaw won't retire. He was an 18 con.
Yeah, 18s are going away if retirement happens.
I don't think so.
No, because we still have 17 cons. 17 cons are going away, right?
No, we lost all the 17 cons except for the ones that came out in 18. We had this discussion the other day because we were talking about EXO.
No, they early retired the 17 cons.
No, to get them back on path. Like, this year, 18 should be going.
It's 3 years, so
yeah. We don't have Bat Knight, we don't have Plastic Man, we don't have Muhammad Ali because they were 17. We just got some of
Superman.
We got some of the LEs because they came in 18, but they were the 17 versions, if that makes sense.
I'm going to reject your reality and accept my own.
Yeah, we're because we should lose Starro, Lockjaw, all of those this year if retirement happens.
I don't like what you're saying, sir. I'm going to ignore it.
Yep. Sorry.
Wait a minute. Didn't they early retired the Blackbird?
That was for the ID cards, though.
But wasn't that 17?
That was an 18.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people were upset about that.
They are all over the place with this, with it this time.
Who knows what retirement's gonna like? We know.
There's too much. There's too much unknown. Yeah.
I think you guys are really trying to avoid the fact that Lockjaw could be retiring.
Not that he could, that he will.
Hey.
Well, you know, what was it? The previous one of our live streams, we were convinced rotation was happening, and now we're like, no. Now that we realize who could retire, can't be happening.
Retirement's coming just like the Grim Reaper. You can't stop it. It's coming.
That's true. Oh man, so I'm with you, Alex. I guess.
I'm with him. Lump me in with him.
I know. I said I'm with Alex. I didn't say I'm with you. I said I'm just with Alex. I just agree with what Alex is saying begrudgingly. Whenever a piece has won you, I don't know, a small used car worth of prizing, you kind of like the guy, okay?
Doesn't mean you hold on to those pieces, though. Right, Tyler?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. You're correct. Still got my Juggernaut, though.
Well, you didn't win with him yet. Once you win with him, then you're going to ditch him.
He's gone. He's out of here.
Oh, man. So, you know, so I think 200, I just go back to, like, there's just nothing else that really excites me other than some rings at 60. Like, you know, there's nothing like, I don't know, like the pumpkin bombs, right? The illusional generator, the dimensional watch, all black, the necro sword, the Waldo arms. None of that adds any oomph to him. So I mean, that'll be what's left, right? If retirement happens, or when it's going to, Spider-Man and the rings, right? And EXO.
That's the following year, yeah.
No, this year. Right? This year we'll lose the gems.
We'll lose the gems, not the rings.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So the only legal eclipse will be what we're getting in this set: the rings and Fantastic Four equips.
And the Carnage and and Carnage, yeah.
Before retirement, would you put you put Power Gem on him, I guess, yeah. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, Power Gem's fine, right? Yeah.
Yep.
I could totally see Soul Gem on him, right, or Power Gem, specifically at 60, right? So 60, it would be, for me, Reality or Power. Power post-rules, if I play him pre-rules, it's going to be the Reality Gem.
Right.
But I think pre-rules change, I probably would play the Scientist Vulture team.
Okay.
So I know I'm all over the board there, right? But I'm probably seeing this guy in a post-rotation world.
All right, well, that was the last super rare.
Alrighty, and then on to the chases. And if you've stayed with us this long, congratulations. This is our 4th recording session here.
Yep.
And we're going to cover the 9 chases.
8,
which,
right?
8?
There's 8.
8. Okay, 8. Well, that's somehow better than 9.
And we've got a reveal of the 9th chase. No.
Oh, gosh, could you imagine?
Yeah. Like, so House of X was a super rare heavy set. This is a chase heavy set.
Right.
Every chase is playable. If you play one chase, you want to have all the other chases. They're gonna be expensive.
Right. And I was talking earlier when we were doing some of our pre-show stuff throughout the day in chat, and I was like, I mean, you could make the argument here, right? Because, so first of all, right, everybody should know at this point, all the chases can be swapped out with each other at the beginning of game. So I was like, you could make an argument that you need all 8 of them because you could put all 7 on your sideline.
Yep.
And there is an argument that there could be a use for every single one of them.
Yeah.
Right. It just depends on your team which one you're going to start with.
Yeah. Now there are definitely some that are much better than others. So there are some you can be like, all right, I don't want to spend that much money to get all of them, so you can leave out a couple.
Right. I agree, and we can kind of talk about that.
Yeah.
So we were talking about if we wanted to rank them or something like that, and I'm like, I don't think we do want to rank them because of just that whole point of they can be used so many different ways.
And it really depends on the meta. Like, it depends on the current state. If something's more bystander heavy, then you might want to go one Doom. If something's more extra action heavy, you might want to go another Doom. So it really depends on your team and really depends on how the current competitive scene is.
That's right.
One more thing I want to say before we start. These are going to get played. I'll probably more than half of them regularly. So the big thing I want to stress is, unless they fix it in the rules, even if they do for the next few months, you should read up on how beginning of game works and be very familiar with what triggers when, because there's some complicated things there, and these are all beginning game effects. So just be aware, because it's first turn, like the
So
gets to decide on the active player. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So the beginning of game effects trigger. The order of operations is determined by first player.
Well,
Currently.
Well, no, because there is no order of operations technically. It all happens simultaneously, right?
But active player determines which order those things get resolved in.
Yeah.
It's the same reason you can order Steel Energy and Mystics.
Yeah.
After resolutions. It all happens simultaneously, but you can't do 2 things at once, so you have to determine which order they resolve in.
And we say currently only because I really hope this is something they
I do too.
make it into something else. Like, it just seems too powerful that the first player wins map, gets to go first, and also determines those 3 powers you might have at the beginning of the game, they go in this order because I want them to. Because we could start out, the first Doom on the list is one that is affected by this, potentially.
So we'll start and we'll walk through.
If we want to.
We totally can. Either way.
So, all right. So the first Doom is Dr. Doom 62. It's the first appearance of Doom, isn't it? Based off of the first appearance, I think it is.
I have no idea. DJ Doom, MF Doom.
Yeah, its nickname is DJ Doom because he's in front of the time platform or in front of a table of some sort, so it looks like he's DJing. He's got the beginning of game effect. He starts the game with the time platform equipped, and he doesn't take a unavoidable damage. We could talk about the time platform in a second. He also is kind of a pseudo Q in the sense that he begins the game. He rolls 2d6, places the results on the card. If he's 150 points, he rolls 3. And then whenever an attack roll is made, you can replace a d6 and roll a d6 from this card. It's not in range or anything, so he's arguably better. But he only has a finite amount. There's no way to redo those.
He has 2, but it's no range, no line of fire. Just any time an attack roll is rolled, you can use these 2 die.
So
really strong.
Yeah. So before we get into how great this chase is, to clarify what we were talking about beginning of game effect, this Dr. Doom is actually the only one called Dr. Doom. All the rest of them have a different name. So he is technically somebody you can use the isotope E on to switch out with another Dr. Doom, because there is another Dr. Doom at 75 points. And that Dr. Doom, there's a couple, but one of them also has Fantastic. So it's kind of complicated, but if you have the Fantastic Four, that's also at the beginning of the game. And so you couldn't technically do both of them because they both happen at the beginning of the game. Like, you can't form the Fantastic Four to bring in the Fantastic Four Dr. Doom and then isotope E to switch to this Dr. Doom because they both happen at the beginning of the game.
I actually think you can do that.
No, you can't, because Dr. Doom isn't on your force at the beginning of the game. So at the beginning of the game, there's the check.
Right, so I can read this. So it's step 4, resolving of beginning of game triggered effects. Effects that trigger during the beginning of the game only get one opportunity to trigger and resolve. Game elements with such effects must be on your force during that specific phase in order to trigger and resolve. The game element has an effect that triggers during the beginning of game phase but enters the game after that phase has passed. That effect will not trigger or resolve.
Right, so that's why I think you can do it. Okay, so you're playing a Fantastic Four team with the whatever that guy's name is, High Evolutionary, and the Doom with another character with Fantastic Four at 75 points. So beginning of game triggers, you use Sue Storm to use her beginning game effect to switch to the Doom that has Fantastic Four keyword with 75 points.
And then
you choose the
isotope. Then beginning of the game is over.
No, because the isotope effect, you can still use this beginning game effect. It's not this Doom's effect. That rule said that you have to have the element on your force to use its effect. The
isotope E, though, says you may replace a character on your starting force with a character from your sideline.
Yeah.
So at that point, it's not
I'm
on
pretty sure. No. I think starting force includes sideline. I'm almost positive. This is why I hate this. I'm pretty sure you can do that.
Well, the other thing is you can't bring in Doom and then do the Doom switch. That was the other part, because when you bring in, say you do Isotope E, say we find out that does work, and you bring in DJ Doom, you cannot then many faces of Doom to switch DJ Doom to another Doom chase, because
that is definitely correct. And you also do not get the beginning of game roll for his die replacement.
Right. But he is the only character that could be isotoped in, like only chase that could be isotoped in. So he is an option. He's an option for the Fantastic Four, maybe, but definitely if you're playing another 75-point Doctor Doom, which we have 2. We have the Deep Cuts Doctor Doom, and then we have the uncommon from this set that comes in at 75. I don't think we have a 150-point Doom, if I remember correctly. So you could bring this one in with Isotope E, so that gives you a little flexibility, but then you have to debate, okay, is this Doom good enough to pay 15 points for when he
when
doesn't get
one of his trades.
Yeah, when you don't get the 2d6, you will get the time platform because he does start the game. So he will start the game equipped. But is he worth it at 75 points with the time platform? And that's it.
I think he's worth it as an option. Like if you run into a vulture that wants to equip arms, he's definitely worth it.
I agree.
So it's just nice to have the option.
Okay, all right. So your starting force is the force you build during force construction,
Okay.
and contains all game elements that you begin the game with. Yeah, you're wrong, Tyler. Your starting force is the force you build during force construction and contains all gaming elements that you begin the game with, on, and more rarely off the map. The map, but does not include your starting sideline.
I would just say off the map then.
Well, more rarely off the map, because sometimes at the beginning of game or during force construction, you put figures off the map. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I mean, there's been situations where the Doom with those Doom bots, it goes off the map at some point.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
So either way, it doesn't work for Fantastic Four just because
it doesn't work for a different reason. Okay.
Right. But the key thing is though,
you can start. I think the point that you're trying to make, Alex, is that you can do this if you start your main force with the Doctor Doom with the Fantastic Four keyword.
Right.
And the contention is that Tyler thinks that you can keep it on the sideline, but you can't.
Okay, so if you start your game with the Fantastic Four Doom, yeah, because then you either have the option to, if you want, you can switch to this Doom if you want to get rid of an equipment, or you can just switch to another 75-point character with the Fantastic Four keyword with the Fantastic Four trait.
Right. So I mean, I think my easy swap there is right. You start with the FF4 Dr. D.
Yeah.
Right, and then you're either likely going for DJ Doom with the isotope, or just some other random 75-point good Fantastic Four piece, like maybe the She-Hulk, right?
Or Wolverine. Wolverine's the other big one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, so there's a lot of flexibility there, but the one downside we were talking about though is that if let's say theoretically that you were able to bring in this Doctor Doom and you were able to do the many faces of Doom also, technically first player could say, I want you to resolve the many faces of Doom first. Like he could order how you do it so that way it doesn't work how you want it to work. That's the same reason why Dad Thing doesn't work, or is that something different? There used to be other instances where
Dad Thing doesn't work because
he's not he gets it at beginning of game and you couldn't Fantastic Four him in, or is it the opposite?
I don't know. I gotta look at the thing real quick.
Either way though, just know that it's super flexible, but it's not as flexible when you don't play the Chase's main force. If you're playing go ahead.
The thing is just, if he starts on your main board, you can generate the two pogs. If you bring him in, you can't because it's the beginning of game.
Right. And I think before they made that ruling, people were, because it was a win ruling, I think, also on him, that put the kibosh on that. People were asking about that on the win. But I feel like there was previously before that, it didn't work because they activate, like the active player could choose you switch out before you bring them in or something. I don't know. There was a thing to do with the active player.
The active player can determine, because the thing's POG generation is at the beginning of game. So active player can just say, hey, you need to form the Fantastic Four before you generate Buzz and Chuck.
Okay, yeah. So people used to be generating the pogs then switching them out. But that only works if you're active player. If you're not, then they can make you switch them out before they.
Right. Yeah. So here's the thing: it's underformed the new Fantastic Four trade on the win. ACM actually asked the question. No, when the beginning of game trigger occurs, all applicable effects in play all trigger and then resolve in the order of the active player's choosing. The thing's effect was not in play when beginning of the game figure was checked, so his effect did not trigger or resolve. So you can't bring the thing in. And if you're first player, you can start with the thing, generate the pog, then get rid of the thing. But if you lose map, and you're main forcing the thing, I can say resolve form the Fantastic Four before you generate the pogs. Now, I think realistically, in reality, whenever you're playing this Fantastic Four with the form trait, the thing stays on your main force because he's badass for that particular.
Right, but there are maybe some instances you want the flexibility, since we're getting more Fantastic Four, and it's just too much of a risk. Less of a risk, I guess, new rules, because you have a less of a chance of always losing map, or losing first player because of the maximum +3. So back to DJ Doom real quick. So let's talk about this is the one with the time platform. So do we want to talk about the time platform?
Well, I think we can talk about the time platform separately. So basically, an infinite number of times, if you hit an opposing character, you can move them back to their starting area. And then, if you get hit and you have it equipped, you can go back to your starting area and take 1 unavoidable damage and KO the time platform. Jason, I think your heater kicked on.
Yeah.
No, it's not on right now.
Then there's just you heavy breathing, I guess.
It was pretty loud.
So did you read out what the time platform does?
Okay, and when this character hits a single opposing character, instead of normal damage, you may place the hit character in its starting area. When this character would take damage, you may instead place them in your starting area. If you do, after resolution, deal them 1 unavoidable damage and KO the time platform. It is also a heavy, so that is relevant.
Mm-hmm. So do we think
I think it's perfectly playable on DJ Doom.
Do you think it's playable outside of that?
I think you have to be able to play a backup object. Because you're going to go through the rigmarole of equipping an object. That's a heavy, right? So it's TK or super strength, right? And then you're going to be objectless unless you have another object, say, being held by a pog in your starting area, right? Like you're going to back up to the Venom symbiote or something like that, or the Remaker ring or something.
I mean, I guess how beneficial. So we probably don't like when this character would take damage. Like, that's cool, but we don't want to give it the 10 points and take 1 unavoidable. Like, is that a concern?
I think it's fine, right? But I think my point is that you got to have a backup, because you probably do the time platform in the first third of the game. I feel like that's the proper pacing for it. Then what are you going to do on this guy, on your character, probably like a temple type figure, the rest of the game?
Well, then how often would you use it for its first effect?
A lot.
A lot?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So say you don't put it on a tempo, you put it on a lesser figure that you don't need them to do damage. Like, you just want them to primarily use the time platform. Because you want your tentpole to be dealing 4 to 5, 6 damage. You don't want them to choose, instead of normal damage, return them to the starting area. But you might against like an Immortal Hulk, or against someone that took a little bit to get up there.
Yeah, or a Juggernaut. If they're a Juggernaut, you want them to just send it back. I think it's okay. I don't really think it's worth the points if you're just putting it on a sideline figure. But I think like a secondary figure. But if you're building around, so like the obvious thought here would be Jason, right? So you can either mind control the whole team and send their whole team back to the starting area if you want, or if they're like they have a Retaliator in the back, right? You mind control somebody, send them back to the starting area, then mind control the Retaliator to kill something back there.
I don't know. Does this? I don't know if this works with mind control.
Yeah, it does.
It does because it's also another instead of normal damage, right?
Yeah. So you would just choose the effect. You would choose this one.
Yeah, you choose this one, right? Yeah, so it just says when this character hits a single opposing character, right? So Jason's mind controlling one character, and then instead of normal damage, instead of doing mind control, instead of doing the instead of normal damage effect of mind control, you do the instead of normal damage effect of the time platform.
And the concept of that was previously with the tank and a mind controller, Professor X, right?
Other thing on it too, but yeah. Yeah, so that's like the most broken version of it, and it's obviously good. I'm not sure if it's better than other things on Jason, but it seems like it is.
Well, Jason doesn't typically get equipped.
Right. That's like the best case scenario of the object to me. Excuse me. But yeah, outside of that or Doom, I don't really see it being played. But if you want to build around it like that,
yeah. I guess this is once again one of those things that it depends on how the competitive scene ends up currently. Because if they bring their whole force up, and if you're used to playing it where it takes the meta turns into one where it's a little bit slower, like it just takes a little bit for people to come up. And you're able to just yeet one of their figures back to their starting area, and that just throws off that leaves all their support and their main attackers back at the beginning. That could mean that you play that a lot more. I mean, in this instance, like Vulture, this doesn't do anything for because Vulture's the only one that comes up. You could argue, well, sending him back means he has to redo everything, but he generally can just redo everything. Like, that's really not a big issue with him. But if you're playing something that has a taxi, like playing Spider Pharaoh, where they carry up maybe their big guy and some support, and you're able to send the big guy back and then try to kill all their support before the big guy comes back up, then obviously this is a big piece that you'd want to play. I mean, but it just depends on how things go. So, and it also depends on if instead of normal damage changes, because that's another thing that could change new rules. Like there's still that open mindset of the new rules. They could shut down where you can only do one. Right now you could do any, but
they could shut that down. You could do that. But I mean, this Doom is perfectly good at. I mean, so the question as we go through these, do you think he's playable at 150? I want to say no.
No, yeah, I agree.
Okay. All right, so let's move on to Prisoner of Planet Doom. So swap out stuff, right? Whenever Prisoner of Planet Doom KOs an opposing character, choose one. Choose a standard power on that character's card. Prisoner of Planet Doom can use the chosen power or choose a combat value. Prisoner of Planet Doom modifies the chosen combat value +1.
I think it's his next trait that people are
that's a very good one, right? I didn't even read that one until just right now.
It's really good.
So he starts eating pogs, right? He's better than Prime Thanos in that aspect, right? So he starts eating pogs.
And I just want to... So if he kills, let's say, in 3, he kills 3 pogs, he can go +3 to defense permanently, right?
That's right. It's not a unique modifier.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm that because
as far as I know, that's right. But the pog, he can't choose the power because the pog doesn't have a card.
Choose a standard power on that character. Oh, okay,
So if he's killing pogs, then he's for sure taking combat values, right?
But that's totally awesome.
That's fine, right? Yeah. So, but he doesn't have like a quake or anything where he's KOing multiples or anything.
Yep, not on
like flurry or something, right?
Next trait.
All right. At the beginning of the game, if you're not the first player, roll a d6. That's funny. 3 through 4, first player skips their turn. 5 through 6, first player skips their turn, and the Prisoner of Planet Doom may choose both options for his Doom takes what he wants straight. So a 66% chance of
going first.
of going first. Well, no, because like the other option is that first player defers, right? So
Well,
that's a
yeah. If you lose map, you still have a 66% chance after that of going first.
Yeah,
so you get to go first on their map, right? 66% chance of the time.
Right.
That's funny. But it also feels like I want to just go ahead and say this. It also feels like the mirror, right?
A little bit. It's such a big effect on a die roll. I agree with that.
It is, right? Because, as soon as you want that power, you're going to roll that 1-2. That mirror is going to break.
And he's not. You can't switch him in to do that power. You have to main board him. So, because it's at the beginning of the game.
Yep. Which is so annoying, man. It seems like it was designed to do it the other way, but I guess not.
Right.
Yeah, this guy, obviously that trade is insane. Both trades are insane. This is the one that I was thinking could be played at full points because, you want him to alive as long as possible. So I actually like his first trade better, where he's stacking powers and stats.
Right.
Because there's a lot of, a lot of easy KOs in the meta right now, and they have good powers. Like if you kill a Mary Jane, you can potentially get full dial shape change +1 defense if you roll well on that thing.
Well, you won't kill her because she gets switched back in.
Yeah, if they choose to do that.
Which they probably should, right?
Yeah, but they might not even be able to. If we get down to Dr. Thing, we'll see.
That's funny, right? Yeah.
He's tough to judge, I think, because 75 points, 18 toughness, and no rollouts feels kind of bad. Like, for 75 points. 6 clicks, I get it, but I feel like I will say this. If you're playing 75-point chases, you will not switch to Prisoner of Doom. Like, that's very rare you're going to do that.
But I think Prisoner of Doom could be the one that you start with.
Yeah, that's true. Because you can just roll that. He also he has good keywords. I like the idea of that power.
Right. And I like that he has a full dial of still energy at 150.
Right. It's closer.
So that means things that are Carnage Symbiote doubles down on him, right? So, right, if he's still energying twice, essentially, right, he KOs something, he steals energy off of that, he Carnage Symbiote heals, and then he gets to choose a combat value. I think...
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking values, right, is going to be the... I'm just thinking pogs, right? I'm thinking you're getting a bunch of easy pog kills, right?
Well, I mean that, but it's on that character's card, not on their starting line. So if you kill a Dark Phoenix, you have 900 point dial to work with to pick a power from.
That's true.
You pick whatever you want on there: hypersonic, pulse wave, invincible, full dial. It can get pretty crazy.
Right, and then so. I'm thinking what was his name? Danny Frankenstein?
I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
The scientist pick-a-power guy?
Nope, not ringing a bell.
The 25-point one that does the objects.
Nope.
Nathaniel Richards?
Nathaniel Richards, yeah.
Danny Frankenstein?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you give this guy...
What the hell? Where did that come from?
Oh my god.
What was his name again? Nathaniel Franklin?
Nathaniel Richards.
Nathaniel Richards. Okay, sorry. I'm telling you, I'm not purposely doing this.
Yeah. So if you give any pulse wave of 3 pogs or whatever, you're sitting at 21 defense your entire dial. It seems fine.
I just don't. I mean, I would say though, until the rules change, you're probably not playing him.
Probably not.
Because it's just too risky. But after the rules change, when you have because current rules change, you have a decent chance of not winning, and then you have to depend on the 66% chance. But if you win map, you could make the other person first player, and can determine it more, I guess. Like you
No,
get
no,
options.
Yeah, if you were not first player, that's true.
Yeah, so if you win map or you win the roll-off, you could choose the other player be first. So you at least control your destiny a bit.
That
And
makes
you get
Sure.
so you could be like, all right, against this team, I'll be first player. Oh,
So I guess,
against Vulture, I'll not. You know,
Is it a misprint, or does he not have willpower, or does he not have Indomitable?
He does not.
yeah,
Yeah,
he doesn't.
so
He doesn't have Indomitable.
I just
That's
saw
a-
that.
That's a
It's weird.
It's not a misprint because there's a lot of pieces in this set without Indomitable.
right. Yeah. So I mean, that's a kind of a negative for him post pre-rules change.
Yeah.
For 2 months or
I
3
think
months.
you'll like this one best as like a sort of tentpole. He's the one I want to play at 150 the most, and probably 75 the least.
I agree with that. I can totally agree with that.
Well, not the least, because there are some not good ones later.
I think the scientist pick a power guy
Helps.
gives a lot to this fella.
Yeah.
I would say though, if you're trying to be budget friendly and you're like, oh my goodness, which chases do I need? Unless you're trying to build around that trait, he's one you might could just pass on. Like he's cool, he does some really cool things, but he's one you don't have to have in your rotation of many Faces of Doom. Like he doesn't counter something.
You're never
Really.
sidelining this guy.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. I agree with that. Yeah. Lord Doom. All right, so swap out trait. That's funny. If an opponent's force has more characters than your force, opposing characters can't generate bystanders.
Yep.
Not funny,
So this guy feels like a tent-pole figure too, right?
you kinda, yeah. I think you only want like 4, maybe 5 figures if you're playing him.
That's really funny because to be honest, that's a half-assed Jason counter, right? Because
That's
even
a
the
lot of Jason counter.
non-themed version of Jason still has 5 or 6 characters on the team.
Yeah.
He's definitely playable at both. You don't have to have him at 150. Just having him on the board is good for any. And he's one you want to switch into because he doesn't have any beginning of game benefits. He's one that you're like, all right, my beginning of game Dooms did something. I'm now switching into Lord Doom because you want him on the board. You don't want to main board him and switch out because he just does
Because
nothing.
he doesn't have the scientist keyword.
Yeah,
which I
he's
think
not
is
celebrity
relevant.
as like his one. I actually don't like this guy at 150. I don't think he gains that much.
That's true.
I would put him on a team with 2 Dooms, like 2 Dooms at 75, and then some other stuff. I wouldn't mind that at all. Oh, this is something else I was going to say. It doesn't really work that well with this guy, but I think all of these Dooms work with Doombot from the Fantastic Four set, which is very, very good, and people kind of forgot about him. He has the for all characters with his power, when a friendly character with Olavarria and Ruler, which again is pretty sure it's everybody here, be targeted with opponent's attack or use Outwit or Perplex, you may roll a d6 4 to 6. That opponent chooses a Doombot instead, essentially. So that can help them because none of them have protected Outwit, and they all kind of need it. So that's like 50-50 that.
So I think that this is, like if I'm going Latvarian, right, you can also choose the Doom that pops in, that replaces himself with the 2 Dooms, with the 2 Doombots. The uncommon one?
It's uncommon 021.
Yeah, so... Yeah, so when placing characters during game setup, this is one that goes away during game setup.
Right. Yeah.
Place Dr. Doom on this card and generate 2 Fantastic Four 005 Doombots. This game, when a friendly 005 Doombot is KO, you may immediately place Dr. Doom from this card into their square and must do so if no other Fantastic Four 005 Doombot is on the map while Dr. Doom is on this card. Doombots can use leadership? What the hell?
Yeah.
That's really good.
When Doom comes out, he can generate more Doom bots. Holy crap! Sorry, Alex. I just blazed through all that.
Yeah, it's okay. I mean, that's an okay power. The problem is when he pops in, he doesn't do anything spectacular. Like, so.
No, but he's 45 points. So.
Well, 50 if you're playing the trait.
Okay.
Yeah, but it's just 50 for 4 clicks of running shot, energy explosion, and enhancement. Right, enhancement's going to be better in the new rules with damage.
And mastermind.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's just you're going to give up 30 points from the Doom bots, and then he's going to pop in unless you pop him in some other time. So
But you can if there's Doom bots.
Right. So he's not bad. It's just there's a reason we haven't seen him played, but Latveria is a lot stronger now.
Yeah.
But either way, Lord Doom, he's definitely one you want to pick up, just because he's the one you switch to more often than not, just because he's so powerful with all the bystanders that are being created, and being able to charge and not have speed is pretty good too.
You guys know this is Darth Vader, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
He's really good offensively. He charges, doesn't have speed value, and goes through characters hindering and blocking. So, with X-Exploit, he's a good offensive piece as well.
Well, he doesn't ignore characters, just hindering and blocking.
Yeah.
That's
true.
Sure?
That's movement is what that little dude is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody's -1/-1 against him too, which is nice.
Yeah. Really good. And that's why you kind of want protected outwit on him, because that's a very outwittable power. But if they don't have it, it's tough to get through.
Yep,
that's true. Dr. Doom, the Sorcerer Supreme.
This one's the worst, I think. I'm not playing him.
Yeah, I think so, right? Because when an opposing character is turned to its starting click this game, after resolutions, roll a d6 and heal Dr. Doom, the Sorcerer Supreme, equal to half the result. So when is an opposing character turned to its starting click? Like, is that like Immortal Hulk?
Krakoa.
Yep, Krakoa. Immortal Hulk. It's also just, I think, whenever they heal to their starting click.
Oh, so like support or something like that?
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. It doesn't say, like, from KO to starting. It's just when they go back to the starting click.
Yeah.
But like his damage power is I think his better claim to fame. He just gets to re-roll an attack roll when it's within range of line of fire. That's an infinite number of times, or however many attacks are within range of line of fire. So that's pretty powerful, and it's also not prob, so you can still theme prob with him after you re-roll that. So it's a lot of re-rolls, but
the problem is I don't think he'll ever be able to use the healing power because he's most likely dying before he really gets that power going, unless the person hits him for 4 and steals energy up the stop click or up the starting click.
That'd be nuts.
Otherwise, they're gonna blast him and just hit him twice, probably, because 6 damage precision strike isn't common, but 2 hits with precision strike for 3 is not difficult. So I don't know if he's the worst. I feel like there's another one on here that's the worst, but he's not good. He's one you could probably pass.
Yeah,
for sure.
I tend to agree with that.
Okay.
He looks cool though.
Yeah. All these things look awesome, by the way. I was telling someone, right, like Old Man Phoenix, right, has a $60 dial but $150 sculpt.
Yeah.
all of these Dooms fall somewhere in between.
Yeah.
Wow. Not anymore with Old Man Phoenix, but new rules bumped up Old Man Phoenix, so that's a talk for another day.
Yeah.
All right,
Dr. Thing, I like this one.
I do too.
I just like it's the thing that is Dr. Doom. I mean,
sure, that too.
He's arguably one of the better starting chases before you switch him out.
Right. So when revealing forces, choose an opposing sideline game element. If Dr. Thing is on his starting click, the chosen sideline game element can't be brought into the game.
So this one confuses me.
So what this does, to clarify, this shuts down. You get to pick one. Like if they're doing the 4 and the Fantastic Four at the beginning of the game, you could choose one of the Fantastic Four that they can't ever switch in.
Well, as long as he's on the starting click.
Which he is at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that's correct.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because you're right.
Yeah. Their thing is that it only works in game. If I thought the same thing when I saw, well, what does it matter if he's on a starting click? He always starts there. But they're talking in game. If you knock him off the starting click, well, then even if you chose a trouble alert, they now could bring in that trouble alert.
Right.
So go ahead.
I'm just, the timing on this one really messes with me. Okay, so firstly, this is not sideline active, right? So if you choose a trouble alert and then switch him out, it's null. It doesn't matter anymore,
right?
Okay, so that's that. So when revealing your forces, choose an opposing sideline game elephant. Spoilers for the next they're making an elephant. If Dr. Thing is on his starting force, the chosen sideline. Okay, yeah. So let's say your second player, you choose their Fantastic Four thing, right? Then, and them as active player say, okay, you have to do your many phases of Doom first, and then if you switch this guy out, then they can do their thing to bring him in.
No. His thing is at revealing forces, not at the beginning of the game.
Well, yeah, but if he's removed from the game at the beginning of the game, then it's no longer active.
That's
right?
Yeah.
That's why he confuses me.
So you're saying, right, so at the beginning, so you're saying when revealing forces, you choose, but I'm just going to say AOU She-Hulk, right? You say that can't be brought into the game via from the Fantastic Four.
Right.
Then, you, as first player, you say, resolve the Fantastic Four, then I'm going to swap out Doom.
That should work. But
that should work. Is
yes.
that what you're asking? Is that what
right,
you're asking?
but keep in mind the Many Faces of Doom is optional. So the biggest case is, we've been talking about the Isotope E Vulture team. So you can now say with Dr. Thing, I'm choosing Vulture. You're not going to be able to isotope him in. And then they're like, okay, well, I won one map, so I'm going to say you have to do Many Faces of Doom before I bring him in or something. I don't know. They could try to argue that, but you could just leave Dr. Thing in. You don't have to switch him out.
I'm saying you can't switch him out if you're second player and still get the effect. You can if you're first player because this is all dumb and I hate it. But second player, you have to keep him on.
That's right.
Right, but and that's fine, depending on the matchup. Like if it's Fantastic Four, I mean, you could take away Wolverine or something like that, and you have to weigh, okay, is taking Wolverine enough for me to keep Dr. Thing on the board? Because he doesn't have a lot going. I mean, he has some things going for him, but he's not amazing.
Whoa.
You've upset Daniel.
Whoa.
After rules change, he has more going for him.
Oh, but he does now anyways, right? I mean, 19 defense for 75 points. I'm always down. With Invincible. Takes maximum 1 damage from range attacks. I'm down. Yeah, whatever. Sure. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's the big downside of all these.
Hey, we already talked about it. You're going to play with the Doombot thing. You're going to play Doombot, fellas.
Yeah, you're not winning Dr. Doombot. So.
You're going to have a Doombot. Good job.
All I'm trying to say is that generally you want to switch off of him, but if you have to stay on him, it's not the end of the road. It's not like, oh, I'm hosed.
I don't know. I think he's a pretty solid, with, if you play 2 of the 75s and then you're bringing in Bishop with with the future Doom.
He's definitely top half, I would say, at least, of on dial.
Yeah, because, I'm thinking post-rules change, right? I mean, most of my coloration here of these is post-rules change, right? So, I mean, that's 12-4, right?
I don't think the rules change actually affects him at all.
The post-combat
expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he just starts with sidestep, so he could already do that. He's already 12 for 4.
His Quake is better, though.
His Quake is a 12 attack, I will give you that.
Yeah, and 4 damage if it's a single target.
Yeah,
Well, and then he's got the pseudo retile, so
yeah,
I mean,
that's good.
if
They
they target, if they attacked him, you could position yourself maybe to do the single target quake. I don't know.
Oh, free place. Oh, and his is not.
Yeah, relying on.
Yeah, free place Doctor Thing adjacent to an opposing character that attacked Doctor Thing. Didn't say that they had to hit or that they did damage.
Yeah, so he is a very solid dial. Like he's a melee tie-up piece. Generally don't see a lot of play, but he's got things going for him. He can play as adjacent. He's got high defense. But his effect is really good. Like, deceptively good. Obviously, it works with any Fantastic Four. It works against all the other Dooms very effectively.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to play this guy on a ruler team with Jason, so they can't swap that other guy in, so that you can always make your pogs, that's really good. It's always going to be useful in every game because you can always do a secret identity, a trouble or a troublemaker. You're always going to get some use out of it.
Yeah, he's one that you are primarily going to play main board because you want that effect to happen. Period. Because otherwise, if he's not on your main board, I don't know why you're bringing him in. So he's one of the ones you want to play on your main team, and he affects a lot of things. I think more so when at the beginning of the game, less so in game. But I haven't fully vetted that. Like, you could obviously choose a specific trouble alert. You could choose a specific shifting focus. You could
secret
identity, but I don't know if you want to waste that on a secret identity. That might
be the only option you have in that case, though.
And it's a really good option just to know that Mary Jane's going to die when you hit her.
Right, and the cool thing is that if there's no good options, then you could just switch into another Doom. I mean,
sure.
If you're playing a normal Vulture team that doesn't use the isotope E to get the big theme, well, you probably don't have anything you want to keep away, I guess. I mean, so you might switch to someone else, but the other Dooms might die faster. But, it's an option you have.
Yeah.
Which is why these chases are good.
Yeah, I mean, I like this Doctor Thing.
This one, again, you're probably never playing at 150, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Unless they change super strength to something crazy.
Sure, even then.
I mean, I don't dislike him as much as I dislike other things at 150.
I agree with that, but you are never playing this week.
Well, no, don't say that, Tyler, because you might play him at 150 to switch to one of the other figures at 150.
I think he might be the one that you start with to then swap into Prisoner.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you're not worried about going first, right? I don't know. Maybe. Next up is Doom. This is the one that we saw first, right? So
yeah. He's one that you typically don't want to play first. He's one you want to switch to because he doesn't have anything that affects the beginning. But you do want to play him. I mean, his attack thing is cool. His power action you might not actually get off. You might at 150, probably not at 75. But the life is a conflict trait. It's great. I mean, opposing forces can't take more costed actions each turn than 1 per 100 points of the build total. So you're stuck.
Insane.
Yeah, that's
I mean, it even affects autonomous.
Yeah, you take 3 actions a turn. That's it.
That's
three costed actions. Yes.
Yeah,
right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It just annoys me that this trait's called Forearm Monstrosity. You can make 3 attacks. That's all. That's it. Go ahead.
I was going to say that before anybody starts getting on the train, he's not as broken as 1776 was. Anything that affects actions, people are like, oh, it's broken. It's a war. Like, he doesn't make it where you only have 2 actions as long as unless you're playing a 200-point game. Like typical 300-point modern, that just means you're back at 300 points.
No. So here, it is a problem. It is a problem.
I don't think so.
Because 1776, let's just say you played 1. That took you down from 4 to 3, but you could still use autonomous actions outside of the bubble of 6.
Yeah, but it wasn't ever really 170-76. The big problem was people were playing 2.
Well, even if you play 2 of them and it takes you down from 4 to 2, you were still being able to take multiple autonomous actions. In this situation with the Big Doom, you're never equipping 2 characters in a turn, most likely.
But you weren't doing that with autonomous actions, were you?
Yeah, Mary Jane.
But
it's just Mary Jane.
Mary Jane's the only point here. Like, I get what you're saying. I don't think this guy's nearly as bad as 1776. Because he could take you.
This Doom hates Starro and Mary Jane Watsons.
No, they hate him. He loves them. It's not as bad or as wide-reaching as 1776 was. But against certain teams, it is. The effect is worse. The big thing about 1776 is he was a meta dial without that trait, right? He has 50 points with his stop, click, and perplex, and 18 defense and super senses. Like this guy,
and bringing in soldiers.
Yeah, this guy's dial's not that. It's just a melee dial, pretty much, for 75 points that can be penetrating or outwitted. The effect is incredibly strong, though. Like it's still a really strong effect. That will screw over a lot of teams. This guy is good enough to get outside of the theme, I think. Him on a robot team just sounds really good to me. Just because of the effect, and he's a decent dial. Just that effect is incredibly strong.
So something that I read tonight from Brian Gailey commenting is that if you swap this guy, let's say you start with him on a robot, and then they're like, you play against an OMA.
Right.
Where it doesn't matter. So you swap him out to another Doom. Apparently they can still take the theme team prob.
What do you mean?
They don't have to have the keyword to take the theme team prob. I want to go back and read this again.
You do right now. You need the theme.
No, I'm new rules.
Yeah, it's new rules.
Yeah, new rules.
Maybe,
Brian said, yeah, that's correct. Characters also don't need the themed keyword to use theme team probs in the new rules.
Okay.
Yeah, currently they have to have the chosen keyword, but new rules, it's you determine theme team at when you reveal forces or whatever, and then that is now a theme team. Like, doesn't matter what happens. Maybe?
I don't know. It depends on the new POG rules. We don't know that answer yet.
Yeah, and we may not know all the rules of theme team prop yet. Like, we know most of them, but we don't know what the final rule book will say.
That's right. Yeah. So on a robot theme, you're right. This guy's awesome, but he can also be swapped out to something that's maybe better.
Yeah, more awesome
for that matchup.
Which is not the next Doom.
Valeria Von Doom, which is really confusing because now you just can't say Chase Valeria.
And they don't have freaking the same point values.
Yeah.
They did. That'd be awesome. But I get why they don't.
Yeah, okay, that they don't.
Yeah, so this Valeria has shape change on a 4 through 6. And then you can Voop her. Place her X squares away or deal the attacker damage to equal to half the result. That's funny. And then her shape change has protected outwit. When a opposing character that wasn't on their starting force misses after resolution is given an action token, if that character has autonomous, instead KO it with sidestep and stealth. I think she's sideline worthy.
Yeah, she's good. I will always love a shape change that deals damage. I'm a sucker for that. That's awesome.
When have we had that before?
With there was something that blew up, right? When you missed it?
Oh, you mean the Joker? Like the Jokers or whatever?
Yeah, maybe. I just like that effect.
Yeah. Ooh, that's bad. I mean that makes you not want to attack her, right? Unless you're pulse waving her.
You have to pulse
which is fine. I mean, she's 11 for 3, and she doesn't have she only has sidestep, so I mean, you're not.
Like, it would be much better in a world with IDs.
Yeah, like I'm looking at her and I'm like, I'm just gonna ignore her because she doesn't do anything that's amazing. Like, either I pulse wave her to get off of that power, or to pulse wave her down, or I just completely ignore her and make her have to use her perplex on herself to get to an 11 to just do 3 damage. Like, I just don't. To me, I like her less than Sorcerer Supreme.
What if you play 4 of them so you can't ignore them?
Well,
If you have Battle Fury Precision Strike or something.
You know, that's fair.
Hey, man. Sidestepping army of 75-point chases.
What is the best thing you can kill with Autonomous? Probably like one of those 35-point people from Spider-Man. Like if somebody tackled Flash Thompson.
Just any secret identity.
Yeah, they just attack and die, and you score 30 points.
But no. So when an opposing character that wasn't on their starting force misses, so those secret identities are on the starting force.
Right. True.
Just like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head is the Pogs, just various Pogs.
She's pretty much just Pog 8, and there's something that just lets you not get Pogs at all. So that seems better.
Yeah, that's true. So she's
she's like Alex, that she's very defensive without enough to make you want to attack her. That's why, like, she's similar to Kobik to me.
In a war
which you could technically use Kobik's ability to switch her to the other Von Doom, by the way. I don't know why you would, but you could.
Lose like 50 points. You're right.
Yeah, you could technically. I'm just saying, technically you could. Because Kobik says if the first character is more points, then you could switch to the lesser points. But I don't know why you would, but it still technically exists.
That's true. And then so our last chase.
Also, to clarify real quick, don't forget your starting force does not include the sideline. So we established that earlier. So
right.
So any of those switching in from the sidekicks, or the secret identities do count. Because they're on your sideline, aren't they?
Well, no, they bring them in, but they're not autonomous when they come in. Like, if you bring in Marvella or She-Venom, they're not autonomous.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the people on the sideline. They aren't on your starting force, but
I don't think they'll have autonomous yet.
Right, yeah.
Those Krakoa ones, though.
That is true. But typically, you're going to be getting those, right? I don't think a Krakoa team is going to be playing Valeria.
You never know, man. You just got to play one of these Dooms, and then you just roll with it.
All right, Doom the Annihilating Conqueror. Apparently, this is Nathaniel Richards, Annihilus, and Von Doom in a Unimind.
A lot of Nathaniel Richards in this set. Interesting.
What'd you say, Tyler?
So there's a lot of Nathaniel Richards in this set.
Apparently, Danny Frankenstein.
Good old Danny Frankenstein.
So I think this is the one that's at least most popular with me to start out on the main force, right? But you can easily swap him out. So during force construction, friendly characters with the Cosmic Future and Past keyword gain the Latveria keyword. Welcome to Latveria, Unimind. Welcome to Latveria, Groot in Mighty Age.
Welcome to Latveria, Dark Phoenix. Seems fine.
Yeah, and that's so I just want to go ahead and just throw this out while we're talking about this, right? So with Morgan Le Fay, the legacy card at 50, you can now play Black Widow, Doom, Dark Phoenix, and Morgan Le Fay on a theme team together.
Okay, yeah, that's true.
The problem is, though, is that there's not a lot of other, like, there's not a lot of great Avenger. There is, right? I'm not saying there's not, right? I mean, but, like, super rare Captain Marvel, I mean...
We're just remembering the Avenger teams of old with Hawkeye or Star Fox, and
that's right.
It's just hard to think about Avengers now without those. So it's like they're just not as good. Avengers doesn't have the theme fluff. Not that that matters anymore, but you're missing the giant girls of old and
right. I mean, maybe you're like pairing Immortal Hulk with with the Dooms.
I like this guy and Prime Vulcan and a couple Doombots for Vulcan. That seems pretty good because he gets the ruler or the Laviera keyword.
Ooh.
I think one of the key things for this guy.
I know. I heard Jason. Ooh. Wait a minute. Ooh.
I like that.
You can also bring in Chase A to run this guy with what's it called? What's that trait called?
Krakoa.
There you go. We were just talking about it. Done.
No, Krakoa's got to have the X-Men keyword.
Ah, damn it. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's true, but one of the benefits, though, you could also run, which I think is the best point of all of this, and why I'm potentially running him and Dr. Thing on a team, is you now bring Prime Bishop, who's real good, for 40 points, because Prime Bishop has future and past. No, just future. He has just future. Just kidding. So you play him at 40 points to give the Indigo Battery type effect from Shard, which is real good. It makes a lot of these Dooms a little bit more survivable because they have to get up close to actually try to attack you. So Doom, the all capital Doom, is a little bit more playable because they have to get up within 5 to shoot you. Well, Doom has a 6 range charge, or a 6 movement charge. So
that's right, because Batman is still a thing.
Yeah, Batman's a thing. Long range shooters are still a thing. Like Onslaught and Starro. So this guy, he's okay as a playable piece. I mean, he might be because of the opposing characters losing all their keywords. I got to think of like that messes up Krakoa Revival, right? Not printed on their card, so I guess they have to gain it.
No, so at the beginning of the game, opposing characters lose all keywords not printed on their cards. So, I mean, this is the chase that's anti-Spider-Man family chases.
Yeah, but is it? Yeah. Like, who cares if they lose that?
It matters for things like Penny's Perplex. Leadership.
Yeah, it matters also if you're trying to run a Dimensional Watch. Not that a ton of people were, but...
Sure. True.
I think, like, I'm playing him to make the theme team, like, to get everyone gain the Latveria keyword, and then I'm booting him off. He's going to another Doom.
This guy should never end up on your team. His dial's not great for 75 points.
Unless you really need Pulse Wave for some reason. Like, it's just you're going against an OMA, and you're playing 2 chases at 150.
Sure.
You're like, all right, I might need the Pulse Wave, but yeah.
So going back through, the only one that was possible, that was reasonable to play at full is the Prisoner, right?
Yeah,
Prisoner
I think so.
That makes sense. But I like a team with two of these guys, and then you can swap them out. Like, it makes the Swiss Army knife even better because you got 2 options instead of 1.
You mean 2 Doom chases, not 2 Doom the Annihilating Conqueror.
Well, it doesn't really matter because you can always switch them out. But yeah.
Well, no, it does because like
you want the ones with the beginning of game effects.
Yeah, the team I'm currently working on now, and I've been working with PJ on it, is you run the Doom the Annihilating Conqueror and Dr. Thing at 75 points. And because those are probably the best beginning a game or revealing forces type thing, and then you could switch out, and I'll probably The most common switch out is I'll go to Lord Doom and then Big Doom, just to then now make it where you can't generate bystanders and you're down to 3 costed actions.
Sure.
For 150 points.
Right. And if there's better, like if there is stuff that works better, you use that.
Yeah,
they're all really good. They're all playing. Well, not
so much. Yeah.
Probably Sorcerer Supreme and Valeria, the 2 that won't see play. I think the rest will, though, right?
Yeah, I would say.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, 5 out of the 8 you probably want to buy.
I'd say 6. Which one are you leaving off?
I'm leaving off Prisoner. Prisoner's cool, but
you dick.
Well,
Prisoner's
what?
my favorite.
Yeah.
But if you're not specifically wanting to play him, like if you're building around him, sure. But if you're building around the many faces of Doom, I feel like he's skippable.
I don't. He's at least the 3rd best main force Doom. At least. If they don't generate bystanders on your team, then you want him over Lord Doom. And if they have 3 characters, you want him over Doom. Like his dial is way better than theirs.
Yeah, that might be so. Might be so. Yeah. I'm just saying if you've got a limited budget, because we're all assuming these chases are going to be $100 plus.
We're getting those Biden bucks. It's going to be fine.
Well, if Tyler, that doesn't work if everyone gets the Biden bucks.
That's true. These are going to be very expensive. That is true.
There's a
I'm really
hoping
they're 1 per brick.
They better.
Yeah.
Because the other downside to this is not only are they super meta potential, but they're also Dooms, which means they're super collectible. You've got all the collectors. They don't even want to play meta. They're like, what? We've got 8 Dr. Dooms, and they're all different, and the cool different variations, and they've got green bases? Sign me up, man. And they don't even play meta.
Bases. That's really fucking cool.
Yeah, so it's like, these are going to be super expensive, even if they weren't meta. But they're also very competitive, so that's going to make it worse. Yeah.
Oh.
And so far in the reveals we've seen, because we got a bunch of like case breakings and whatnot. They are one a case so far. Hopefully that's not the case, but they haven't been one a brick so far. But that's a limited scope, limited amount.
We only saw the Italian guys, right?
Well, yeah. No. Then the other guy that spoiled the other chases.
Yeah, but we don't know how many cases he opened. He had to open a ton, right? We don't know the number.
Yeah. But we remember we also had the weird distribution in House of X. Hopefully that was a one-off, but who knows?
Right. Some people were really happy with the distribution. That's that.
Yeah.
Thankfully I was, but I was personally. Man, I like this Emperor Vulcan Doom.
Yeah.
Couple Doom bots.
Doom bots on Vulcan? Yeah. It's real nice.
I like it.
Latverian ruler. Welcome to Latveria, Emperor Vulcan.
I mean, I just love being able to give Latveria Dark Phoenixes. Like, that's just like, all right, come hit my Dooms, please.
Dude, what about a Watu? Talking about a Watu all the time.
Yeah, give him some Dark Phoenixes.
Yeah.
I asked about that after we talked. Like, he's also competing directly with Dark Phoenix. That piece is bad.
Do we want to talk about the legacy cards?
Yeah, well, I'd like to. So hold on, but next on the forum is the starter. Do we want to talk about the starter?
No.
Okay.
It's not even a starter, right? It's a fast forces.
Whatever.
Yeah, I think we could pass the starter, or the fast forces, the LE, maybe the LE, but definitely
our starters recently have been really not good. Like, they used to at least put one really good figure in it. They just haven't been doing it.
Fantastic Four. You mean? I'm sorry. You mean the Fast Forces?
But
Yes.
The starter sets have been fine. Like the Fantastic Four starter, because they at least come with maps and like location
the Doom
bonus
in the
maps.
starter was really good too.
Yeah. What are but Fast Forces, right? This one's not that great.
House of X was meh.
Yeah, the only kind was like the Domino with Prob at 25, but nobody cares about her.
Carnage was meh. I'm going through now. Carnage wasn't that great to write home about. The old Fantastic Four Fast Forces, the one that didn't have any Fantastic Four members, it was just like all the random people that joined. Spider-Man, Hulk, Wolverine. That wasn't that great. Justice League didn't have a Fast Forces. It had the starter kit, I think. Or did it have a... No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
CAV didn't have a great one either.
Yeah, so they have not been hitting gold.
Yeah. All right. So the LE is the Invisible Woman. Nothing crazy to talk about there. Legacy cards. We'll wrap up our discussion here. Zavin is the first one. Man, he needed like a +1 stat. I think he just suffers from stat.
That actually would be cool to put a trait on. This character has +1 stats.
Yeah, maybe give him +1 stats and like some sort of like I heard someone call it an exertion mechanic.
I don't know what that is.
Like dealing 1 penetrating damage if he +1s his stats.
Oh, okay, something like that. Sure.
Like I feel like he would be fine if they just took off the second half of his second trait. Like the fact that he could free action, turn Zavin style to another click, noting the current click at the end of the turn, return him to a noted click. Then his other one, Zavin can use the standard powers printed on the card for lower clicks. That's cool. You could go to click 5 and you can use all the other powers he has, right? That's how that reads. But if you turn the dial this turn and you miss all targets of attack, he doesn't turn back, and he can use super senses till your next turn. So that's super risky to turn him to click 5 because then he just gets hit. You just hit him for 2 or 3.
Right. But I think what someone noted is that, let's say that somebody's damaged him to click 5, right? Then you turn him to click 1 with an 8 attack, and then attack something and most likely miss.
That's true. Also, if you get down, like let's say you go to click 5, right, and then you miss, it does suck, but you're sitting at a invuln, ESD, shape change super senses for the rest of the turn, and a shape change 4 to 6. So it's not awful.
He feels like a fun, like not competitive, like casual. He seems like fun for scrolls. Someone can make him work with a Super Scroll team. It's just his.
You can use Ultimate Nullifier with him, so he comes back to his starting click. Boom.
I guess that's true.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
You go to click 2. You have Invuln, right? You use it. Then you go to click 1 at the end of the turn.
There you go, Tyler. That's Tyler's new scroll team.
He seems like a good representation of a baby Super Skrull, which, knowing nothing about the character, is what I'm assuming he is.
And it seems like he was like a mid-range fella.
Sure. I mean, he's on the runaway, so I feel like he's a teenager or something.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's a fun piece.
All right, so She-Hulk.
This piece is garbage.
Arguably the best legacy card that we have.
Yeah.
That is true.
And so, for those who haven't been paying attention to legacy cards, they basically take the old figure and then they turn their traits up to 11. Like, they don't leave it. They're not just bringing figures back. They're also making them way better. Like, almost most of them got a buff. The only one that maybe didn't is Morgan Le Fay. But she got like a different tuning. But we can talk about her in a second. She-Hulk, though, man, she's such a hard counter. Not counter per se, but she hurts vultures so badly. And
She's a tech figure. Right? Like
What?
having a tech card in Magic.
Sorta, yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
She doesn't. Sideline, you can bring her in.
Yeah, she doesn't make him unplayable, but she's gonna give him a hard day. Like, you still have to figure out how to kill him, but
Right.
because she has, I'm not prime worthy, I'll show you prime worthy, which I love that they continued the fourth wall breakage because her whole card is fourth wall breakage. She-Hulk and adjacent friendly characters modify attack +1 when attacking a prime character. That's The big one is She-Hulk and adjacent friendly characters take a maximum of 1 damage from prime characters. So that's Vulture, Batman, Punisher, War Machine. That's Vulcan. That's a lot. But it's not.
This is a protective pulse wave.
Yeah, it's not protective pulse wave. But if they're.
Yeah, I mean, Vulcan doesn't give a crap. But...
Yeah.
Well, but then again.
He does a little bit.
She-Hulk and adjacent friendly characters, you're not going to leave them where they could be single target pulse wave. So he's only doing 1 anyway.
Yeah, Vulcan could one-shot her if she didn't have that trait. So it's definitely not nothing against Vulcan. Yeah, that's really good. And her dial's good. They buffed her dial too.
No, her dial's the same.
Well, she has Charge, Flurry, Destroy.
Right. They gave her. They changed her
She
card.
had that before.
Yeah, they didn't change any stats, I don't think, for any of these.
Wait, did she have Charge, Flurry, Destroy?
Yes.
Okay, never mind then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I want to share just a quick story about AOU Sealed. Gosselman had beat me pretty big in one of my first competitive events. And I pulled this AOU She-Hulk with some Perplex. And this is when you could flurry. Well, I guess you might be able to do it again here soon. Yeah, flurried with an object.
Yeah.
And it was an ultra heavy. So I went in with an ultra heavy, charge flurried with like a 13 attack, and like just obliterated him and sealed in like the first 5 minutes. And he was like, "Huh, I guess this is what I get for beating you in the rock event." And I'm like, "Yep." Anyways, so very fond memories here. We talked about some other reasons. Oh gosh, what's his name?
Arcade.
No. Yeah, I mean, Arcade and She-Hulk was a thing, but the guy that played him.
The what?
Zach.
Zack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grizzle?
Yeah, Zack Grizzle. Yeah, our how he tied us all together with that She-Hulk piece.
But yeah, she still has the one trait. If she isn't part of a theme team, the first time this game you wouldn't roll for first player. You may roll again and add 1 to the result.
So that's not technically true. Technically, she has that on attack power that's on her die.
No. The attack power thing is just a Browns mix-up. It's a trait.
I don't think so. I saw the card and it was an attack on the card.
It's a misprint.
Yeah, it's a misprint. It's a trait because she doesn't have an special attack power.
I agree, but it's yeah. I was just saying.
Tyler's being obtuse, Alex.
I know. So that
it will need an errata. That's all I'm saying.
But once again, she's probably going to see the most play on a Fantastic Four team because
you can switch her.
You could form the Fantastic Four and be like, oh, I'm going against a Vulture or maybe a Prime Punisher or Batman. And you're like, okay, I'll switch her in so that way she could just protect my crew. You're probably not using her for the theme team thing, but that does get a buff in the new rules because they're going to be a max +3, and now you get to add 1, so it's really they only get a +2 if you're non-theme.
Didn't she used to remove all initiative bonuses?
No.
That was Arcade. That was
Arcade.
Arcade. Yeah, it was the tandem. But it's unlikely you play her main force, but it's not impossible.
Right. I mean, and then even on Fantastic Four, right? She has willpower, right? So that gives her a big buff in the new rules.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that Perplex won't be able to be used on damage, right? But if they're attacking a prime character, they can have a +2 attack.
Yeah. She's very good. She's one you probably want to just have. And she's one that it's very promising what they're doing with these legacy cards.
I agree with that. So, like, Fantastic Four is one of the most popular teams right now, and she should be on every Fantastic Four team. So she's obviously meta.
Yeah.
Morg
is one we don't have to talk about.
It's still bad. I don't. Who asked for Morg? I don't even know who this is.
He's the only one that I did not buy, if that tells you anything. Just as simple as that. I did not buy Morg, 165 point character that with this dial.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like, this dial, he would have to be like
80.
60.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to clarify, for legacy cards, they did state there is potential where they would change the values. They didn't with any of these.
They did with Morgan Le Fay.
No. They changed the point value. I'm talking about combat values on the dial.
Oh, yeah.
They did state it's possible, and you would go by the card, but
No, they didn't.
yeah,
Yes, they did.
Yeah, when they announced that these were a thing, they said
No. They said that it's possible that we're going to change point values or combat symbols. I'm almost positive they did not say combat values.
So, irregardless, right, it's going to be what's on the card. So, yeah.
It's fantastic.
yeah, it's really good.
What, Morg? No. Or legacy cards? Alex?
What?
Alex.
No, I'm still here.
Okay. So Legacy Mr. Fantastic. I did pick up the Fantastic family here, just because of forming the Fantastic Four and the potential there. Man, they did, like, I want this guy to be good. Like, Giant Reach 10 has got to be good.
Well, they made it not breakable. They said Power Giant Reach 10. If it was free Giant Reach 10, it would be really good.
Or if it was close attack, it would be probably actually usable.
Right, because then you can Quake, you can, Flurry if you put that on them. You can use it then. But if it's just Power 10, make it close attack, you just punch somebody 10 for 3 from far away. Which is sad.
I mean,
for 130 points, you're right. It's probably not great, but dang.
I mean, we don't. We knew once we saw this it wasn't going to be playable because, how often has Black Heath been playable?
Okay, fair enough.
Like Black Heath, you could get up to a 9 Giant Reach, and even then it was like, okay, cool.
Fair enough. I had shiny eyes for him.
What about that special defense power on him, huh?
You know what, Tyler? I think we'll just go ahead and say that WizKids did not have a lot of quality control on these cards this first round of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Now, typically the second round of these things have better quality control. So
they look super shiny. It looks super cool.
Yeah.
We're hoping for that collation improvement right on this set. So guess we'll find out here in a few days. So nothing else to really talk about on Mr. Fantastic. The Thing could kill
an entire team.
No, he can't kill an entire team.
If they all run up next to him.
Yeah, he can kill whoever he's next to. Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
When an opposing character takes damage from themselves after resolutions, choose one. Deal that one vulture, or make close attack targeting. Oh, it's targeting that character. And
yeah, you can only with Flurry. You can only kill 2 characters a turn.
What if you Quake?
Yeah, if you give him Quake, then you could probably do it.
Boom.
Yes, but if you
but you couldn't.
Yeah.
But he's not Vulture. You can't then move and go kill someone else.
No. Just whoever's attacking.
That other guy.
You could, but you wouldn't. It would have to be that 75-point guy from the Captain Marvel movie set.
Ronan?
Korath.
Korath. Yeah, not Korath. Ronan was the other one. Yeah, Korath.
Yeah.
So for a whopping 215 points, you too can Quake and move.
For 215 points, you can be half as good as a 50-point character.
Yeah, thank goodness that power has protected outwit. Oh.
Thank God. Alright. Morgan.
I do like the Thing, though. I would say, right, they gave him sidestep and close combat expert, so he's 11 for 5 in the new rules. That's not inconsequential.
No.
Yeah.
I think Thing could be there someday.
He's potentially one you put on your sideline for the Fantastic Four because he's good against one-man armies.
Yeah,
So,
if you just like perplex his attack to a 13 and just keep hitting until they
yeah,
hit.
as long as they don't have, if you could take out their shape change or whatever, and you could just throw them in there and just start walloping on a Prime Vulcan or something.
Imagine a Thing ID card. That'd be pretty nuts.
You know what? I was just thinking that, Tyler, and the Fantastic Four had their embargo during like the entire ID card age.
Yep.
So you're saying
Man.
it's fitting that they get one now.
No, he's saying there's a chance.
I'm saying that would be nice.
Yeah,
They deserved it. The Marvel's First Family deserves it. Morgan Le Fay, right? I think she's potentially number 2 behind She-Hulk.
because they lowered her point value. And Tyler, you are right. It is only point values and traits. It's
Combo
not.
symbols.
Yeah, the combat values won't ever change.
Right.
So, she's look for 50 points, right? I think that's where there's a lot of value here. When establishing theme teams, you may treat Avengers and Latveria as a single named keyword. Oh man. So I'm thinking Mighty Age here, right? Because you got me turned on about this Vulcan guy. You can also do this to Star Fox, Chase Star Fox.
Yes, you can.
So you go to shoot Star Fox, and he goes to a Doombot.
Yep.
That statement is both true and valid.
Right. So and it also gives her perplex. So you got a 50-point perplexer, 50 points, 5 clicks. That's standard stealth. Then her defense power is toughness, and then free. Choose one to last for your next turn. Combat reflexes or energy shield deflection. So she's an 18, quite a bit. Her one weakness is when an opposing character deals damage with an object or while using Blaze Call's Fangs or while equipped, increase the damage dealt to Morgan Le Fay by 1.
It's kind of irrelevant. It's whatever.
Yeah, she's gonna die anyway if you hit her.
Yeah,
So,
but she's really good. She's okay. For 50 points, you're getting Taxi, Perplex, and Prob, and she's pretty defensive too. 18 in the stealth with poison. It's not bad.
And printed prob.
I thought I said that. But yeah.
I don't think either one of us said it. I don't think.
All right, Prob and Perplex are both really good, yeah. And she's got keyword cheating, so she's always considerable. It's just
right. I think once we get the next Avengers set, right? Because that seems like that's next on the docket, right? Could be something good here. Dooms and Doombots and Morgan Le Fays with giant girls.
Well, right now you can play her with God Emperor Doom and Black Widow. That seems fine.
yeah, and we get an Avengers set yearly, I believe.
Yeah, at least. You do her, a couple of the Chase Dooms and Black Widow. That seems good too, right?
That does seem good. Right? I mean, that's got to be good, right? God Emperor Doom's good. Black Widow's decent. Black Widow's decent now, not good.
Those new chances.
But God Emperor Doom and Immortal Hulk. We'll just play both of those.
Yeah, there you go. Immortal Hulk got that buff. There's really good figures on Latveria. There's really good figures on Avengers. She is a good support piece. It seems like she's got to see some play probably.
Yeah, thank goodness they had the wherewithal to change her point value. She's 120 points before.
122.
Yeah.
That's cool. She gives me a lot of hope for the legacy moving forward because they did a good job bringing her into modern and making her a good figure. She was the one that won Worlds, right?
She did.
Yes.
Somebody said it would be a really cool idea to do legacy cards for the former champion pieces. I thought that'd be really cool.
How funny that you want that to happen.
That is regardless of that fact.
This wasn't this wasn't a piece that was made. This was a piece that was won with.
I just somebody had said that on Facebook, and I thought that would be cool.
So
I thought
we
they
could
said
get a legacy card for Wales.
Bill. Oh yeah, that would be real. Oh man.
Well, I think what someone suggested was that they allow like the Nationals winner, instead of suggesting a new figure, they suggest a legacy card for an old figure. And I really like that idea. Like
either one of those would be super cool.
And then they're like they have the long list, and they're like, okay, not Faust, not Balls of Fury. Not the
Not Copycat.
Yeah, not Copycat.
Basically, ask Daniel Powell. If he says yes, then it's a no from us.
Oh man. No, could you imagine though if they're like, yeah, legacy card for Faust, absolutely, and then they just butcher him. Like they just
250 points.
They're like, all right, no D20. Let's take it to a 1D6. And then let's just cut all these powers and let's just leave the bad ones.
Yeah.
and that's him. He's back, guys. You got Faust back.
That's funny.
Oh, how angry would people be?
I mean, it's like Copycat, Balls of Fury, Unimind.
Wales back, man.
Legacy Orange Battery.
Wales, Surtur,
Mini Shredder.
But to be fair, at least if we did get a Shredder back, that means they had made a new Turtle set, because you're not getting Legacy Turtle cards in a Marvel set.
That is true.
So,
unless they do Legacy cards as like a Con LE thing.
Yeah, Legacy Con LE, that would be cool.
And then you can purchase that. No, I'm saying you could purchase them. I don't understand why that gets a throwing up motion.
That just sounds like that's really expensive for the vast majority of players, and
$15.
It's optional.
I have empathy.
Now, I will say that is the one thing that I'm kind of sad about, and I wish that they would one day be like, hey, 2 years, we've been doing this legacy thing. Here's a legacy set with all these legacy figures. Because,
my goodness,
like, if you want any of these figures now, and you weren't on board ahead of time, like, if you're someone who plays locally, and you're like, hey, I don't pay attention to any of this online, but I'm getting into the game. Oh, cool, I got this cool legacy card for Morgan Le Fay. I want to go get one. It's like, no. Sorry.
$80. Weird.
Yeah, it's like, sorry, buddy. Like, you missed the train.
Yeah, there's two things I'm worried about. The one is distribution, because they're basically chase rarity, so they're going to be very hard to get. And then the second thing that annoys me, and it's like just a pet peeve of mine, is that the cards look so good. They're foil, and I've been wanting that so long. And now that they used it on this mechanic, they're never going to use it anymore. It's just going to be a legacy card thing. So they won't ever use it on like a chase or something.
They might. They might.
They won't.
I think they could, because foils are the thing, man. Pokemon cards, all of that. Foils. I got a super foil legacy.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm sad they wasted it on legacy cards.
Oh, do we want to talk about Invisible Woman or Human Torch, or are we all kind of like, okay.
I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
I mean, I would say they've got to be a consideration to form the Fantastic Four, right? I mean, they're of a point value that they could be on your, they could be your main force, right? That isn't that, does it have to be a 1-for-1?
Yes.
No.
If you trade two, like, you have to trade the same amount of figures, same number of figures.
Yes. But so like,
you'd have to do Invisible Woman and Valeria, like cheap Valeria.
If you start them on your main force, yeah, you might be losing a lot of points by switching to a lower point.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Maybe we'll get some other Fantastic Four that are higher points and better. I don't know.
Right. Well, Valeria is what, 40 points? So
30. It depends.
30.
30. Okay. Well,
the Valeria Richards is 40. Yeah.
All right. So you could do Invisible Woman, Valeria Richards, and then switch that out for 75-point Wolverine, 75-point She-Hulk.
Yeah,
So these are technically pieces you can use as switch out if you need certain point values to add up. But that's about it.
Right. I mean, it's probably something that's too complex for my brain to think about, but it's not bad. There are worse things they could have picked, and these things are okay.
Like, Human Torch is so close to being good, but then they just did away with pushing damage, so now he's just not.
Yeah, I agree. And knockback damage.
Yeah, it's like, he's going to be good for 2 months.
Entirely possible. All right, so this is going to be a 3, 4, 5 hour episode.
Oh my god.
So if you are listening this far along, thank you for spending the vast majority of your workday with us. I'm going to wrap it up with final thoughts. You have survived Jason's heater. So we found out that it was Jason's heater causing the interference earlier in the episode. And it is currently below freezing in Kentucky. Well below there. So
Quite a bit below.
Jason, final thoughts?
Like, I don't know. I'm tired at this point, man. I was trying not to fall asleep during part of this.
Yeah, we did go a little bit late tonight, but that's okay.
You're lucky you dodged my snoring. Like,
all right, Alex, final thoughts?
Excited about the set. Maybe not as much as I was before we did the review, but still somewhat excited.
Yeah, it's a very chase-heavy set.
It is.
The super rares are about 50% loaded for me. Tylor even less so. Tylor, final thoughts?
Yeah, I guess just like I'm just scared about this new meta with these chases, just with how expensive they're gonna be. It's all I can say, and I'm probably not buying a lot of this set just because I'm scared of the distribution and some of these super rares. So
yeah, I mean, it just depends.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's one of those things, right? Like, I'm going for 4 cases this time, and
It'll be a good deal if you get 8 chases.
It would be, right? So I know I'm getting 3 cases for sure. I've already got 3 cases reserved. There's a third store that I'm going to try to get the 4th case at. If not, I might just set aside the money to buy this stuff. So we'll see. Depends on how quickly those Biden bucks come in, I guess.
True.
So thanks, everybody, for listening to Clixed Off for a very long set review episode, and we'll talk to y'all next time.
See ya.
later.